is lazy, life is sweet when January comes. As long as one team's bowling and the others making runs. I know as soon as I wake up, if it's my lucky day, if the cricket's on the ABC, then everything's okay. And the cricket's on my radio, and everybody's laying low. As long as there's a game somewhere, it's all I need to know. And there's cricket on my radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to the third ODI in the West Indies tour to South Africa. We are coming live from the Imperial Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. I am Sean Mayers and I'm joined by Mpo Mutwane. How are you, Mpo?
I am well. I'm excited. It's the third ODI. South Africa are 1-0 down, and they'll be looking to level up in this series. Remember, the first game of the series was a no result. So a lot to play for. West Indies looking to secure the series win with the win today. Sean, I'm excited. It's a steamy hot day at the Wanderers. No rain clouds in sight, but it's raining wickets and runs in not so short a time.
I believe so. We have seen so many runs come with through rain-affected games. I'm very excited to see what a clear day, no interruptions, 100 overs on offer for all of us. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. Deandre Dotton has been performing with the bat. Iwong Kaka with the ball. Let's see.
Is that true? Antagonists of the series match up once more. Sean, we have 3 changes in the South African team and 1 in the West Indian team. Anisa Mohammed, who has played over 134 matches, ODI matches, comes in for Karishma Ramharak. So it's just a straight swap spinner for spinner. South Africa have got a lot more changes. Laura Goodall sits out for this one. Annika Bosch comes in to make her 9th appearance in Momentum Protea colours. Nadine de Klerk comes in as well for Masabata class. And Raisibe Ntozake, who last played for South Africa in 2018. And it was a match in Bridgetown. And I think that was World Cup.
Yes, Raisibe was called for a suspect action, went through her rehab. Her action was assessed and she was given the all clear, but also coming back from a stress fracture. So that took her out of the game for quite a while. So very exciting to see her back in the Proteas colours, an exciting prospect and much needed game time before the World Cup.
Yes, that is very true. Much needed game time for Raisibe. Good to see her back in the squad. She'll be looking to impress the selectors and closely at making her way into the World Cup squad that will soon be announced.
Yes, the teams are taking the field. South Africa won the toss and elected to bat. So we will see the openers. Tasman Britt and Laura Wolfhard are making their way onto the pitch right now, as we see the West Indians starting to set their field, but it does look like Chanel Henry might be taking the first ball.
Yes, Chanel Henry has had a great series so far. She's been in and out of this West Indian side, looking to get herself back in fully. As we see everyone setting themselves up. The 2 in the middle for South Africa need to build a solid partnership. They did try to do that, but then you got a sense that they felt like they were going too slowly, and then the wheels started falling off. They need to bat as long as possible, take as many balls away. 2 of the better batters in this 11, and that's why they have the first ball. But we're ready to go. We're going to take the knee to mark our contributions towards the endeavor in eradicating racism and all forms of discrimination. So now the West Indians with the knee and the fists up, just waiting for us to get through that. As Sean and I have a little bit of a chuckle in the commentary box. They spelled discrimination wrong on the scoreboard. It was distraction instead of discrimination. Remember, you can tweet into us. You are our third commentator. Please do tweet into us at OneWorldSR, OneWorldSR. Also on Facebook as well as on YouTube. Send through your comments. Let us know how we're going. As Shamilia Connell is standing at the golf course end, ready for Sean and I to take this ODI off. I'm going to hand over to my pilot, Sean Mears. Take us there.
Shamilia Connell, she has a pretty standard field, one slip, backward point, extra cover, cover sweeper on the offside, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, fine leg who's in the ring, and a third man who's on the boundary. Laura Wolfhard will be taking the first ball from the corner drive in. Very exciting to see her. She played a very handy knock, but will be wanting to score a lot quicker as Connell comes past the umpire, and it's a dead ball. A little bit of a false start there.
Yes, we're going to try that again.
Yes.
You know, a little bit of nerves. We're going to try that again. Interesting field set there. The two fielders outside the ring are third man, as well as the fielder at point, the sweeper at point. They recognize Laura Wolfhardt's cover driving prowess. So they've got a sweeper already out. First ball of the day.
Connell comes in. It's well wide outside the off stump, and that's a dot ball. Looking at this field set and seeing that the two fielders are at third and cover sweeper, they want to let her play her strengths. She will likely get something wrong, but not get too many boundaries. The fielder at the sweeper boundary is going to do a lot of mileage, but they have a plan, and it's a plan that worked in the second ODI.
Well, it's a way to cut off the runs and make Laura Wolfhard find other scoring spots. And
Connell comes in. It's a full delivery on the leg stump that Laura Wolfhard just works it into the leg side, past square leg, and it goes all the way to the boundary. That brings the score to 4 for no loss, getting South Africa to a flying start. Laura Wolfhard on 4 for 2 balls.
Yes, that was the other scoring option for Laura Wolfhard. If you take away the offside, if you bowl straight, she's going to beat you down the leg side, and that was a beautiful shot, kind of giving an indication of the pitch. Got some very nice bounce, as well as the outfield, very luscious, balls just rolling away like a carpet.
Yes, the Wanderers is quick. As Connell comes in, it's well outside the off stump again. Laura Wolfhard lifts her hand and lets that go through. The Wanderers is known for having very quick outfield. It's a very quick deck, and it's true for the most part. It is true, especially with wickets. This is a fresh wicket. They haven't played on it yet. So we're looking forward to some quick bowling, and we've seen it both from the South Africans as the West Indians, as Connell comes in, and it's on fifth stump, and Laura Wolfhard just hangs her bat out there to drive, but luckily just misses the outside edge.
Caught a chance there for the West Indies. A little bit of a lack of concentration from Laura Wolfhard. Early nerves, just playing at a ball outside the off stump. Not a lot of foot movement, but she'll get the rhythm in, and it's a rhythm game. In terms of being a batter, you just need to find a way to get yourself there as quickly as possible. Once you're there, it's a beautiful place to be.
Connell comes in. It's back of the length, outside the off stump. Laura Wolfhard just rocks onto her back foot and punches it towards the cover sweeper boundary for 1 run. The score is 5 for no loss. Wolfhard on 5, and that brings Tasman Brits on strike for the first time in this match.
Yes, it does bring Tasman Brits on strike in this match. She is the highest run scorer for the South Africans with 58 runs. Not a stat that I think the South Africans would be happy about. And they'll be hoping that she will score a few more to
Connell comes in, it's back of a length well outside the off stump, and Brits lets that go through. That brings the end to the first over. The score is 5 for no loss. Wolfhart on 5. Brits still yet to get off the mark.
Yes, first over, 5 runs off of it. South Africa will want these two to bat as long as possible. And if you look at the top run scorers in this tournament, in the series, DeAndre Dotson, 187. The next best is Tasman Brits on 57. Hasn't been the best batting series for the batters. Hayley Matthews on 55 runs, and Elise on 52. Shadeen Nation, who was the protagonist last game out, really giving South Africa a problem with that 35 runs. Laura Wolfhard on 35, she'll be disappointed with that. So there's a lot more that a lot of the players involved today will be wanting to show. Just like one of the bowlers coming in, Chanel Henry, from the caller drive in. She's only taken 2 wickets this series. She took the 2 wickets in that last game. One of the few players in the West Indies that the West Indies are looking to find as a fast bowler.
Henry, it's a full-length delivery from the caller drive in. It's outside the off stump, and Wolfhard just pushes that to the fielder at extra cover for no run.
Yes, I think from a bowling perspective, I think this part of the game for the West Indies is something that they need to look into strengthen or get some sort of consistency with. Their batting looks very strong. Anisa Mohammed is one of the better spinners in world cricket. It's this fast bowling, trying to find the combinations, trying to get them the rhythm, get them the wickets that they need.
Henry comes in, it's well wide outside the off stump and goes past the batter and it's called a wide by the umpire. That brings the score to 6 for no loss. Wolfhart on strike, she's still on 5, and Brits yet to get off the mark.
And the interesting thing about this, these are the better conditions to kind of train and prepare going into New Zealand, because you will get pitches similar to these ones with a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement. And so your fast bowlers are going to enjoy bowling here, and they need to learn how to bowl in New Zealand.
Henry comes in, it's outside the off stump, and Wolfhart on the front foot just drives it, but straight to the fielder on this cover sweeper boundary. That brings the score to 7 for
the great thing about the sweeper is that it's a run, and it's something that it's a run option, and something that I've wanted and is lacking in women's cricket, especially below the top teams in the world, the ability to rotate strike, especially in limited overs cricket. Good to see that they're doing that right now.
Henry comes in past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery and just shapes away from Tasman Brits, and she lets it go through to the keeper for no run. She didn't look comfortable at all. A little bit of a loss of balance. Not expecting that much movement this early on.
Yes, you could see that she wanted to fall over. But the great thing is she didn't bring her bat down to try and chase the ball. So a good presence of mind. It kind of gives an indication of where her headspace is at.
Yes. Henry comes in past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery again, and the Brits just lets that go through again.
Same result this time, but this time, previous one, her feet were in the toilet seat. This time, the front foot came forward to try and track to closer to the pitch of the ball, and it helped to track the swing a lot better. She didn't look like she was falling over, but she also was able to let that ball go, having covered up the stump.
Yes, she's looking much more comfortable. She's acknowledged that there is movement, and will hopefully play a lot later than she has in the series. As Henry continues, it's back of a leg, and Tasman Brits rocks onto her back foot and just drives that to the cover sweeper boundary for 1 run, and that gets her innings going. Yes. The score is 8 for no loss.
It's the easy run. These two need to build a relationship, try and find a way to get themselves to the other end. It's not necessarily about getting crazy over boundaries, but it is also about being able to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Henry comes in, the last ball of her over. It's a short pitched delivery as Wolfhart just drops onto her back foot and defends it for no run. That is the end of the second over. The score is 8 for no loss. Wolfhart on 6, Brits on 1. Yes, I like the rotation of strike. I think that this team has recognized in the second ODI that there was very little rotation of strike, especially in the first 10 overs, which put the entire innings under pressure.
Yes.
So keeping the scoreboard ticking will be key for these two. We know that Britta has the power game, but now she needs to stroke the ball, finesse it, manipulate the field, get them moving into
But we're
areas
seeing that
wants
last ball of the over was looking for the ability to stop one down and just look for a quick single.
Connell comes in from the golf course in, and it's a short delivery directed at Britta's shoulder, and she just manages to tuck that around the corner, and it goes to 4. Goes for 4 past the fielder at fine leg.
It's a very good shot there from Tasman Brits. You could say it was an evasive shot, but it was very controlled in putting that. The ball was rising past her shoulder. She managed to pull that very fine to that boundary for 4. Really good shot from her. Good way to open up the count for her innings.
And good to see the bowlers want to be aggressive as Connell continues. Another short pitch delivery on off stump, and Tasman just pulls it off the front foot past mid wicket for another 4.
This time not rising as much as the previous one, and that giving you that indication that that pull shot was a lot more controlled than the previous one, and that one went through mid wicket all the way to that mid wicket boundary for 4. Really good shot from Tasman Brits. Bad balls so far, 2 in a row. Will we get 3?
Hopefully, if Stephanie Taylor has her way, it won't happen. Won't be a third time lucky. As Connell comes in, it's a full-length delivery punt, well wide, and it is called wide. The score now is 17 for no loss. Britt is on 9, Wolfhard on 6.
Yes, 2.2 overs in, and we've already had 2 extras. And the South Africans looking in really good nick right now. I don't want to put any mockers on them. I don't know how many of you out there are superstitious. I am not one of them.
As Connell comes in, it's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. Britt slashes at it, goes to the fielder at third, and she has fumbled that. And it goes for 4, another 4. This time could have been avoided, but that brings the South Africans to 21 for no loss. Britt on 13 and Wolfhard on 6.
Rashada Williams will want the ground to open up and swallow her from the dagger she's going to get from her captain. And because that was a routine long barrier stop that she made a massive mess of.
Connell comes in to Britt again. It's a full-length delivery on leg stump, and Britt just clips this onto the leg side between what would be mid-wicket and square leg for 4. Right, that brings the score to 25 for no loss.
And that is 4 boundaries this over from off the bat of Tasman Brits, I might add. Really good start way for her to start this innings.
Right, we have a tweet from Werner. He says, I would like to see a more positive approach from the batters today. I'm slightly surprised that they didn't decide to chase, but now they need to put up a challenging total in the absence of Lee Van Niekerk and Cup. The Wolf really needs to lead the way. We 100% agree, and if anything, the Wolf may not need to face too much to support Tasman Brits. 4 boundaries and 4 balls.
The one thing I can say is Laura is due a big score. She doesn't go too long without actually putting up big numbers. So we're really expectant of her.
Connell comes in. It's a full-length, it's back of a length delivery. Tasman Brits just punching that. And DeAndre Dalton fielding it for no runs.
We have a dot ball.
25 for no loss.
We have a dot ball. So that's a good thing. Silver linings probably for the West Indies, like a start of something well. Because that's what you want. You just want Shamilia Connell to get it back into her rhythm, and that's the start. The dot ball helps you, not just produce it again.
Connell comes in for the last ball of her innings, back of a length again, and Brits just pushes this to extra cover for no run. That's the end of the third over. Score 25 for no loss. Brits on 17, Wolfhard on 6.
Yes, Shamilia Connell's 2 overs for 22 runs. That last over going for 17 runs. And that's not something that her captain will be very happy about. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do after this, because this pair seems to like the pace on the ball. So it could be a very interesting early introduction for spin with Hayley Matthews. Deandra Dotson can bowl a little bit of spin. So too can Anisa Mohammed. Not a bit. She bowls a lot. She's one of the best bowlers in the world. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what they do.
Coming in, Henry, it's a short pitch delivery on middle stump, and Laura Wolfhard just defending it for no run.
No room there.
Nothing.
Nothing given from the bowler. Really good ball. Just trapping Laura in there. Obviously, one of the things you'd want to add to your game, especially for the momentum purchase, is the ability to be able to score runs on balls like that. Yes, they're cramping you up for room, but maybe look to the leg side, look to playing to the leg side, or just look to playing with soft hands and calling your partner through.
Henry comes in, back of a leg delivery, and Laura Wolfhard just pushes that, but goes straight to Deandra Dotson at points. As much as, we want the singles, I'm okay. Tasman Brits is punishing almost anything that's slightly off. So it does give Wolfhard just some time to play herself in.
Mm-hmm.
It essentially is only the fourth over of the game, and they are traveling at well over 6 runs and over. So
it's actually currently 7.5.
Right, Henry comes into fuller length delivery, and Laura Wolfhard just drives this square past point and manages to get 2 runs as the cover sweeper does the fielding, scores 27 for no loss.
The first sighting of that beautiful drive of hers. This time it was a square drive coming off the thick edge of the bat and spinning away from that sweeper, having to do a lot of work there at that point boundary. 2 runs ensued for South Africa. Really good start for the South Africans, something that they would bite your hand off had you told them they'd be 27 without loss.
Henry coming in. It's another full-length delivery wide outside the off stump, and Wolfhard just opens the face and drives that and goes wide of third, and she gets another run.
There's a catcher there, Deandra Dotson at backward point, more gully-ish, more catching. Gully, and Laura Wolfhard has beaten that fielder twice now into balls, one on the outside and another one on the inside of that. But it is something that she needs to think about, because the West Indies are bowling it wide outside the off stump. You've got the slip, you've got that catching gully.
As Henry comes in back of the length well outside the off stump, Wolfhard just letting that go through. I like the idea that the West Indians have bowl wide outside of, she will nick one. Almost saying, take our fielders on, we dare you. Attack us, we're attacking you, attack us. So I like that idea, but she's equally up to the task. Playing with that backward point fielder. Do you come in? Do you go out? Do you go left? Do you go right? It's going to be frustrating. It's going to be a frustrating game. As Henry comes in, it's back of a leg. Laura Wolfhard on the offside. And on the front foot, just drives that to the cover sweeper boundary for 1 run.
Last one was from Tasman Brits, but good running from them, and her coming forward and playing that, just making that ball a little bit more of a half volley, trying to access that vacant offside behind past that ring. Not too vacant because there's a sweeper there, but an easy single, 29 without loss. Brits is on 18, or Wolfhard on 9. This current run rate, South Africa starting at a very fast pace of 7.2 runs and over. Interesting to see how that it naturalizes and it plateaus as it goes, because they can't continue at this rate. But you want them to hang around between 4.5, 5.
I don't see why you can't continue. Connell coming in from the golf course, and it's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. And Tasman Brits, no foot movement there, plays at it, but only gets the outside edge and is caught by Campbell. That is the first wicket for South Africa. They are 29 for 1, and that's the end of Brits' innings for 18.
And the West Indies are very happy. First good ball bowled so far from them, and it was a wicket-taking one outside the off stump, playing back at a ball she should be coming forward to, and it got the thinnest of edges. Shemaine Campbell doing her job behind the stumps, and the West Indies finally have a breakthrough. As I said, going at this fast pace, there is a time for correction. That time for the West Indies probably starting now.
It's very disappointing start, getting off to a flyer and giving her wicket away. That does bring in Annika Bosch, who this will be her first appearance in this tour. Her stats, this is her 9th appearance in the Proteas colours. She has 106 runs with a highest score being 58, an average of 26.5, and a healthy strike rate. So she is someone who is busy at the crease and wants to score runs. So very exciting to see.
Yes, and she's been playing a lot of emerging South Africa cricket with Tasman Britain. They've been the two dominant batters in that side, scoring hundreds. I think in the Bangladesh tour, she was the top run scorer. Against Thailand, she was the top run scorer. I think even against Zimbabwe, she was the top run scorer. We even got a contract to the BBL where she played a few games in the BBL for the Brisbane Heat. Her last match was last year in South Africa-India tour South Africa's tour to India in Lucknow. She also did quite well there. I think she scored a 56 there. That's where her high score.
Connell comes in to Annika Bosch. It's a full-length delivery, and Annika Bosch just defending that for no run. Very interesting. I like how her career is now blossoming, and she's been scoring heaps of runs in domestic cricket for Northwest, and now is blooming, flourishing. In
she's one of the batters and one of the players who are sitting in that, just behind that Proteas squad, looking to make their way in as
Connell comes in, it's full outside the off stump, and Annika Bosch slashes at it, and it just goes wide of the fielder at gully for 1 run.
That's a chance there. There was a fielder at gully, more catching, a lot closer, and Nisa Mohammed was that fielder. She dove to her right, couldn't get there, but there's a bit of a chance there for the West Indies. A little bit of a loose shot from the new batter.
You know, she'll be disappointed with that shot as Connell comes in to full fight. It's back of a leg, but the line is straight on the hips of Laura Wolfhard, and she just tucks that past the keeper for boundary on fine leg. That was a very fine shot, and disappointing for Connell considering how good this over has been so far.
Well, it's feast or famine with Amelia Connell. You don't know what you're going to get. You're either going to get a rip snorter that dismisses Tasman Brits, and you're going to get another one just a wayward down the leg side that's easy pickings for the South Africans. She needs to try and be as consistent as possible.
Connell comes in. It's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. Full fight, slashing at it, but missing. The score is 34 for 1. Full fight on 13 and Bosch on 1.
Laura played all around that one. It came inside of her bat. There was a massive gap between bat and pad there. And luckily for her, no edge. But Shamelia Connell just getting a sense that she feels that she's in the money and she can get another money ball like she did at the start of the over.
Connell coming in for the last ball of her over. It's a full-length delivery on the off stump, and Laura Wolfhard just defending that. That's the end of the 5th over. The score is 34 for 1. Full fight on 13. Bosch on 1. And in this over, the all-important wicket of Tasman Brits was taken. She was caught behind by Campbell for 18.
Yes, that is what has happened in this over. Really disappointing for Tasman Brits, who got a start but isn't converting those starts into big runs. Laura Wolfhard's now on 13. She'll have to anchor this innings. If you look at the way South Africa's batting is, they're back to number 6 with Chloe Tryon there. Then you've got Nadine de Klerk, who can wield the bat and bat a little bit. Her average is in the high teens. But the bulk of the run scoring has to lie with this top 6, and Laura Wolfhard has to bat through the 50 overs.
Annika Bosch is on strike. Chanel Henry coming in from the corner drive end. It's a back of a leg delivery, but very wide, and it's been called wide by the umpire. Disappointing start, but you can see the plan. They want to bowl wide outside.
Look at the field. Slip, gully, backward point on the circle. You've got an extra cover. You've also got a mid-off, mid-on. There's fine leg on the boundary. You've also got the third man on the boundary. They're trying to tempt Laura into edging it.
Right, Annika Bosch is also well wide outside the off stump. It's not wide, but it's a dot ball. And Gabosh not playing at that at all. And that is the plan. She wants to play. She is an aggressive batter. The ball is moving away. So
what they're saying is, if you get it past the ring, well, good, well done for you. But we've got a lot of our fielders there, so it has to be it's going to be risky, and if you're willing to take that risk.
Henry coming in. It's a full length delivery, and Gabosh slashes at it, and it just goes wide of first slip, diving to her right, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. And as we said, risky.
There's the trap. There's the trap. They set it for her. It didn't go straight into first slip's hand. She had to dive to her right, missing it. But it's very streaky. I'm sure Laura's going to have a word with her, because this isn't how you need to be playing right early in the innings. And also in the last over, this happened again. So this is now the second time this has happened. Is it going to be third time lucky for the West Indies?
I think, that they are hoping. They've moved Anisa Mohammed wider. As Henry comes in, it's another ball wide off stump, and that's another dot ball. They want that catch. They sense that Gabosh is going to slash at another one. They've moved Anisa Mohammed wider.
She's more second slip now.
Yes, she's now almost in between. She's almost in between, and they still want to tempt her.
Yeah, Sakira Salman at gully. I think Stefanie Taylor was thinking of moving that gully fielder out, but she sends her back into a much more catching gully.
As Henry comes in, it's a full length delivery on the off stump, and Gabosh just defending that for no run.
There's the double bluff. She was expecting the ball to go outside. She's gotten a series of balls going outside, and the first one in the block hole straight. Good presence of mind and great vision from Anna Gabosh to defend that out. So West Indies, Chanel Henry going deep in her bag.
Henry continuing from the quarter drive end. Back of a length, outside the off stump, and Bosch leaving that for no run.
Good over from Chanel Henry, playing catch with the keeper. It is no run, so dot balls are gold in this format. Really good over so far from Chanel Henry, setting a trap and nearly getting that execution. And she's sticking to her plans. She did that for Laura in the previous over. She's doing this for Anna Gabosh. Really good bowling so far.
Henry comes in for the last ball of her over. It's a full length delivery, and Bosch, trusting her knowledge of her off-stump lets that go through for no run. That's the end of the 6th over. Scores 39 for 1. Wolfhard on 13, Bosch on 5. And this is partnership bowling.
Yeah.
Henry is bowling tight, not giving too much away, and bowling to the plan. She's 3 overs for 12 runs. And Connell, yes, has been a little bit wayward. They want to attack her, but she's getting the wickets.
Yes.
So fantastic partnership bowling here. Connell maybe would want to be a little bit more consistent, would maybe pick up 1 or 2 more.
But she got the breakthrough.
She got the breakthrough, but this is great partnership bowling from these two.
Yes, you can see now just 1 slip, no gully. This is backward point fielder for Laura.
Connell coming in. It's a full-length delivery on off stump, and Wolfhard just pushing that back towards mid-wicket for no run.
You see, the West Indies are very aware of Laura's cover drive. We've got that sweeper out there. We've got third man on the boundary. We've got an extra fielder on the leg side. As fine leg is in the ring, got mid-wicket and mid-on.
Connell coming in past the umpire. It's a full-length delivery on off stump, and Laura Wolfhard just pushes that, drives it actually, to check drive to mid-off. And no run. Would feel she missed out. It was almost a half volley, and that timing just left or right of that field that could be runs.
It's 2 dot balls so far in this over. Connell now finding that line and length and that rhythm.
Connell comes in from the golf course, ends back of a leg outside the off stump. Wolfhard on her back foot just punches that to the cover sweeper boundary for 1 run. The score now is 40 for 1.
Yes, yeah. And then obviously Courtney Walsh and Stefanie Taylor looking to see if this pair can give them that early innings control going into the World Cup. Remember, these two teams will play each other on the 23rd of March at the Basin Reserve in New Zealand this World Cup. Everyone's going to play each other once, and then they'll have the semi-finals.
Right, and it's a full-length delivery on middle stump. Annika Bosch wanting to push that into the leg side, but Kate's leading edge, and it balloons up, and a great diving catch from Deandra Dotton, and that brings the end to Annika Bosch's innings for 5 runs.
And another breakthrough coming from Shamilia O'Connell, getting the leading edge this time, the ball swinging into the right-handed Annika Bosch. She looked to shape it to that leg side, it popped up, and Deandra Dotton with one of the better catches you'll see this in 2022, catching that low on the left-hand side, a one-handed catch. Really awesome to see. The plan has paid off.
Fantastic bowling here, and as we said, one tight over brings a wicket, and these two working in tandem, great partnership, great communication skills. It's all going wrong for the South Africans, scoring at a very quick rate, 6 runs per over so far as the run rate achieved, but they would not be happy with 2 wickets within the first 10 overs.
West Indies clawing their way back into this game. South Africa had a really good start, but now they're coming back into it slowly. The opening bowlers are giving them the control that Stefanie Taylor needs, and now we're seeing more catches for Sunelis.
Sunelis is the new batter in. The captain is now in, and she is facing her first ball as Connell comes in. It's a full-length delivery, and Lees just defends that and goes to the leg side for no run.
She's played 90. This is a 92nd game. She has an average of about 21, and she'll be hoping to. She hasn't scored a century. She's got a lot. She's scored 850s in ODIs, so she'll be hoping to score big and support Laura Wolfhard on that other end.
As Connell comes in, it's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. Lees playing at it for the drive, but not very convincingly, and lucky to miss the outside edge. And that brings the end to the 7th over. Score is 40 for 2. Lees yet to get off the mark, and Wolfhard on 14.
1 run off that Shamilia O'Connell over, but it also got a wicket. She's gone for 617 in an over, but that last over was pure class. The wicket taker for this West Indian side, as you say, she's bowling well with Chanel Henry, but it's just incredible bowling to watch as these two are opening up the game for the West Indies. Now, here comes the work for South Africa.
As Henry continues from the corner drive end, past the umpire, back of a length outside the off stump. Laura Wolfhard just rocking onto the back foot and punching it to the fielder.
You almost get a sense that the West Indians are happy to give Laura that single so they could bowl a lot more balls to the new batters. Now you've got Sunelis. She hasn't scored a lot of runs in this series. I think she scored 28 in 24 in this series.
And 47 in the last ODI.
She scored 47 in the last ODI. I beg your pardon. So she'll be hoping to try and take this game as deep as possible with these two. Right now, it's no longer about how many runs to put on the board. It's now about taking the game as deep as possible, getting to the 50th over, and seeing what you can get from there.
Henry comes in. It's a back of a length ball and outside the off stump. Lees covering her off stump and letting that go past.
So here's the thing: the new batters for the West Indies get a field set of second slip or wideish first slip with Anisa Mohammed. You've got Shakira Salman at that catching gully, Deandra Dotton back at point. You've got point. You've also got extra cover. You've got mid on the leg side. That's Hayley Matthews. You've also got a fine leg on the boundary and a third man.
Henry coming in back of a length again, while outside the off stump. Lees just leaving that for another dot ball.
The question is, I'm going to bowl it outside that off stump 5th channel line. If you want to play at it, it's your call. It's a very risky shot, and let's see whether you'll fall into the same trap as your previous batters have done so far.
They wanted to play, and they know the class that Laura Wolfhard has. She can manipulate those fielders in the covers. So give her the single. As Henry comes in, it's a short-length delivery, but also while outside the off stump, Lees not falling into the trap and letting that go through to the keeper. Score is 41 for 2. Wolfhard's on 15, and Lees is still yet to get off the mark.
That is true. Lee's still having to get off the mark. She's going to feel a lot of pressure with his attacking field from the West Indies. 7-2 field in an ODI. Whenever you last saw that.
Lee's another one outside your step. She just leaves. It's another dot ball. Not very often, especially in limited overs cricket. Not too often you will see a 7-2 field with the two batters that are in right now.
Yes, that's and normally you'd want to give protection down the leg side, but what Stefanie Taylor is saying, just bowl that channel outside the off stump. They have to score runs, and they're going to have to come and take a risk.
Henry, it's a full length delivery just outside full stump, and Lee's just pushing that to the covers. But it is well fielded by the captain herself, Stefanie Taylor. That brings the end to the 8th over. The score is 41 for 2. Wolfhard on 15. Lee's still yet to get off the mark.
That was one of the few bad balls Chanel Henry has bowled today. That was a half volley and went straight to the field at extra cover. So it's still a bit unlucky for Sinead Lees because she connected that really well. Really good timing of that one. Just that couldn't beat the fielder. So Laura Wolfhard with a much more spread field, much more even, 6-3 field, dominant to the offside with that sweeper on the point boundary.
Connell coming in. It's a back of a length delivery. Wolfhard rocking back and punching it, but straight to Hayley Matthews at extra cover.
That's really Shamelia Connell's just found her rhythm in the last 2.5 overs, and she is bowling really well from that golf course end. Putting the South African batters under pressure with those tight line and lengths outside the off stump. She's a lot more straighter than Henry and just forcing the batters to play.
Connell comes in. It's a back of a length delivery. Wolfhard on the front foot. Present her bat, but very quickly hides it as that ball nips away past the outside edge for a dot.
An ooh and ah moment for the West Indies as Laura Wolfhard plays at that one. Really good. It was a play to miss, and really good for the West Indies to see that Shamelia Connell is on that money.
Connell coming in again to Laura Wolfhard. It's a fuller length delivery on middle stump, and Wolfhard just pushing that, but goes straight to mid wicket. No run there.
Yes, she's got protection for that straight to ball. Mid wicket picking that one up. Connell just mixing it up a little bit. So one outside the off stump, one a little bit straighter, testing Laura Wolfhard's defenses.
Connell coming in. It's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump, and Wolfhard just pushes that extra cover running around, but misfields, and they still manage to scamper in for an easy single.
The great thing about that one is that they ran before the misfield, so they were putting pressure on Hayley Matthews at extra cover. And it's something that these South Africans will need to try and do, to just put a little bit more pressure back onto the field. They're under pressure, and you need to transfer it back to the opposition. And the one way is trying to get singles and rotating the strike.
We see Connell coming into Sinead Lees. There's still a gully and a slip. It's a back of a length delivery outside the off stump. Lees just leaving that for very easy lead, essentially.
And left that on length.
Yeah. you would almost expect that they know that these two, if they get going, they bat well together. They know each other quite well, having played a lot of cricket together.
But also, they know the West Indies know if they get 2 wickets from here, they're in the business. You got Nadine de Klerk and Chloe Tryon batting, and you effectively opened the game up.
Connell coming in, it's the last ball of her over. It's a fuller length delivery on middle and off, and Lee's just defending it for no run. That's the end of the 9th over. The score is 42 for 2. Wolfhard on 60, and Lee's still yet to get off the mark. That will be playing on her mind. She will want to get going. She's not a batter that likes to wait around.
But Sean, in these moments where you're 2 down, 9 overs in, you've already done the large part of the job. It buys you time, especially after that 17-run over. If it was more about 27 for 2, she'd have felt a little bit more pressure. The time will come for her to, as the pressure boils over. However, having Laura Wolfhard on the other end gives her a little bit more space.
Henry coming in from the golf course end. To Laura Wolfhard, it's back of a length on off stump, and Wolfhard just rocking back and defending it. I do understand, but as a batter, and especially a top order batter, you don't want to stay on North for too long, especially in limited overs cricket. Even if it's just you're getting off the mark, you feel that you are contributing to the score.
But that's the one thing I think about Sinead's game is she doesn't have that ability to find the easy runs in and around or on the square necessarily, where you can just drop it and run.
Henry's back of a length outside the off stump. Laura Wolfhard just rocking back and placing this between extra cover and mid off, but not getting the distance, and comes in for an easy single.
Yes, if you look at that shot, that looked a little bit not controlled by Laura Wolf. So she went on her back foot. Her bottom hand didn't go fully through that shot, and it just rolled to extra cover. But luckily for her, it was all the way on the floor.
Henry coming into Sinead Lees. Back of a length outside the off stump, Lees just letting that go through. No danger to her, no need to play at it. And you would think that the ideal option would be to go across. We saw Deandra Dotton do that in the first ODI where they were bowling that channel and she walked across her stumps. Would that be an option for Sinead?
Look, I think with Henry bowling that wide line, she can come across. She's standing very far out on her crease now, but it might render her unbalanced.
That's another ball from Henry to Lees outside the off stump. He's just letting that go through for the dog.
Because I don't want her playing the ball on the walk, and also it might help try evade some of those fielders there, but it's still a very risky shot to play. But she needs to find a way to try and get onto off stump and direct the balls down to the leg side. It's very vacant on the leg side, 7-2. There's no fielder between fine leg and mid-wicket catching. So if you can get a sense, it's a wide expanse of nobody.
Henry coming in, fuller length delivery on fourth stump. Lees just pushing that to extra cover. No run.
Slightly on the up there, that little push. If I was greedy at a Stefani Taylor, extra cover would come slightly a few more spaces in for that type of a shot. But the West Indies have effectively closed down shop on Sinead Lees.
It's very exciting, but this is probably going to be the last over of her first spell. So we'll see what happens as Henry comes in. It's the last ball of her over, short and wide. No foot movements on Sinead Lees. She plays and misses. That's the end of the 10th over. The score is 43-2.
South Africa have scored 2 runs in the last 10 balls. It's something that needs to change there as we have a commentary change. Thank you very much to Sean Mayers as we bring in Lerato Malikutu to come and join me. Score 43-2 at the end of the first power play. Laura Wolfhard is on 17. Sinead Lees is on hasn't scored yet. Tasman Brits was out for 18. Caught behind by Shemaine Campbell off the bowling of Shamilia Connell, as well as Annika Bosch caught behind by Deandra Dotton at gully or backward point with a really lovely catch for 5. Now we have Shamilia Connell resuming at the top on the golf course. And how are you doing?
Good afternoon, Paul. I'm good, thanks. Very entertaining first 10 overs.
Yes, it is, as the umpire signals the end of the power play, which means you can have 4 more fielders outside the 2. 3 fielders outside the ring will get you that as Connell comes in from the golf course end, straight on off stump. Laura Wolfhard plays that out to the leg side for a single. Quick single taken there. Laura has that 6-3 field, and so just an easy push out to square leg.
No doubt Stefani Taylor will want to keep that pressure on. I don't think she'll be looking to relax her field too much.
I think the West Indies are coming the single to Laura so they can attack the new batters. Third man in, first slip gully. There is the sweeper out for Sinead Lees, and that extra cover coming in slightly as a full and block hole ball into Sinead Lees. It was an in-swinger, and she defended that and dug that out valiantly out to mid-off. No run there. West Indies are in the ascendancy right now.
Absolutely. I think after winning the toss and sending South Africa into bat, it looks like it is a new strip. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure they were hoping to get good movement from their pace bowlers. which they're really doing that work here for them now.
And they've done that really well. Connell into Sune loose outside the off stump, and it's an edge, the thick edge that goes straight to backward point. Sune cannot get off that duck. She's really starting to get a little bit frustrated at that because that was a loose ball. She played at that one, but found the fielder.
No, it's brilliant bowling from Connell. She's really not giving Sine any width at all to play with, really getting it into that block hole area.
Yes. Shamelia Connell coming into Sine loose, who's still yet to get off the mark. This one's full and straight on off stump and driven with a straight back bat down to mid-on. No run.
It's been a marathon opening, spell from Connell and Henry. I'm interested to see how Taylor will switch up her bowlers for the second spells.
Well, we've got Shakira Salman as the other quick in their lineup as Connell comes in down the leg side. Now finally Sine gets off the mark with a push down to the square leg. They're going to come through for 2 as Shakira Salman goes out to that square leg boundary to pick it up. She's finally off the mark, and the rest of South Africa can take a deep breath out.
Connell making her first mistake on the over there, giving Sine a nice one down the leg side there. I think she'll be very relieved. It's always good to get, that one off.
Mm-hmm. And as you speak about the spell, the next change bowlers are going to be so key for the West Indies to try to keep up this pressure. Connell into Sine loose. This one's full on off stump. She drives that one more of a half volley, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. She's playing the shots. She's not getting the runs. I just hope she's not getting frustrated. End of that over, 46 for 2.
I think it's important for her to have Wolfhard on the other end, keeping her calm. They're both very experienced and would know how to, negotiate the situation. But back to your bowlers, Henry, she bowled superbly in the last match. She's been rewarded by opening the bowling this match. So Salman will probably come in next and really keep up that momentum, keep up that pressure with the ball.
Yes, she will, and you need that. We're talking about bowling partnerships, but bowling as a team. Your openers have given you a chance and have opened up the game for you. Now it's time to control that. As the first ball of Chanel Henry's 6th over from that quarter drive end is full outside the off stump, driven straight to the field at extra cover. Good to see the West Indies still using that. We're going to bowl in that outside channel and let Laura do what she does best, but do it with a lot of fielders on that offside. 6-3 field. They went straight to extra cover. She's got a backwards point as well as a sweeper. A lot squarer at point on the boundary. This one's full and straight. Back of a length and straight, I beg your pardon, and defended off the back foot down to the bowler. No run. 46 for 2.
It's such an interesting game of cat and mouse because, Laura's cover drives are world-renowned. The West Indies will know that. And it's about who wants it more, who's going to make that mistake. And
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry.
Especially with Laura Wolfhard right now. Henry into Laura Wolfhard. Short ball outside the off stump, slapped. And great save at backward point by Deandra Dotton. A single has been taken. I think the West Indies would be comfortable with a single. I think she saved us a near 4, certain 4 with that parry off of her. She looks like a goalkeeper out there in the middle. She got a really lovely catch on the left-hand side, and this time coming to her right and saving that with a lovely stop. Really good fielding. 47 for 2. Laura Wolfhard on 19. Henry into Sunelis gets the edge off of the 4 ball. It bounces just in front of Anisa Mohammed. It will race away to the boundary for 4 runs. Streaky 4, but South Africa is not going to complain because there's no wicket and it's 4 runs to the total.
Absolutely, but I don't think West Indies will complain either. That's what they want. They've kept the slip in even after the power play, really showing their intent, their attacking nature, and more of that. And I'm sure that the captain will be happy with Henry.
Yeah, it brings up 50 runs for South Africa, 51 for 2, with Sunelius going up to 6 with that 4. This one was a lot closer on off stump, forcing Sune to play at that one. And you can see the slip and the keeper now closer as Henry comes into Sune loose. Lots straighter. This one is actually not straighter, wider as Sune slashes that one to point. The sweeper picks that up for a single.
This is good batting by Sune. Sometimes if the boundaries aren't coming, just look out for the single to relieve the pressure and also get your inform batter on strike.
If I asked Stefani Taylor, that point sweeper should be coming in inside as another catcher. As Henry in another one outside the off stump to Laura Volfart, who drives this one to that sweeper again. Another single taken. A very expensive over so far for the West Indies. 7 coming off of that. It's 9 coming off of that over as the South African score goes up to 53 for 2. Volfart on 20, Sinead Lees on 7.
This partnership now on 13, I think we saw in the last match, and the captain said it as well, how it's important not to have that top order collapse. Volfart and Brooks have been laying the foundation, but usually when either gets out, the top order sort of fades away. So this is an important partnership, and it's also important for them as well. Like you said, to get some runs under the belt.
So the West Indies going to their leading wicket taker in this series. She's tied with Karishma Ramharak, who isn't playing today. It is Hayley Matthews, right arm off spin. Bowler, she's taken 4 wickets this series. Her best score in the series was 2 for 21 in the last ODI. She really was good, creating breakthroughs for her team. She'll be bowling to the right-handed Laura Volfart from the golf course end. A short one that Laura plays outside the off stump to the sweeper on the boundary for a single. So the field is a slip. We've got the fielder back at point, sweeper on the point boundary, extra cover in the circle, mid-off in the circle, mid-on, mid-wicket catching, mid-wicket on the boundary, as well as a square leg on the boundary. This one's a lot straighter to Sinead Lees. She plays it off the back foot out to the sweeper on the offside. She'll feel a lot more comfortable with the bowling of Hayley Matthews. There isn't a lot of turn at the Wanderers. So it's more about flight and guile rather than getting it to rip and turn as Matthews comes in with a Harbhajan-esque action. This one is short, played off the back foot by Laura Volfart through to that cover boundary. Sweeper making a lot of ground. Great stop there by Chidin Nation. And 2 runs coming off of that. She made a really great diving stop at the boundary. 57 for 2.
Absolutely. Great shot from Laura. You can see her it's almost like a release, It's in her area. It's how she wants to relax the arms and get them out.
Down the leg side and pulled, trying to split the 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, but she cannot. Can Laura Volfart, but a single has been taken. Not a lot of good bowling from Hayley Matthews. Her length has been very short. So she'd be wanting to just push it up a little bit more, getting a ball to dart in, making the South African batters think quickly about what they're wanting to do. It's a little bit easier right now as Hayley comes in. That one's a much better ball, played off the back foot straight to the field at extra cover for no run.
Better length, that definitely. Sinead really just trying to, evasive action, trying to keep that ball out.
Because the South Africans will want to attack Hayley Matthews and ask Stefani Taylor to bring somebody else in. You gotta target one of the bowlers, and I think Hayley Matthews could be that, even though she's the leading wicket taker. As this one's full on off stump, Sinead Lees comes forward to defend that one. No run to end the 13th, 58 for 2. Lees on 8, Volfart on 24.
And that's probably how she's been getting her wickets, Batsmen attacking her. We saw her bowling in the super over, which I thought was, really brave and a great move, obviously, for the West Indies.
I thought it was a mark of how she's grown as a bowler, that she's now being entrusted with with bowling in the super over. Obviously you've got in a team where you've got Anisa Mohammed, you've got DeAndre Dotton, you've got all these paces around. Hayley Matthews doesn't get to bowl that often, and so really good to see that she was trusted with that, and she came good. Defending 26, which isn't too hard to defend. But nonetheless, Henry in from the corner drive end, outside the off stump ball. Laura Volfart coming forward to a full ball, getting a thickish outside edge that bounces in front of the fielder back at point for no run. The trap is still being set. Not so much like Sinead Lees, but it's still being set. Slip, backward point. You've got extra cover on the ring, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket for the straighter ball that goes through that leg side, and you've got your 2 fielders at third man and fine leg. Henry in for her second ball in the 7th over. Outside the off stump, and Laura Volfart, I beg your pardon, slashes that one. Goes straight through to Shemaine Campbell. Another play and a miss, which has happened quite a few times today, Larato. I'm not sure if it's worrying signs for the South Africans, but I'm sure it is a very promising signs for the West Indies.
And I guess that's why Henry's coming in for her 7th over on the trot. The captain can sense that she's going to be the one to break this partnership.
She's been the most economical of the 3 bowlers. This one's off the back foot, played out to the offside, still that wide line, and the easy single taken out to point boundary for 1, so it's 26. Laura Volfart goes up to 59, or 25, I beg your pardon.
Absolutely. I think, from Henry's point of view, she's really been trying to keep that channel, like you said. Her captain's backing her, giving her, relatively attacking field with that slip still in place.
Yeah, same field to Sune Loose. Still outside the off stump, Sune plays and misses at a wide one. She came forward, could not connect to it, and the West Indians are going to be really happy to see that, because it's a mark of a batter who doesn't know where her off stump is and is struggling with the swing of the ball.
Absolutely. I feel the pressure building here with every dot ball that comes. South Africa wants to make a play, but the West Indies are keeping it patient. They're keeping it in that line, and something has to give.
Yes,
either a 4 or a wicket.
Yes, it's that boiling point. That one's full and straight, and as you say, it is a punch through to extra cover for 4. It was either going to be a wicket, or it was either going to be a boundary. It ended up being a boundary. Well done, Sinelius. Great shot. As she punched that one and put pressure back on the West Indies, 63 for 2.
Absolutely. She moves on to 12, and, she'll really have that, that shot giving her some confidence. I think she's very much a confidence player, and, being able to connect that is going to do her a world of good.
Yes, Henry over pitching that last one. This next one is short, and Sinelius plays that off the back foot on that off-stump line to the fielder at extra cover. End of the over, 63 for 2. This partnership is now with 23, as Volfart is on 25 and Luce is on 12.
Both teams have come into this match with a few changes. What have you made of them, Paul?
Look, I'm happy to see that team. West Indies are only bringing back like a superstar in Anisa Mohammed. 134 matches, this 135th, 171 wickets. But South Africa looking to give people a chance. Annika Bosch getting a chance now for Laura Goodall. Raisiben Tozaki, I'm really happy for Slice. It's been a really tough 3 years for her. So it's good to see her back in the side as Hayley Matthews resumes from the golf course end. And this one's a lot straighter. On off stump, a lot fuller actually, and defended out off the back foot to the offside. Extra cover picking that up and a run. And Mlaba is out from Tozaki, and then Nadine de Klerk coming in to add a little bit of batting in that lower middle order to just at least make that batting look a little bit longer. As this next ball's down the leg side, pulled straight to the fielder at square leg boundary. That's Rashada Williams. She struggled with the long barrel stop earlier today, did Rashada Williams, that led to a 4, but good to see that this time she's a safe pair of hands. Single taken, 64 for 2.
I see Anisa Mohammed twisting her shoulders there, perhaps getting ready to come in from the other end. Have the spin pins on, really trying to control the match when it's at this almost, I don't want to say pedestrian, but, it's very much...
It is almost like it slows down.
Yeah, it just slows down.
And I think it's the one thing that a lot of the decision makers in world cricket really struggle with ODI cricket is that there's a point where it does actually get very pedestrian. This one's a lot fuller and darted in, played off the back foot there. Will Saffkins took a very quick single and they made it very in as that ball went straight to extra cover. Went a little bit quicker than Sinelius expected, but Laura Volfart having that great presence of mind, calling her striker back in. 65 for 2. Lease on 13. Hayley Matthews bowling to Laura Volfart from that golf course end. Short ball pulled straight to the fielder, Rashada Williams. This time the long barrel stops works again for her, and it will be a single being taken. Volfart on 27. Now, it's going to be quite interesting to see how Anisa Mohammed bowls. I don't think she's played a lot of cricket in the past few months, so I'm really excited to view that because she's one of the more exciting bowlers in world cricket. This one's a lot fuller, darted in. Lucinelli is coming forward to defend that one back to the bowler, no run.
Absolutely. She's she's sitting on 296, international wickets. She's, actually, beg your pardon, 300. She's, she's
Yes.
aiming for a big milestone. I know that.
Yes, she is. Hayley Matthews into Sunelise. It's a full ball and straight and driven out. More dugout as it was more blockable out to mid on for no run. End of the 15th over, 66 for 2. Wolfhard on 27, Sunelise on 13. It gives us time to take a break and have a drink. The drinks break has now started, and it's a time for the teams to reassess. Lerato, in terms of the reassessing, what do you in the South African camp would be wanting to convey to the two out in the middle?
I think certainly for Laura Wolfhard and Sunelise is to keep going. They had a bit of a nervy time when they were both, early at the crease, but they seem to have settled into a good rhythm. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking, and there's still a lot of time in this game. They don't need to, really be expansive, get too many risky shots out the way. They need to just buckle down and really build this partnership one
and
right
aim
at a
to
time.
bat 50 overs. And if they bat 50 overs, they'll have a competitive total on the board, more around about 230, 240 is what I'm expecting today. Obviously, you cannot expect a DeAndre Dotson special all the time, but you also can't be able to plan for that. Just plan for what you think normally is a good score here, and it's round about there. West Indies, I think Lerato, if I was Courtney Walsh, I would say keep attacking. Keep
Absolutely.
that line length outside the stump. Laura, give her those singles. She's not going to hurt you if she's scoring singles. Let's see what Sunelise is going to do on the other end, because she's looked a little bit shaky with the ball outside the stump and shaping away. But it's going to be interesting to see how Salman and Chadine Nation really come through after this. Obviously, Hayley Matthews has bowled a really nice over of 3. So that's probably going to be her on the one end, just bowling out her 10. But on the other end, at the caller drive end, is going to be somebody who needs to be switched on. You always need to be switched on at that first change. You can't just.
You can't, let all the hard work that the other bowlers have done slip away. And I think they showed on Friday as well how they can bowl as a unit. That was a real collective effort from them. Each bowler knew their roles, stuck to their plans, and that's how they were able to bowl South Africa out for such a low total. So I think more of the same is needed today. Like you said, Stefanie Taylor still has a lot of good options for her to come. So there's no need for that pressure that they've built to sort of disappear. So the next few overs are definitely, not few, but, in this chunk of the, like we say, pedestrian part of the match, it's important to still keep that pressure.
Oh, yeah. And, man, I think that's a lot of people have been talking about ODIs and how slow they are, or ODIs not being the poor cousin to T20s and tests. And people are saying, no, just scrap ODIs. But there's still value in this, and it's still really good to see how you can, beat a team, beat a nation over a day.
Absolutely.
50 overs. And now finally, we've been talking about Anisa Mohammed. She is now coming in. Anisa Mohammed will be bowling from the caller drive end. She has 171 wickets in ODI cricket, a best of 7 for 14 versus Pakistan and Mirpur. She's been playing since she was 16. She made a debut against Japan. So she's also 7th on the most ever Ducks list. Lazelle Lee is also on that list, tied with her on 12. Anisa Mohammed coming in from the caller drive in. A little bit of a round arm action to Laura Wolfhard, who plays this one off the back foot out to the sweeper at the point boundary for no run. So the field for Anisa Mohammed, you've got backward point. DeAndre Dotson, you've got a sweep on the point boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket catching, mid wicket on the boundary. And you also got square leg on the boundary and a fine leg in the ring. Anisa Mohammed giving it a bit of flight in this one, beating the bat as Sunelise coming forward and playing at that. Shemaine Campbell made a meal of the catch behind. So it wasn't a lot of drama, but a little bit of a chance there for the West Indians. Anisa resuming again. Round arm action down the leg side. She's got protection there at square leg. Easy sweep from Sunelise for a single. 68 for 2.
She's really been a champion for the West Indies throughout her career. And I think for them, it would have been very good to see Ramhara coming in and doing so well, because, the future's bright. And
we're waiting to see Afi to play as well. This one straight outside the off stump. No run. Afi Fletcher, who was on maternity leave, coming back into the side as another option, and she's a leg break bowler. I'm a fan of leg break bowlers. I think every team should play a leg break bowler. Anisa Mohammed, fourth ball of her over. This one's a lot full outside the off stump, driven by Laura Volfart to extra cover. No run.
No, absolutely. The leg spinner, like we say, always gives you that wicket taking option.
Especially to be able to take the ball away from a very right-handed dominant field in terms of the batters. It's always an option. Anisa coming in for the last ball of her over. This one a lot straighter and played off the back foot as Laura Volfart, giving her herself room out to the point fielder on the boundary for a single. End of the 16th over, 69 for 2. Mohammed's first over for 3. South Africa and the West Indies are now entering this period where they're going to be wrestling for control of this ODI. A very important period right now, as I think one of South Africa's weaker sides of the game is their batting. The West Indies' weaker side is their bowling. And so it's a really good contest to see. And then later on tonight, we've got the best of South Africa being the bowling with Shabnim Ismail, Aya Abomakaku, who took 5 wickets in the last game, against DeAndre Dotton, Stefanie Taylor, Hayley Matthews. That's going to be really good to see. I see Hayley Matthews too. Laura Volfart, this one down the leg side, easy single down to square leg.
Absolutely. We might call it, the pedestrian part of the match, but really is the most important part of the match, definitely. I think West Indies shouldn't relax, like you said. At the drinks break, it's easy to sort of take your foot off and really let South Africa slowly grow this partnership. It's on 30 right now.
Yes. Hayley Matthews into Snowless a lot fuller, this time defended on the offside. And if you look at the history of ODIs, this is where, from 15 to 40, this is where games are won. Whoever wins this period wins the game most of the times. And so it's really good. It's a really intriguing part of the game. I enjoy this part of the game. A lot of the strategy, trying to figure out how you take wickets, how to restrict plays. Oh, this is straight up. And Soneli's making a meal of that ball, but she manages to pull it out and get it back down in time, as that one was spearing into an off stump. And a really, really good save there from Sonelis.
That was a lucky escape.
It's a very lucky escape. Hayley Matthews this time, a lot shorter and swept down to square leg. Rashada Williams, the fielder, for a single.
Yeah, and Snelly's almost trying to go off the back foot there, but not really executing the shot she wanted.
Oh, man, if it wasn't for that bat coming down in time, we saw all 3 stumps. It was a really well-disguised ball from Hayley Matthews, as well as this one's outside the off stump. And Laura punches that out, looking to take a single. She takes a few steps down the wicket. And Sonelis is like, I'm not going back there. So you have to go back. So that's a no run there. 71 for 2.
No, that was nearly a crisis there. I think Laura saw an opportunity, but there definitely wasn't a run there.
Yes. Hayley Matthews, not well known for bowling, but she's really given the West Indies something in the series. This one's a lot shorter and pulled through to mid-wicket. It's going to split the fielders and race away for 4. Really good shot from Laura Volfart, playing that as late as possible and dragging that across the line for 4 runs. 75 for 2.
Absolutely. She moves on to 34. She's really building her innings nicely now. You can see her, almost expressing herself a lot more. Those nerves that are there when you sort of starting your innings out there. She's finding her shots and really, keeping that scoreboard ticking. South Africa looking good now.
And this is the other side of giving Laura singles at the beginning of overs, giving her time at the crease to stay there. Now she's in that mode where she's going to punish you. So what you need as the West Indies is to get her out. Because she could, like DeAndre Dotton in that first ODI, put you under immense pressure and take the game away. Spin twins, which is always a great term for me to say. 4-5 field for Anisa Mohammed with a sweeper on the point boundary, square leg on the boundary, as well as mid-wicket on the boundary. We've also got a catching mid-wicket as well on the square. This one is a lot wider outside the off stump and let go by Sonelis. First ball of that over from the caller drive end. She's on 15 not out.
Twins, and Mohammed is a twin.
Yes, she is a twin. This ball is played outside the off stump. Sunae playing at that with a flat batted shot. She got a bit of an edge that bounced just in front of DeAndre Dalton. She was thinking of going to get the catch, but she was stuck in that no man's land that she went too far forward and she committed, and the ball just rolled past her. But single taken. Score goes up to 76, but a heart in the mouth moment for the South Africans as Anissa Mohammed bowls to Laura Wolfhard. It's a lot straighter. The South Africans playing on the back foot, which is very scary, playing that out to extra cover for Naran.
Absolutely, definitely. That foot is not the option
You
here.
just need one to go a little bit quicker and Bob's your uncle. As Mohammed comes in, there's a lot straighter. There's an LBW appeal as it hits Laura Wolfhard on the pad, but the umpire says not out. I think largely because of line. A little bit high there. So she did come outside that off stump. Did Laura Wolfhard get a really good stride in? Another ball from Anissa Mohammed, and Laura Wolfhard just punches that out to extra cover with a very full stride in. No run. And this is what you want as the West Indies, to just slow the game down, to slow it down, force the batters to try and make a play. And in making a play, as we now see long on, mid on, going to long on, so it might be tempting as Laura plays that off the back foot straight to that long on fielder for a single.
Absolutely. And when we were talking about Laura, I think ahead of the series, she was talking about how she just doesn't want to be known as a cover shot player. She wants to work on all her shot stroking around the entire ground. And I think as she comes into this innings, she's showing how she's not only just an offside player, but she can dominate that leg side too.
Yes, and the West Indies have been cognizant of that, not being able to give you the 7-2 fields that they've given all the other batters and keep it a lot more equal and straighter to just cover some of those leg side areas. 77 for 2 after 18, Wolfhard on 35, loose on 16. The run rate right now is 4.3. 32 overs left in this innings. This partnership is worth 37. Hayley Matthews bowling a fourth over to Laura Wolfhard. This one's a lot fuller on that off stump driven, played across the line to catching mid wickets, more wideish mid on catching for no run.
It's a sweltering day in Joburg today, Paul. I think the players will be feeling the heat, not just with the cricket, but definitely from the weather as well.
Yes, Hayley Matthews into Laura Wolfhard. It's a lot fuller on off stump and driven out, dug out by Laura Wolfhard to that field at extra cover, no run.
Last two matches have been affected by rain, but at the moment the clouds are high and we're set to get our full.
Yes, Matthews into Wolfhard, who smacks this one through that fielder at catching mid-wicket down to that boundary. But this time's a lot straighter because there is that cover at long on who comes around to take that single to prevent more runs. Just a single taken from there. That was a loose ball from Hayley Matthews and well dispatched, but good field placements from Stefanie Taylor. Hayley into Sunae, just a full ball, defended out back to the bowler, no run.
I certainly feel like she missed out there.
No, and she would, because the previous over, she hit a ball straight through there and it raced all the way to the boundary, a lot squarer than what it was before. But still, just take the runs that are on offer. Don't get too greedy. Hayley Matthews into Sunae. Sweep shot up in the air. It's going to go over the fielder at fine leg on the boundary. Not on the boundary, in the circle, I beg your pardon. That was Anissa Mohammed. And it'll be a single. A streaky shot from Sunae, something Hayley Matthews wouldn't be too upset about.
Absolutely, yeah. South Africa are playing their shots. They're certainly not going to get bogged down by the spinners. They want to keep their scoring options open.
Yes, Matthews into Laura Wolfhard. This one's full on off stump, driven out to the leg side mid wicket. Catching has to come around to stop that. Quick single taken. Or the score goes up to 80. This partnership now worth 40. Wolfhard on 37. Lees on 17. 19 overs in.
I'm just looking at that current run rate achieved. It's quite good. I mean, I think the Proteas haven't really taken too many risky shots. You know, they've used their singles well. They've found their boundary options when they've been able to, and they've really gone about it at a good pace right today.
Yes. Well, it started at 7.2 with Tasman Brits.
You said they couldn't go on forever.
Well, yes, I don't think they could go on forever. You know, I may be a little bit more pessimistic than my colleagues, as that one is short outside the off stump, should have been put away, but Anisa Mohammed gets away with that first ball straight to DeAndre Dotson for no run. We're going to have a commentary change at the end of this one. We're going to have Sean Mayers and Tepo Taela coming through. Anisa Mohammed, short and played off the back foot in the air past DeAndre Dotton's going to roll away to the boundary for 4 runs. Laura Volfard making that look very easy, playing that very late and making sure that that angle beats that fielder at backward point. 4 runs.
DeAndre Dotton's always in the game. You just can't keep her out. This time, this ball was just far out of her reach and really well-earned boundary for Laura Volfard.
Yeah, it kind of felt like she was going for the catch and stuck in no man's land again, and the ball just rolled away. Because if she stayed where she was, probably would have stopped the single. Anisa Mohammed into Laura Volfard this time. Short ball again. This one turning back into the right-hander slightly. And Laura Volfard just pushing that away, defending her stumps as like a last resort because she's given herself so much room. She moves on to leg stump and gives herself room to play it through the offside. It's something that the West Indies are going to try and exploit by getting the ball to turn into her when she doesn't expect it. This one down the leg side, a lot straighter, starting on middle stump, and Volfard plays that to mid wicket for a single. And Volfard coming on 42 runs now. She is building steadily and punishing the West Indies in a very slow but methodical way. Anisa Mohammed into Sinead Lees. This one's outside the off stump. Sinead plays that off the back foot. Easy single. Now there's a bit of a rhythm to the batting, which is something that South Africans be happy about. With this partnership now moving up to 46. As the score goes up to 86, one more ball in this over, and we'll have a commentary change. We'll say thank you to Lorato, and we'll welcome Sean Mayers into the seat. This one's a lot fuller and defended out to the offside. End of the 20th over, the South Africa are 86 for 2, Volfard on 42, Lees on 18, not out. As I hand over to Sean, really good 10-over period for the South Africans. Not a lot of damage there.
Yes, fantastic period. Given how difficult the first 10 overs were for South Africa. So good to see a fight back. Good to see there is a rotation of strike. Joining me on commentary is Tepo Taela. Good afternoon, Tepo.
Hello, Baloo, and how do you do? It's good to be back here. Watching some great cricket. South Africa in a decent position, relatively comfortable, 86 for 2, a 46-run partnership. Laura Volfart on 42 and Sune Loose on 18. So South Africans are looking like a little bit more of a steady ship than we've seen in the past 2 one-day internationals.
Great to see these two especially steady the ship. They are due some big runs given their flashes of brilliance that we've seen in the first 2 ODIs. So, hopefully they can take this innings deep and post a big defendable total for the South Africans.
These two especially, as you're saying, not quite doing so well with the bat in the first 2 ODIs, as we see Salman coming in over the wicket from the golf course end. Back of a length delivery to leg stump, just whipped off the hips by Sonelis for single, 87 for 2.
Yes. I'm happy to see Sune now rotating the strike. That opening spell was fantastic by Connell and Henry, and they had to work hard, dig deep, and make sure that they stayed in given the loss of quick 2 wickets.
I know Connell was doing very well from the corner drive end. As Salman comes in now, she comes into the attack. A back of a length delivery outside off stump, just cut to the sweeper on the offside in the deep. There's also a person at third, backward point, deep point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, deep square leg, and a deep fine leg.
Yes, looking at this field, Salmon will want to bowl a lot shorter back of the leg to both these batters.
And that's what she does here. Dragged down by Salmon. And this one just played off the hips of pull in front of square to mid-wicket. A potential run-out opportunity, but it looked like Wolfhard was well in her ground at non-strikers end, 88 for 2.
It was a very good strike and great fielding from Hayley Matthews there at mid-wicket. Not somebody I would want to take her on. She's shown that she is athletic and, can't take her out of a game.
No doubt about that. Once again, dragged down, but played a lot more square, straight to the woman in the deep square leg. A single there for Laura Wolfhard. And as you were saying, back of the length delivery is really coming in thick and fast now. And Laura Wolfhard just trying to get runs in front of square on the offside. Because as soon as you beat mid-wicket and also mid-on, you get yourself a pretty boundary right down the onside. As you see, Wolfhard's on strike here. This one a lot fuller, squared up a little bit as she finds the outside edge, goes to backward point for no run.
She wants to play with soft hands. There we see the ball dropping down right away. So lots more singles. She wants to force the change in the field, get that sweeper into the circle or force a move either left or right so she can get that boundary option.
Salmon last delivery, a slower one, a lot fuller. And driven on the up by Laura Wolfhard straight to the woman at a cover. And she looks like she's just got little hot hands there. Got to her very quickly and hands a bit burny here. 89 for 2 after 21 overs.
Yeah, Laura Wolfhard, as much as we say that Tasman Brits has the muscle, she times the ball incredibly well. And it's getting to the fielders very quickly. So looking at their reaction, it's like it's hit any softer. She's a fit player. She's very athletic, works hard, wants to play long, and her athleticism is incredible. We see it everywhere she plays, doesn't matter what format. So, just a reminder, you can't come too close. You need to give yourself some reaction time there.
No, that's very true. Laura Wolfhard's an absolutely classy player. Honestly, one of the best players to watch when it comes to how she just times the shots as Sunay List sweeps this to a vacant mid-wicket region. A beautiful shot there against Anisa Mohammed to bring up the 50 partnership here, that 53-run partnership in just 87 balls, 29 for Laura Wolfhard and 24 for Loose.
Much needed partnership for the South Africans. These two bat so well together and so happy to see them scoring runs. Sunay is a fantastic player of spin. We know that Wolfhard is as classy as they come, one of the classiest players in world cricket. So big score here, great starts from both of them. And Anisa Mohammed, a little bit of a challenge for her.
Yeah, coming into the series for the first time here in the third match, once again earning down the leg side and swept again by Sunay List. This one behind square as the lady at a backward square leg just picks this up, a deep backward square leg. There's also a woman at a short fine leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, and there should be a sweep on the boundary on the offside. Yes, this one pitched on the offside, dragged down just a little bit, punched off the back foot by Laura Wolfhard, straight to the aforementioned deep backward point, 95 for 2 after we had a boundary of the first ball.
Yes, they are manipulating the field very well. Good to score the boundary early in the over. They'll be happy with that.
No doubt about that. This one, good length delivery, played off the back foot, just punched to mid-off for no run there. And what the South Africans are getting right here is not letting the pressure build up. What we saw in the second one-day internationals, that as the dot ball started building up, a lot more release shots came into play. This one, a good delivery. It's straight, it's full, and it's blocked straight to the bowler. No run, 95 for 2.
Great line and length by Anisa Mohammed, not giving them room just to score freely in the offside. And that length, not letting the batter commit forward, forcing them to go back a little.
Anisa Mohammed coming in, last delivery. This one pitching outside off stump. It's swept and it's airborne for quite some time. And great fielding by the woman coming in from backwards square leg to save what would have been a boundary, diving to her left. And looks like she just pulled up with something there. It looks like her hammy might be a little bit tight.
Not good signs for the South Africans. That is Connell.
Yes.
That is Connell. You don't want her. She is the bowler on fire. You don't want her to be injured at this stage. You want her to play throughout this series as well as in the World Cup. She is one of the West Indians' most experienced players on the field. So would be quite the hint for them at this stage in the series as the lead up to the World Cup gets closer.
No doubt about that. I was just thinking about the context of the game, especially with her probably coming in at the death, getting the 2 wickets in the power play. She'd be very, very important there. But even more important in the World Cup, you don't want to lose players literally just before the World Cup. We saw something similar happen with the South African men's team. When you lose a player like Keegan Peterson just before a tour, it could really put the planning under a lot of pressure. But it looks like she's walking now, so she's okay. Good news for the West Indies, as Salman will be continuing from the golf course end, the mid-off cover, mid-wicket. Lady at backward point, deep square leg, fine leg, and third. Coming right arm over. It's full. It's driven, but finds the outside edge as a third woman comes in to sweep that up. 97 for 2 after that. Laura Wolfhard on 45. 98, sorry, for 2.
Yes, it's a good sign, but she's still looking pretty uncomfortable. It is a very hot day in Johannesburg. These players, as much as they are top athletes and elite athletes, it's extremely important that they stay away from cramps now.
Indeed. As Salman continues here, good length delivery outside off stump, dotted down to the offside, so a vacant point region. They scamper through for a quick single to take the score to 91. Sunay Liss just out of breath a little bit, or at least breathing deeply as she ran that run very quickly. It's off in a flash.
Yes, it's hot out there.
It really is.
It's hot out there. Not an easy day to be playing cricket here at the Imperial Wanderers.
Salman continuing this one. It's short, it's outside off stump, and it's sliced through to the lady at deep point. The fielding done and thrown in for a single to bring the score to 100 for 2. 100 off 138 balls, 12 fours, no sixes, but 2 wickets lost here. That's of Tasman Brits and also Annika Bosch for 18 and 5 respectively.
Yes, it's fantastic. The scoreboard is ticking, what we didn't see in the last ODI.
This one just blocked to cover, no run there. Now, I couldn't agree more with you. We spoke about the pressure that the South Africans were under in the second one-day international, the pressure to come in here with 2 wickets down. We saw how intensely the ball was actually moving. It looked like it was difficult to middle. So many edges being found. They were literally like slips. The lady at third man was also, short third man was also basically a catcher as a third woman comes into the circle and mid on goes to long on. Salman right arm over, probably a last delivery as Sunay Liss plays this very late, tries to cut this, doesn't time it well enough as it goes to cover for no run.
A little bit too straight for her, cramping her up for room. Wouldn't say getting the under edge, but heading it straight into the ground, too close to cut. Maybe back foot, punch it through the covers. There's a massive gap there. It's an easy single. But I do see the plan. Wants to drop it in short, get the fielders a lot closer. 100%.
This one, the last delivery, it's a lot fuller. Dug out by Sunay Liss as it goes to mid-off for no run. That ends the 23rd over. 100 for 2. Wolfhard is sitting there on 46, loose on 28. And the partnership on 60, and a very valuable partnership here for the South Africans. They look like they were in trouble. We're just looking at some of the shots that Sunay Liss played today, or Wolfhard and Liss. Some shots through the offside, some lucky shots as well, as there was an edge that literally fell short of the lady at first slip and ran all the way to the boundary. But yeah, you'll take the luck as you can get it and just keep going and try build a great score. And if anyone's going to build a score, it's these 2 players.
Yes, these 2 do some runs, looking good. Haven't been playing too much cricket of late. So given the context of the series, the first game, no result, but not looking good for South African batters. The second one, it was a low-scoring affair, and now we're seeing a well-paced innings by these two.
As Hayley Matthews comes from around the wicket here at the caller drive end, pitching on leg stump, just whipped off the pads by Laura Wolfhart for no run there. And Hayley Matthews has been doing relatively well for her 4 for 17.
Yeah, so Hayley Matthews, the height she gets that bounce, that is the easiest to play.
And this one also pitching on leg stump, just tickled through the leg side. The lady at deep mid wicket will do the fielding as she and the lady at mid wicket converge. On the onside, there's also a long on, a deep square leg, and a short fine leg. On the offside, a deep points backward, points cover, and mid off.
Yes, it's a very spread out field to these two. We know how good a player of spin Elise is.
And this one just dragged down and sliced square of the wickets on the offside. The lady at deep cover point will do the fielding there. 102 for 2.
Yes, we see. I like the athleticism. They don't mind giving the singles, but I do feel this could backfire for the West Indies.
This one flighted on the leg stump and just played deftly down at the leg side. Fielder at short fine leg will do the fielding. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Sean. You'd feel that if the South Africans just keep wickets in hand, go deeper down the innings, go a little bit further, they may just be able to get a big score, a big total without losing too many wickets down the line. Hayley Matthews gets that bounce that you're talking about from a good length. Laura Wolfhart trying to just pull this into the gap on the onside, but not connecting. 102 for 2.
Yes, I like the use of the feet, forcing Matthews to either bowl it a lot fuller or bowl it quicker. They're going deep into their crease as they're playing her.
Bowls this one quicker, exactly does Hayley Matthews, as this time Laura Wolfhart connects, finds the gap, bisects the fielders, and gets a boundary.
Oh, I love it. I love to see it. These two are playing so well. That brings up the 22nd 50 for Laura Wolfhart. It has been a fantastic innings, partners falling around her, but she just dug her heels in, dug deep, and ensured that she gets the big score, anchoring the innings for the South Africans. It's 51 runs off 70 balls, and she has 5 boundaries in her 50. So lots of running, showing the fitness, and especially in these conditions, it's not easy. It's a hot day here at the Wanderers. There is some cloud cover, but that isn't making too much of a difference to the temperatures out on the field.
No, let me tell you, it's hot out there, and it was also hot at the beginning with the new ball. That ball moving very difficult to middle. Tasman Brits did get a few freebies from Shamilia Connell, as we're seeing Salman come in right arm over. This one driven to cover for no run. Still 106 for 2 after the boundary in the last ball of the last over.
Yes, great opening spell from Connell and Henry. Putting Wolfhart and Brits under pressure wasn't easy to bat, passing the edge constantly, and great to see her put her hand up.
Sonelis facing now a leading edge as he tries to play this to the leg side. It was airborne for quite some time, but just bounced short of the lady at short third. And yes, there's that movement again that the pace bowlers are extracting, just a leading edge, trying to close her batter to access this very wide open onside, but got there a bit too early. She only has a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a fine leg. So a very big gap here, square of the wicket on the onside. This one outside off. Sonelis tries to cut it, misses it, all ends up a dot ball, 106 for 2.
I like how Campbell has come to the stumps, is standing up, not allowing Lise and Wolfhart to dictate the length that Salman is going to bowl. Some great keeping, and it takes to stand up to the stumps, especially to the quicker bowlers. So we'd like to see how Lise will approach this now.
Looks very defensive here after back foot shot, a punch off the back foot, a brilliant line in here. From Salman, keeping it tight on that off-stump line. And this is the type of pressure that the West Indies will be looking for. They know that if they just continue to bring about the dot balls, to drive the singles, the South Africans will find it difficult to come across boundaries and will start manufacturing shots and mistiming it. And this one, good length delivery. It's full edge straight. It's played down the ground to long on for an easy single for Sunelis. Gets herself off strike. Changes the score here to 107 for 2.
Yes, we saw Salman bowling very short back of a length to both these batters with the field set that she has. She wanted them to play square of the wicket, but scoring too many runs there. So we see Hayley Matthews is out on the boundary, forcing them to drive a little bit more.
That's exactly true. Is this one outside the off stump, and Laura Volfart, a big booming drive, gets an outside edge as it goes to the lady at a backward point for no run. 107 for 2 after 25 overs. So the ladies at the halfway mark now. They'll be happy that they haven't lost too many wickets. Definitely costing them in the previous game. Just too many wickets falling at too many intervals, or at regular intervals rather, just putting the ladies under pressure as we have a little bit of a drink break here.
Yes, you see there's a change of gloves there. As we've said, it is hot. Batting out there, your hands are going to get sweaty. It becomes harder to grip the bat. So that is why you're going to get some water, and we're also going to see a change in gloves there. But what can we say? If you're going to bat long and you're batting with the class of Laura Volfart and the absolute grit and able the manipulation and the finesse that Sunelis plays with, you're going to need quite a few gloves, and they don't have a shortage of those.
Not going to lie, when you said grit about Sunelis, I got a little bit of goosebumps. That's definitely the word that I would use to describe the way she bats here. A very well thought out 30. It didn't look the prettiest, but it's getting the job done here as Hayley Matthews comes right arm over from the corner drive end. Very full, very straight, blocked out for no run. And Sunelis, you've got to love what she brings to the team. Just ties that middle order together. As long as she stays there and just guides and marshals this middle order, South Africa can get a big score. As this one, a big appeal as it is airborne for quite some time. Campbell catches that one, but the umpire remains unmoved.
Yes. Looking, I would say almost searching, they need to break this partnership. They know they need to, but Hayley Matthews not interested at all. She knows there was no bat involved.
Coming in a lot faster now, Hayley Matthews pitching this one on the pads of Sunelis, and all she does is sweep it, almost placing it behind square, evading the woman at deep square leg for boundary, a beautiful boundary to bring up 111 here for 2 for the South African woman.
I like the way these two are approaching the spinners. Laura Volfart going deep into her crease, playing with the back foot, driving, playing to her strengths, and Sunelis as well is fantastic against spinners. She can go back, she goes forward, she has the shot, she will sweep you, she will reverse sweep you, lap you, ramp you, she needs to. She has it all when it comes to the spinners. That is her strength, and that brings up the Nelson.
The Nelson, South Africans will keep their feet up. West Indies feet down as this one played late by Sunelis. It was a good length delivery on off stump and just blocked off the back foot, but very low to the lady at cover for no run. Still 1-1-1 for 2.
Yes, we see it here. Hayley Matthews is adjusting her plan a little bit. We see it coming a lot quicker, a lot straighter, just using her height to her advantage.
This one flighted, whipped off the pads just a little bit to the lady at straight mid-wicket. No run there, still 111 for 2. And as you mentioned about what the South Africans are doing here with the spin bowling, coming forward to it sometimes. Sunelis, we saw the sweep, playing it late, playing it early, and making it difficult to just establish a decent line and length here, as this one flights it outside the off stump and just driven as it was very full on the up to mid-off for no run to leave South Africa at 111 for 2 after 26. Laura Volfart, the half centurion on 51, and Sunelis, an industrious, a nuggety, a very strong 34 in this partnership of 71.
Yes, she will want to stay in. You would want Laura Volfart to bat deep, bat long, anchor this innings, just stay in for as long as possible. At some stage, we're going to see Sunelis break the shackles.
Mm.
She's been a little, I would say, reserved given the situation of the game. So then after that, we will see the shots come. We know that she can be just as attacking as anyone in this lineup.
Shakira Salman coming in here with a delivery outside the off stump. It was short, it was wide, and it was sliced to the lady at deep point. The South Africans get a single, get themselves off the Nelson, as there's just the quick fielding positions. Short third woman, backward point, deep point, cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and also a lady here at fine leg. Shakira comes right arm over, played late by Sunay Loose, almost beating the woman there in the deep, but she does well to sweep it up as the South Africans get themselves 2 quick runs, 114 now for 2.
Yes, very quick runs, but a late call by Sunay. He's almost putting it under pressure, not sure, but trusting that she can take on the arm, given that the fielder at the cover sweep boundary, Shadi Nation, had to run quite a distance to get him in.
Shakira Salman right arm over. It's a straight delivery, back of a length, punched off the back foot to mid off for no run, still 114 for 2. And that's what the West Indians will be looking for. They'll be looking to just keep it as tight as they can. It does get a little bit more difficult as the ball gets older, as you spend more and more time there in the middle. Concentration is definitely something you need here to build the pressure in the middle overs. And that's what's going to eke out the wickets here for the West Indians.
Yes, keep the scoreboard ticking and the West Indians searching for dot balls.
This one, a good length delivery in line with the hips of Sunay Loose. She plays this on the up, the back foot to the lady at mid wickets for no run. Still 114 for 2. Good stuff here from the West Indian bowler.
I like the approach these two are taking against Salman. They just want to knock it around, get the single. I do think they're going to start attacking her. She'll be easier to attack than the other two.
Oh, a faster paced delivery as it finds the inside edge of Sunay Loose's driving bat. It runs down to the lady at fine leg as the South Africans take a single, 115 for 2.
Yes, they want the singles. This Laura Wolfhard will be the main wicket they will want. They will want her to need to get her out in the next few overs because we know what she can do back end of an innings. She can hit a long ball too.
Can definitely do some damage. Laura Wolfhard as she plays this back of a length delivery right back to Shakira Salman for no run, or 5 for 2. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. If there is a key wicket to take, it's definitely that of Laura Wolfhard, especially for the ability she has to middle the ball. You were talking about it earlier, the timing that she has could definitely do some big damage at the back end of an innings, especially if she's been in, she's seeing the ball, she's gotten the rhythm, she's gotten the groove. So you definitely want to get that wicket sooner rather than later.
Yes, you want. She's someone who's played a lot of cricket all over the world. She is a strong player, so not afraid to take on a bowler if she needs to. And for everyone out there, hitting a big six isn't all about muscling it. You have to have the timing. You need to know what areas you want to attack as well as the right ball to attack. You can't just go after everything and expect to, use raw power to get it over.
Timing is the key, as we see. Captain Stefanie Taylor, she gives herself the ball, throws it to herself and says, "Do a job for me, Cap." Comes right arm over the wickets, the right arm off spinner. Dragged down a little bit and just swiped all the way to the lady in front of square here at the long on boundary. 116 for 2.
Yes, this is the first time we're seeing Taylor bowl in this series. She will need to get some overs in as
a full toss that was just punished down the ground, but unfortunately it's straight to a fielder, and that should have been sent to the boundary. Laura Wolfhard disappointed with herself, just slapping her pads as she was given an absolute pie, but didn't bring the cutlery to eat it. Stefanie Taylor, this one short wide, well outside the off stump and given as a wide. So just missing her lines and lengths here.
Stefanie a little bit short on overs, but we do know that was because of an injury, which was hit by DeAndre Dotton.
So that was hit with immense fierce power. This delivery much better. from the captain. It's a lot fuller. It's on that off stump. Gets loose playing forward, outside edge to the lady at short third, no run. This one short, wide, and bisects the fielders at short third and a backward point, and it runs all the way to the third man boundary for 4. Well done there by Sunelis, playing that very late.
Yes, we know that she can play those shots very well timed, late cut to get it between those two fielders. Stefani Taylor not finding her line and her leg right away, but South Africans taking full advantage. If they want to milk a bowler, it would be Taylor right now.
Oh, Taylor tossing this one up. It was airborne for quite some time. Sunelis gets the pitch of the ball here well outside the off stump. Doesn't connect it well enough as it just dibbles and dabbles to cover for no run. Cover mid-off point, deep point, backward point, and also a lady at a short third man on the offside as this one dragged down and pulled in front of square all the way to long on for a single. 123 for 2 here. Sune loose now, 43, Wolfhard 53, and the partnership 83.
I would expect them to continue at this rate when they get to 35. They need to put the pedal to the metal. The firepower the West Indians have, they will come out guns blazing. Deandra Dotton has shown she is not wasting time.
No.
If the ball is in her arc, she's going to go after it, take advantage of the power play. She hits a long ball. She times it well. Combine the two, and you've got balls leaving the stadium, which we've seen a lot of in the first 2 ODIs. So these two great runners between the wicket, they will want to just get through, keep going at 4 or 5 runs and over. Then after that, in the last 15, with wickets in hand, of course, they will want to go after the ball and score as much as possible.
Shakira Salman continuing from the golf course end. It's full, it's straight, it's driven down the ground by Sunelis to long on for a single. 1-2-4 for 2. And I couldn't agree with you more. I heard Umpo talking about South Africa's or the West Indies' weak part of their team compared to their batting is their bowling. And the South Africans is the opposite way around. So it's very vital that the West Indians don't concede too many runs here as Salman pitches this one outside off stump, carved through the offside by Laura Wolfhard in front of square. But the lady sweeping at the point boundary does well to just keep it a single. 1-2-5 for 2.
Yes, Laura just checking herself with that one, realizing she got there a little bit too early, but checking that shot. The class there, she realizes early. That's what top players do, able to hold back even mid-shot.
100% as Sunelis now on strike. That's back of a length, played off the hips and to a vacant square leg region where the keeper Campbell has to do the fielding there. So did well to find the gap there. Sunelis keep that strike rotating. Looks like 3 runs off the over so far.
This is what South Africa need. If this continues, as I've said, we're looking at a score. 250 is not out of the equation here. If this is the rate they keep going at, will be very exciting to see at least 100 overs played in this game.
Someone coming right arm over. This one full straight. She throws her head back as this one driven straight down to long on for a single. And that's not what they want here. Long on, mid off. They also have a lady at deep point, backward point, third woman, fine leg, square leg or mid-wicket fielder on the boundary. And then there's a mid-wicket fielder as well.
Yes, we see here that they're expecting the back of the length delivery.
And gets a full one as Campbell very close to the stumps here for Salman. Played out to cover, no run there, still 1-2-7 for 2.
Yes, well, from what we've seen, a change in plan. The fielder on the cover sweeper boundary has moved a little bit rounder, expecting fuller length deliveries because the wicketkeeper is standing up. So, that field on square leg is just there to ensure that one off the legs.
Very full delivery here. Great Yorker to end the over from Shakira Salman. 127 for 2 after 29 overs. The game here in the balance, maybe in the favor of the South Africans, as they have a whopping 87-run partnership at the moment between Laura Wolfhard and Sunelis, 55 and 45 respectively. as the only 2 wickets lost are that of Tasman Britt. She went for 18, and Annika Bosch went for 5.
Yes. Salman's plan, wicket to wicket, you
Wicket to
miss,
wicket.
I hit. And not a bad plan, but needs to keep the dot balls coming.
Captain Taylor coming in again. This one she has dragged down and sat up for quite some time for Laura Wolfhard just to absolutely dispatch through the offside. There was no fielder getting anywhere near that as it ran all the way to the boundary for 4. 131 for 2. Laura Wolfhard on 59 here, and that's not the ball you want to give to Laura Wolfhard.
Not at all. And this is what we've seen. Attack Taylor. That's the plan.
Ooh! A full toss. It's almost a no ball. It is given as a no ball as Laura Wolfhard lifts this over the infield, bounces twice before it is fielded by Salman on the cover point boundary. It should be a free hit here. A ball not pitching at all. So Stefanie Taylor just not quite finding her rhythm yet.
Free hits coming in.
Free hit here, double step delivery, missed time, but is enough to get over the fielder here at mid-off and go to the boundary. Runs here against the West Indies captain.
Yes, Laura Wolfhard is showing that she can hit a long ball. Timing is important, but when a free hit comes, you don't hold back. You swing, you make sure that you get that boundary, which she has done. Loving it.
Cashing in and just clobbering it to the boundary. Stefanie Taylor seems frazzled here as this one is short and wide and given as a wide, and Stefanie Taylor needs to get through these 4 balls, needs to make sure that they are tight, and needs to get to the 30th over without too much damage being done here. A little bit of fear going down the offside once again for another wide, which brings up the 100-run partnership between these 2 batters. 100 runs off 140 balls. Wolfhard 51, loose 45. And South Africa just slowly taking control of this game. Stefanie Taylor coming in, back of a length delivery, and just clob it through the onside. There's a field that's going to be sweeping that up at deep mid-wicket as the South Africans take 2 runs, 142 for 2.
It's a very exciting over. We are seeing Stefanie Taylor being torn apart. As we've said, she hasn't got her rhythm yet, and Laura Wolfhard taking her to the cleaners in this over. Not a bad plan, but you would have hoped after this over, she's going to take herself off.
Probably, and when she goes off, we're also going to be going off. There will be a commentary change. This delivery full outside the off stump, driven by Wolfhard to the covers for no run. And the plan was probably to keep it tight here, give your bowlers some extra overs so that you could see how you could use them at the death. Take the ball for yourself as captain, but not quite hitting her straps here. This one is dragged down very close to the pads and just pulled by Wolfhard to a deep mid-wicket fielder for a single.
Yes, I would have expected the South Africans not to take her apart too quickly, because you still want to milk runs off her. Knowing that this is a big over, she's going to take herself off the attack right away. Any captain, that is the first thing that they would do.
Right arm over for the last delivery. As flights at its full and straight. It's exactly what she wanted through this over to end it on a dot ball. And that says goodbye to Stephanie Mayers. That's not Stephanie. To Sean Mayers, and probably also Stefanie Taylor, or Stefanie Taylor, as we'll continue here with commentary. South Africa sitting on 143 for 2. Wolfhard on 68. Loose on 45. The overs 30 and the partnership 103. And now in the commentary box, David Midgley. How are you doing, Dave?
Good afternoon, TT. It's good to be back here at the Imperial Wanderers, home of South African cricket. And if you don't like it, come at me. I am going to be joined in a moment by Lerato. South Africa absolutely banging the West Indies at the moment. It was a bit of a mistake, you might think, there from the Windies captain to bring herself on. She's gone for a bit of tap here in her over there, and so she'll hope to come back. But now there's a change of bowling as from the golf course in. That ball is straightened onto the pads of Wolfhard, who just tucks this away off the hips to deep backward square, and they'll get through for 144 now for 2. Lerato, good afternoon and welcome to you.
Afternoon, Dave. It's great to be with you. First debut with you, so I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely thrilled to be a part of it, and it's going to be an interesting passage of play in the next 5 or so overs. South Africa really tightening the screws on the Windies woman in again. This one is a good length ball, but Loose just punches this out to a short cover. There's a quick single here, and she's able to get to the other end. 145 now for 2, and she's edging ever so closer to that milestone. These two have really just taken the game by the scruff of the neck, haven't they?
Absolutely. From South Africa's perspective, they'll be very happy with where they're at. After 30 overs, usually they say you double the score, but certainly they've set themselves up for a very big total.
Yeah, the projected score earlier that we were seeing was 220, but I think they'll get well past that if the South Africans can stick together. This one is full and just punched into the cover region, but there's no problems there to snuff that option out for the South African right-hander. She's on 69 is Wolfart, and Lewis on 46. This partnership 105, and there's still 19 and a half overs left in this. They're going at just under 5 to the over, so it's a wonderful bit of batting from these two. They've really just changed the game. In again comes Salmon, and this is just pushed back up the wickets to her. Lerato, what have you made so far of this South African performance?
I think this partnership has shown what it does to have wickets in hand. In the first 2 matches, South Africa would have a good opening stand and then lose lots of wickets in clusters, and just not being able to build that partnership from the middle order. So we've seen now with Luce and Wolford how the patience.
Salman, and again, it's short and slapped away to the deep cover, deep extra cover, deep point rather, cover point. That's the one. I'll get there eventually, and they trot through for 1.
How that patience game has worked, it wasn't easy coming in. They're playing on a fresh strip, so just getting in and adjusting to the way the West Indies bowlers was bowling was key. And after they did that, they've really shown now, they've got the confidence to set batters in and really getting that scoreboard ticking.
Last ball of the 31st is pitched up onto leg stump, and Luce is able to just punch this back up the wicket, and the long on does the fielding. They get across for 1. End of 31, 147 for 2. Wolfart on 70 and Luce on 47. Partnership 107.
Will Stephanie Taylor bring herself back on again?
You would think not. You would think not. A sensible captain would say, hold on, let's take a breather here. But
she's going again. I mean, she's an important cog. She's a very, very top-ranked all-rounder in world cricket, and her bowling really does come in handy for this team. But she does make the obvious choice of, giving somebody else a go because, she really did struggle in that over.
It was an interesting over, that one. She was put to the sword, a couple of extras as well, and so the South Africans really cashing in on that mistake by the Windies captain to kind of put herself on when she really wasn't in that position to be able to come in and make an impact. Shamilia Connell has bowled 6 overs for 32, and she's picked up 2 wickets as well, and so she'll be wanting to really stamp her authority on this game. It's short and cut away out to a deep sweeping cover, and they get through for 1. Wolfart will now face up as Luce gets 48.
I think with Connell coming back in, the captain really wants to, limit those runs leaked. Connell has shown her consistency, and her economy rate is always down, and that's how she's always been amongst the wickets. Once that pressure builds, you force that batter to make that mistake.
Absolutely, and that's the last thing that the South Africans would want. This one's going down the leg side, and it's a bit of a mistake there behind the stumps, and they'll get across for 2. And it's a further error because that one was fumbled out there in the deep, and that's the last thing after the previous over going so horribly wrong. You didn't want that again with poor fielding, both from wicketkeeper. Maybe a bit of a difficult one there for the wicketkeeper behind, because Wolfart did get a bit of a tap on it, but in the deep there, you would have thought fine leg would have cleaned that up.
Definitely, and I think Connell as well, just straying a bit with the line there. She wants to keep it offside. It's a very, very strong offside field too.
She's in again. This one's full and hit a little bit squarer than I think Wolfart would have liked. Nevertheless, she gets to the other end and she gets 75, or another one, and she's on to 75. 48 now for St. Louis, 153 for 2, and we're halfway through the 32nd. Just having a look at that, she's just overrun the ball there, and that's why the fielding error happened at essentially a very fine leg, not even backstop. Connell in again right arm over the wicket from the quarter drive end, and it looks like a little bit of a slow one that time, and Lewis is able just to butter this out into the deep cover region. They get through for one. So she's one away from 50, 154 for two, and 2 balls remaining in the 32nd.
You almost sense like the West Indies are lacking a bit of intensity. You know, it is quite hot. You know, the body language is looking a little bit flat. So they really want to just...
Connell in again, and this one's fuller this time, and Wolfhard just defends that. You would think that with the pace that Wolfhard would have looked to punch that a little bit more, but she didn't quite get the bat down in the timing that she would have hoped for, and Connell is able to keep her quiet. 1 ball remaining in this. You might imagine that Wolfhard won't look to rotate the strike here, gives Lewis an opportunity to get to the other end for her 50. She does the opposite of what is suggested. She just drops and goes as she gets to the other end. End of the 32nd, 155 for 2. Wolfhard on 76, Lewis on 49, and it's time for a drinks break.
A well-earned drinks break. Like we said, it is sweltering here today, and it's not just, you know, hot, it's humid as well. And I think also for Stefanie Taylor and the West Indies, it's really time for them to regroup. You know, South Africa have had the upper hand in this last passage of play. You know, Lewis and Wolfhard building on that partnership. They're on to 115, which has just been fantastic to watch, Dave.
Yeah, Lerato, it's something that South African cricket has struggled in all formats of the game, men's and women's side of the game, around partnerships. And I think, you know, if South African fans who maybe just casual fans would think back to, you know, the Graham Smith team era, or even before that, where we had great batting strengths, and in the women's game, they're slowly getting into the rhythm of this team. They're able to pick players more consistently. The challenge that they've had, you know, is injuries, and I think it's good to see that the women are leading the way in terms of consistent partnerships, and that's exactly what any coach would want. Men, women, under 9, you know, any age group. It's just time at the crease is so valuable, and these two are putting on a veritable masterclass here with their performance.
Absolutely, and with, you know, South Africa's World Cup preparation has been going on for many years, and, you know, with that world event just a couple of weeks away, you want your experienced players to be in form. You know, there's always that saying about what would you want? Do you want experience or do you want form when you're going to a World Cup? You know, you want both, but, you know, sometimes form for me is really what plays the biggest impact, because you might have your experienced players there, but, you know, if they're struggling, their confidence is low, you know, they're not really contributing. Is that somebody that you want to be having in your attack? I don't think so. So this is really, really great for the coaching staff and selectors ahead of that tournament.
Crucially as well, I think the South African women are not only playing in the World Cup, which is a massive event of its own, but they're getting involved in the Commonwealth Games that are also happening this year. And so it's an opportunity to put on a show on the world stage, because, you know, South Africans and World Cups, we won't speak too much about it. But if they look at the World Cup as, you know, we'll take it as our performances come, and not think, okay, we're going in favorites, or, you know, we're going in as underdogs. We're just coming here to play cricket. And I think if they can build on that the World Cup, because they've done really well in recent World Cups, have the women's team, and so they'd like to take that and build towards the Commonwealth Games, which you may feel is a little bit more of a comfortable feeling in terms of South African gold medals coming home, because it was in 1998 that the men's team came home from the International Knockout Cup. So with proverbial gold at that time, and so the women wanted to show the men how it's done on the world stage. And I certainly believe that if this team can gel well and they're able to build upon the work that they're doing here at this series, that they'll definitely be able to put solid performances on at the World Cup.
Absolutely. And I think that's the formula they've had, you know, over the past, you know, I'd say 18 months, where they've had a really brilliant run against top teams. You know, they've sort of gone in match after match, you know, not too much pressure. I mean, beating India is
massive.
Yeah. So I think that's a formula they've had, and it looks like it's working.
Certainly. I mean, just looking at how these two teams have gone about their build-up, and it's going to be even better when we see it once again. New over now from Salman from the golf course end, and it's just full and defended, and Wolfhard is only too happy just to plug that into the wicket. There's a lot of motivation here from the wicket keeper, but Lerato, you were saying that they looked a bit flat, and you would suspect that this would be
also just get that little bit of extra, motivation, a little bit of extra kick. So it's really been fantastic to watch. I think, in Dane van Niekerk's absence, she's led the team well, and this half century will really do her a world of good.
Well, that's always the challenge, is when you're a stand-in captain, it's difficult to try and impose what you're hoping to get from the players. And so Sune Lewis, we obviously aren't privy to what the background of it is, but certainly this group has welcomed her wonderfully as captain. New over for Connell, and this one goes through to the wicketkeeper. Sune Lewis is only too happy to just shoulder arms to that one. Don't forget, you can join us in conversation on Twitter at OneWorldSR. You can tweet us if you're joining us from anywhere in the world. We'll be able to read out your tweets and hear what your thoughts are on this game. South Africa won the toss, and they decided that they would have a bat. Connell in again, and this is full, and Sune Lewis just digs that out. It's a great shot, though, to prevent the Yorker from happening. There are 2 wickets that have fallen so far, and it's those of Tasman Brits and Anik Labosh, dismissed fairly cheaply, 18 and 5 respectively, and so they'll really want to make sure that they are back in it for the next game. But these two have certainly put some wonderful they put a wonderful partnership together. This one is full and wide and just lathered away down to the cover boundary, and they get through for 164 for 2. We're going to see 165 for 2. The scoreboard is slightly delayed.
It's back on, which is great to see, meaning the generators are on. But certainly from South Africa's point of view, when you're coming into bat, like we said, it's a fresh strip. You don't really know what you're going to get. And losing those 2 early wickets, the pressure was on West Indies, really were on top of the batters. But as time went on, these two really hung on.
Short and pulled away. It's a lovely shot there from Wolfart. But there is someone down there in the deep, and they're just going to get the 166 for 2 halfway through the 34th.
And it shows what happens when you're patient. As much as it's ODI cricket, it's still a long match. It's a long game. So the pressure and the patience really, it's important to weather that out.
Yeah, the ability to weather the storm, so to speak. We don't want any storms here. She's in again to Loose, and it's a little bit of a slow one that time, and Loose just waits for it and just dabs that out into the cover region, and they cross for a single. 167 now for 2. Wolfart on 83 and Sinead Lewis on 53. It's a partnership of balance because Sinead Lewis has been patient. She's worked hard at this innings. It's not been easy, like you said. They've been under pressure, but she's certainly shown her mettle here. Wolfart with the next delivery just carved out to the cover boundary. It's all too easy, he thinks. It's all too easy for the South Africans to just, rotate the strike, not really feel that these West Indian bowlers are settling into a particular line and length, because the moment you feel like you're there, score rotation, score rotation, score rotation. And that means that South Africa are able to set themselves a good platform. 8 wickets in hand, and we're heading towards the end of the 34th over. 1 ball remaining, right arm over the wicket, and that one's just beaten the bat of Sinead Lewis. Concludes the 34th. It's 8 overs, 2 for 45 for Connell, and South Africa 168 for 2. Laura Wolfart 84 and Sinead Lewis on 53.
Absolutely. I mean, they're going at 5 and over and not really, taking much risk or playing any loose shots, and they'll be comfortable with that, knowing they have wickets in hand. You've got your big hitters still to come. Chloe Tryo and Minion Dupree can also really clear the boundaries. So at the moment, I feel, as they come together there at the middle of the wicket, they'll be telling themselves, let's just keep going. Let's just keep it like this. Whereas Stefanie Taylor, on the other hand, she needs wickets.
Yeah, she's got to find something here. She's got to look at her plans and say, well, what's working and what's not, and how can I squeeze every little drop of success from my bowlers. Right arm over the wicket for the new over. It's straightened on the pads, and South Africa are looking to run too hard here, but Wolfart declines the opportunity from Sinead Lewis. It's a good start by Salman, but she's got to make sure that she's not dragging herself onto the pads there. I think if you ask anybody in South African cricket circles where not to bowl to Laura Wolfart, is probably pads and then to give her any bit of width, because if that cover drive comes out, we're all going to be salivating here. Jacques Kallis could only dream of such a cover drive. Salman in again, and this is short and just outside the off stump, and there's a bit of a blunder in the field, which means South Africa can get through for 1. This is the second fielding error that we've seen, certainly while we've been on commentary. There was a drop catch down fine leg that possibly makes it a 3rd, but how much does that impact how the players try to elevate themselves or try and force something to happen in terms of the flow of the game, whether a wicket is possible?
Absolutely. That's, they've been poor in the field. These aren't...
Salman in to Wolfart. It's full and on the pads, and she just knocks this up the wickets too long on, and they get 1. Sorry, you were saying?
No, apologies. Yeah. It's not the first mistakes they've had. They've actually been very poor, throughout the match, and it's really demoralizing. You see the bowlers are running in, it's hot, it's humid, you're trying to keep that intensity going. And then a misfield there, especially for, the bowlers who are trying to up the pressure and to get those dot balls.
Yeah, that one's just a length ball, and Lewis just gets on the back foot and punches this out to a short cover. No run there. 171 for 2. What would you think, Lerato, is a score that the South Africans will be comfortable with? We saw it was 145 for 2 at the 30 over mark, and if we double it, it's 290. But I don't think we'll get there, but certainly we'll get close. I'll ask you after this delivery. She's in again. It's down the leg side. It's a wonderful take behind the stumps, but it is a wide because we are playing one-day cricket. So Salman got a bit of a reprieve there from a wicketkeeper, because that so nearly could have been back. It could have gone for 4. It was wayward delivery, but it was a good take. Laura Wolfhard and Sine Lewis hold the South African women's ODI third wicket partnership. It has been an absolute masterclass from these two. Right arm over the wicket, and Lewis just dabs that away to the deep point region, and they get through for one. Sorry, I asked you a question and didn't let you answer.
Listen, there are better things to be talking about here. This record partnership is fantastic. It's funny, it was last held by, I'm not sure, to Blanche.
To Blanche and Brits in 2007, and so it's really just marvelous stuff from those two. 133 is where this partnership is. Right on over the wicket from Salman. It's into the pads of Wolfhard. She thinks about it, and she's a beneficiary of some lackluster fielding there, and they get through for one. So 35 overs, gone 174 for two. Wolfhard going towards a number we won't speak of because I'm superstitious, if not a little stitious. But Sine Lewis is on 55 in the partnership, 134.
Back to your question. I think 260 would be a good total to aim for.
Right.
We know the firepower in the West Indies batting unit. So anything above that 250, 260 definitely, for me, I think would be a very good total.
It's always difficult to try and kind of gauge what you're going to get out of a fresh strip. You know, they've been playing at the Imperial Wanderers, so the ground itself is not necessarily foreign in this, the third one-day international. But like you said, fresh strip, fresh opportunity for the game to change. And there's going to be a challenge of bowling. Mohammed is going to come right arm over the wickets. It's short and pulled away by Laura Wolfhard. It's going down towards Sky corner. Great bit of fielding there in the deep, but not able to cut it off. It's a 4. And Anisa Mohammed has to rethink everything because she's been hit for a 4 from the first ball of her over.
Wolfhard has played some glorious strokes on the leg side today. I mean, you know, the bowlers have tended to a little bit straight towards her, but she's showing that she's not just an offside player. You know, we know her cover drives, we love them, but she can score throughout the entire field, which has been brilliant to see.
Absolutely. It's part of, the coming of age as a batter. You know, that generally batters, the older they get, the better they get because they're not as spry as they once were, but we're not saying that Laura is anywhere near the seniority side of her career, but certainly from an experience perspective, she is right up there. Anisa Mohammed, it's a long hop again, and Wolfhard just smashes this up the wicket, and it's an attempted stop from the bowler, and they get through for 100, and is it 80? Are they going to tick over 179 for 2? And Wolfhard is into the 90s with Sine Lewis on 55. 2 balls gone so far. Mohammed in again, and this was overpitched and just carved out into the covers, but wonderfully stopped. And wicketkeeper Campbell says that's great effort there.
The one positive for the West Indies is you see Taylor Mohammed's in for her first match today. It's important for them to bowl. They are key strike bowlers.
This one is just tickled off the pads of Sine Lewis, and they'll get through for 1 as that ball goes out into the mid-wicket region. 2 to come in the over, 180 for 2, and these two have put on 140.
We know that this match in isolation, you know, their performances might not be there, but they are going to be, you know, key players for them in that World Cup. So the more overs that they can get, the better.
The experience of time in the middle is always invaluable. This one is just a similar type delivery, and Wolfhard almost plays a copy and paste shot as this one's played into the mid-wicket region, and they get through for 1. 1 ball remaining, 181 for 2, and Wolfhard is still in the 90s. She'll be in the 90s until we say she hits 100. We're not, we're not going to jinx anything yet. This one is a sweep shot, and she's bowled it. Sine Lewis trying to go for a sweep shot there, beaten her, and that is the end of the South African captain. She's gone for 56, and Mohammed gets the first wicket.
Finally, some jubilation for the West Indies. You know, they've been toiling, but the South Africans have put on a brilliant partnership here between Laura Wolfhard and Sine Lewis. It's really given South Africa the impetus and the potential to really put in a big score today.
Yeah, it's been that wicket was kind of against the run of play. It was a bit of a surprise. We weren't expecting her to be dismissed.
You were still focusing on the 90s.
Yes.
Wolfhard was on.
I jinxed poor Sine Lewis, I'm sorry. But Mignona Priya is the new batter at the wicket, averaging 33.5. Lovely average for a one-day cricketer, but she's been around for some time, and that experience to be able to get Laura Wolfhard over that milestone will be invaluable here. Mignon du Preez, really just a seasoned campaigner. She's been around the South African team for a long time. She captained at one point, but now she comes to the wicket with a wonderful platform set, and you would think that she would feel like she can really just stretch her legs, so to speak.
Absolutely. Whenever she's come in, the side's been under pressure. She's had to rebuild, steer the ship. But today, the platform has been set, and hopefully she can play her natural game, because we know how, explosive she can be when she's playing her natural game.
Absolutely. So start of a new over for Salmon, for 33 from her age. She's in again from the golf course end, and it's into the pads of Wolfart, who just works this away to the onside, but doesn't get a run. Just meaningless fact, really. These two umpires, umpire Luba Balotuma and Arno Jacobs, were part of the umpiring team at the South African A series against the Indian A men's team in Bloemfontein at the end of last year, as well as umpire Stephen Harris. So good to see that they're in the thick of things once again, and this one's onto the hips of Laura Wolfart, and she just nurdles this away to the onside, but isn't able to find a gap. You don't want to get impatient while you're in the 90s. It's the milestone is there, but the last thing you want is to be run out when you're so close to it. Particularly, what that would mean is that South Africa would have two new batters at the wicket, and that's definitely counter-intuitive in terms of the plan that South Africa will have. Salmon in again, and this one strays down the leg side more so, and Wolfart's able to get it finer down to fine leg, and they get through for one. And so Mignon du Preez will now face her first ball of her time at the wicket today. She's asking for what looks like, maybe just the angle for us, looks like a bit of a leg stump guard, so she's maybe going to be looking for an open style of play through the offside. And it'll be interesting to see, maybe she has a bit of a trigger here as well, but Salmon has got her workout out for her. She's halfway through her ninth. She's in again. This one's full and straight, and it's a hands-on head moment from Campbell there, because she knows how good that was. It so nearly could have been the undoing of Mignon du Preez.
Yeah, no, that was close. I think Salmon's really struggling with the consistency. The one ball is straying towards leg, but then again, she comes in with a brilliant ball. So she really needs to build up that pressure and be more consistent.
Yeah, you got to string a couple of good balls to get the Salmon in again, and this one is on the pads of Mignon du Preez and just whips this away to the onside, and I'll get through for a single, and that means Mignon is off strike. One ball remaining in the 37th, 183 for 3. Wolfart is eking closer. She's batted so well today. Really just a seasoned campaigner's type innings. She's worked hard for it, and she's not allowed, crucially, the West Indian bowlers to settle into a rhythm to her at all. Always rotating the strike. Salmon in to Wolfart. This one is straighter. She pushes this to the outside, but can't get anything for it. She won't be on strike for the start of the next one. 37 gone, 183 for 3. Wolfart on 94. And Mignon du Preez on 1. This partnership just 2, and these two are going on 4.9 to the over.
We were joking the other day when Dotton was batting, if the nervous 90s are an actual thing, you get some players who just don't mind the scoreboard, just get in their zone and just go about their business. But you get others who always be looking every ball, even though there isn't a run, am I still there? Am I still there? It's a fascinating concept.
Absolutely. It's all about the mind games. I think that's when you, as a bowling unit, you want to really push the buttons of the player. Between maybe 60 and 80, you might keep a little bit quieter, but certainly not once they get into the 90s. Anisa Mohammed for the West Indies from the golf, call it drive-in rather. And the first one is just awkwardly played at. She tried to give herself some room there, did Mignon du Preez, but it didn't quite come onto the bat, or came onto her quicker rather than she would have hoped. Mohammed, right on over the wicket, and it's floated in, it's slapped down the ground from Mignon du Preez, and it's an easy one to long on. She is through to 2, and crucially for us, on the edge of our seat here, Laura Wolfart on 94. She's got 4 balls here possibly in order to give herself some time to get to that milestone. This one is, there's a bit of a fumble there in the field that saved Laura Wolfart. She just plays this off the back foot. She was certain of a run immediately, but Mignon du Preez wasn't sold, and so that could so nearly have been a mix-up of catastrophic proportions.
Yeah, Minion was doing a bit of ball watching there, but thankfully they both safely got across.
Well, that one's a wide down the leg side. Bit of a drift down the leg side. It was not the ball that Anisa Mohammed would have wanted, but she's got an interesting bit of a run up here. Everybody's unique in how they play the game, but she does a bit of a jump as she goes into Mignon Dupré. Now it's on the hips of Dupré, who just works us away to the onside, and they'll get through for one. She's on 3, and Wolfart on 95, 187 for 3, 2 balls remaining in the 38. It's an interesting one, this hop, skip, and a jump to the crease.
Hop, skip, and a jump. You see it more often, I think. I always think that, it's probably like a comfort thing. When you're so stuck in your routine, you need that little action to, settle you as you're probably running in. But it's fascinating to see. I mean, we see it with many other, bowlers in world cricket.
Absolutely. Anisa Mohammed right arm over the wicket. And this is just driven out off the back foot from Wolfart, but she's not able to pierce the field. Speaking about partnerships, Lerato, crucially, South African women are playing a test match this year. And so it is going to be important for them to play that longer format game to, put partnerships together and be able to spend a long time at the crease. This one is short and just flat batted down the wicket, almost a tennis forehand from Laura Wolfart, and she will retain the strike. She's on to 96. It's 38 overs gone, 188 for 3, and that's exactly what the South Africans would want, is to spend time at the wicket and to just enjoy their time in terms of.
Is that test match against England confirmed now, or do you have insider information, Dave? Oh, I mean, I'll tell you what, judging from the way that England and Australia women's test match ended, we definitely would like to see more women's test matches, equally riveting and, just playing on and going on until that last day, which was really, really intriguing to watch.
Drama. That's what the longest format of the game is all about. It should be about, at least. Right on over. New over from Selman, and she's into Wolfart. It's just a length ball on the off stump. Wolfart's not able to squeeze things away. And we're just having a look at, that's a game a very long while ago. The test between South African women and England women back in 1960. Goodness, that was
1960.
A lengthy time away.
Sure.
South Africa, 211 and 260 for 8 declared with the English. This one is full, and good stop there by Salman. She got a hand to it, and so was able to prevent an easy single. And then 180 and 187 and 202 for 4 for the English. So that was a throwback, but certainly something that the South African women will be mindful of. There's always that thought in the back of your mind if you haven't played a lot of the longer format, that you want to take every opportunity to put on masterclass. And Wolfart just cuts this away down to deep point. She's going to get 2 here. She's going to have to scamper a little bit, but the throw is a little bit wayward, and so she gets through for 2. And she's on 98, 190 for 3. Very nervous. If she's not nervous, I'm nervous for her.
You're overthinking it. She's got this. I think she's been very, very confident and very mature in the way she's played in the latter part of her innings. She hasn't taken too many risks. So this is just, run of the day stuff for her.
Oh, absolutely. Halfway through this over. This is on the hips of Wolfart. She's going to run 1. She's going to be squashed here to try and get a second. She doesn't. Good bit of fielding there in the deep, so she's on to 99. So the England women's home fixtures have yet to be finalised, but
that's why I
could
asked.
be confirmed by mid-February. But this is BBC, that's BBC Sport, that are saying they are set to play. South Africa are set to play England women's team again in the test match. It's the first for the South Africans since 2014, if it does go ahead. This one is full, and Dupré thinks about a bit of a drop and go situation, but she gets the loud call of no from Wolfart. I'd love to see more women's test cricket, more of it. Test cricket is the purest form of the game. There is nothing that can replace it, and the women need to play a lot more test cricket, I think.
No, I agree. There's no saying none of that, women's cricket needs to take a back seat.
It's one of the fastest growing sports in the world. This is full, and Dupré just bunts that down the ground for a single. and she'll retain the strike frustratingly for Laura Volfart. But it was good over there from Salmon. She's bowled 10. That's her quota for today. She's not picked up a wicket, but incredibly, she's kept it quiet, 0 for 39, when all around her seem to have taken a bit of stick. But yeah, it's a good bowling performance from her.
No, absolutely. She's really been a stalwart for the West Indies women. You know, one of their experienced campaigners. The captain always knows what she's going to get from her, and again today she's delivered. You know, she's been the same in the last match as well. You know, she was very good, very consistent, economical. So it's unfortunate that the rest of the bowlers haven't really been able to, you know, come in and play the supporting roles that they did in the previous match.
Yeah, but it also shows, Lerato, how quickly the game can shift from one way to another. Michael Holding talks about, you know, he doesn't look at what the previous result is because things can so quickly change. Right arm over. This is lofted up high. There's an opportunity to take a catch. Bit of a parachute, and it's dropped short. And that one goes for 4. Fortuitous for the South Africans. But Volfart so nearly lost the second partner there because Proteas shot just poorly timed. Looks like there might be a bit of an injury here. We hope that's not the case, but it was a bit of a mistimed shot. A bit of a mistimed shot there, and so in the effort to dive there, I'm not quite sure who is down there that's going to get treatment from the physio, but so nearly the Rato South Africa could have found themselves under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. She almost also, you know, held back a bit as she was walking in. You know, you almost feel like if she had a few more strides, she might have been able to make that sort of dive across. But we hope she's okay. She is receiving treatment. It does look like it's a shoulder, or it's a neck, really.
Yeah, I think the physio is just as a matter of precaution, just keeping that head still. He doesn't want to push things a little bit or doesn't want to risk a secondary injury. But we really hope that she can get back on the park here. It's one that she feels uncomfortable. Yeah, she's just pointing to her neck with the physio, and hopefully he can just keep things going here. I think it was maybe just a bit of a shock the way she landed. That's why she just feels uncomfortable with her neck. There was an attempt earlier in the piece where it looks like it may have been the same cricketer that fell, and so she's really not enjoying some things. Maybe a bit of a shock to the system, and so the physio is working on that with her. My name is David Mitchell. Alongside me is the legend of South African cricket, Lerato. And if you don't know who she is, up your game, please, because you just
David.
Tweet at OneWorldSR. Tell us why she is a legend. I know why, but tell me. I want to see if you guys can pick up where I know Lerato from.
I won't believe a word that you said, Dave.
Legend.
You're the legend. I've heard so much about you, and I was so excited.
It's lies. They'll tell you lies. Don't believe
you have my debut commentary student with you, and here I am trying to sell yourself short.
At the last moment, that's the thing as well. We weren't supposed to have this stint, but the cricketing gods have shone down upon us like the sun here at the Imperial Wanderers, and decided that we should be together for the first, for your first debut stint with me. I've got TT a little bit later, but you've heard enough of the two of us.
I heard you guys are the magic duo, hey?
No, it's not us. No, it's T that's the magic
folklore
man.
Should be.
He's the magic man. TT. I've spent enough time with TT. I've seen his face enough. I've had enough. It's like, I mean, better combination than peanut butter and jam. I think not. But good to see that the treatment is still ongoing, which means if she's coming off, then it's a matter of concern for the West Indians, but not yet.
You can see the paramedics seem to be getting ready to bring the golf cart out. So.
It didn't look as menacing as it seems to have turned out. It looked like she just kind of tried to turn her neck away as she was trying to blunt the bounce of the ball, and it looked a lot less menacing than it seemingly is. But like you said, the paramedics are looking like they're going to make their way on the park. They're just moving away the advertising hoardings just to let them on.
Volfart and Minion, we are getting a well-deserved drink there. Volfart probably thinking, she has to wait that much longer. And so do you, Dave, with your
I'm sweating here. This is seriously nerve-wracking stuff. If the West Indies is going to pick up a wicket, this is almost certainly going to be the time to do it. Straight after a drinks break, bit of a delay in play, and that's when the mind will slip, the concentration. You spoke about some cricketers just don't focus on what's going on with the scoreboard. They just casually and calmly, go ahead with their business. They don't look flustered in any way, shape, or form. And we know that the king of that is Hashim Amla. I know you've been privileged to watch Hashim bat, but what do you think it is with some players? They just find themselves in a zone and you cannot influence or fluster them whatsoever. Some players just have that zen.
Absolutely. And sometimes, it's a confidence thing as well. If you're confident in your game, if you're feeling good, as a batter, obviously there are all these technical stuff that comes into play. If all of that is, if you're secure in that and you're confident in that, I always think everything else takes care of itself, Similar with the bowling, Once you've got your action good, your run-ups going, everything else just comes naturally and comes easily. But certainly, from my point of view, it's all comes down to the character of the person, because you can have a Hashim who, he'll be calm. Also, he presents that. Or you can have an AB de Villiers who is the best in the world, but he can also be the most intense and focused on that.
Sure.
So
the balance.
So it always comes down to the individual. I don't think you can ever even train or coach that.
No, you can't. You certainly cannot train or coach that. And so the example that has been set definitely by Laura Wolfart here in her setting out her stall today, she's really done well in terms of getting close to that milestone. But don't forget that South Africa had won the toss in the third one-day international live from the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, and they decided that they'd have a bat. Laura Wolfart walking out with Tasman Brits. It was Brits who was the first to fall. She was caught. Campbell bowled Connell, gone for 18 from 13. She got 4 boundaries, so she was in a hurry early on there, but 138 strike rate, but she was gone. And then it was Dotson and Connell who combined to dismiss Annika Bosch. She was gone for 5 from 9, only the single 4-2 in there. And then it was a mammoth partnership between Sinead Lewis, the South African skipper, and Laura Wolfart. Just before she was dismissed was Sinead Lewis for 56 from 93 deliveries. She was bowled against the run of play by Anisa Mohammed, and it's now Mignon de Cree who's at the wicket with Laura Wolfart on 8 not out from her 8 deliveries. And concerningly here, Lerato, the spine board coming out as well. It looks like does she have the blocks on? These, those blocks that they put around the neck of cricketers, just so that or not exclusively cricketers, but certainly for fear of spinal injury. But the physio and crucially as well, it looks like the South African physio is also assisting the West Indian physio there with one of the coaching staff members for the West Indies. And so it's good to see that everybody's getting stuck in as best they can. The paramedic is working tirelessly here. There's look like they're going to put looks like Lego blocks, giant Lego blocks together, but I think it's just so that they can prevent her from rolling off on either side, perhaps.
Let's hope it's just a precaution. You're right.
We see it all the time in rugby and in football when players are stretched off, but this is quite a lengthy delay, and we are certainly keeping her in our thoughts as she goes through this difficult experience. It's always tough as players, you're kind of waiting around. There's nothing you can do. That's frustrating because you want to get the game on with, but at the same time, you are certainly concerned for your fellow teammates, and we hope that there's nothing too untoward here. And South Africans, like you said, are having to mentally give themselves a break, but hopefully when the play does get underway once again, that they're able to switch on once again, so that they're able to continue with the momentum.
I'm impressed by Wolfart. I thought she would have been sitting down. She's been batting for a couple of hours, but she's still standing, trying to keep those legs warm and not get too too relaxed again.
We were chatting to one of the fellow broadcasters here, and he said that he prefers the dry heat of Kimberley to that of the humidity here that we're experiencing in Joburg. It's not a common thing for South Africa to be as humid as it is. It's normally, Durban, that's home mecca to humid heat, but South Africa, they have to learn to be able to deal with these sweltering conditions here, because when you play around the world, you've got to be able to adapt to conditions, and it's dry heat, it's a humid heat, it's it's freezing cold. South African women have a World Cup ahead of them, and so adaptability is going to be crucial, because when you travel abroad, it's not only the jet lag that is a fatigue concern, but also conditions and adjustability to those foreign conditions are going to be crucial.
Absolutely. And, speaking of New Zealand and conditions, I must say, both captains have spoken about the conditions here at Imperial Wanderers, about how they feel they'll be similar to what they're going to get in New Zealand, sort of slowish, a little bit sluggish. But in general, I think the both teams have had two, good batting conditions. There hasn't been too much pressures for the spinners, but they have been in the game. So it's a really good test for both teams to prepare in conditions they're most likely to face in New Zealand.
It's going to be an interesting contest. I think New Zealand always presents a veritable smarty box of conditions, because you can get a very green wicket. I think we saw recently where they basically rolled out the green carpet and said, let's have a turf wicket, and that's what we saw. We've seen drier wickets. It can be drizzling, it can be cold, it can be mild. Certainly the opportunity for variability and adaptability is going to be there. So we applaud the cricketer who's making her way off the park there. She's hopefully going to be back on with us. If not today, she'll be back with us in terms of the next game. Remember that the next game is the Black ODI, and it's your opportunity to support South Africa's cause against gender-based violence, and we just want the kit. We want the black kit. So let us buy the black kit. The pink kit is something that we've grown to love as a specialty. Nisa Mohammed to begin a new over, and this was full, and it just dotted back up the ground, and it's become popular. People want to buy the pink kit, but when we saw the black kit last year, we were thrilled and excited, and hopefully we'll be able to get our hands on it. Or maybe that's what creates scarcity in the market. This is full and into the pads of Dupree, and Campbell has to run to collect in the middle of the pitch there. Nisa Mohammed now halfway through her over, 196 for 3. Volfart on 99, Mignon Dupree on 8. Nisa in right arm over the wicket. Down the wicket comes Mignon Dupree. She just bunts this down the ground, and they'll get 1. There's 2 balls remaining in the 40th over. 197 for 3.
Seems like we've got a bit of a crowd, and I can hear clapping with every single that South Africa takes.
It's exactly what you want to hear. Exactly what you want to hear. If you want to come down to the stadium, you can come watch the game, actually. This one's full, and that's Laura Volfart's 100. It's a wonderful performance. She just whipped it off the pads, and you can see how much that means to her. It's an exasperation from her, and she's truly deserved that. 100 at the Imperial Wanderers is always special, and 100 for your country even more so.
Absolutely, Dave. Her 3rd ODI century for Laura Volfart. It's been a treat to just watch her, and she's just been glorious in her shot selection. She came in when the pressure was on, she absorbed it, and really came into the Laura Volfart that we know, playing the delicious strokes in the offside, but also on the leg side. It's been brilliant to watch.
Mohammed into Dupree, tries to give herself room to cut it through the offside, doesn't get it, but it is the end of the 40th. Last 10, 199 for 3, and Volfart has the 3 figures. Lerato, it's always difficult to score 100, but she's done exactly that, and well done to her.
Absolutely, and you can also breathe a sigh of relief. I know the nervous 90s were really getting to you, but absolutely, 100s don't come by every day, and she really can be proud of this effort. It was really, really what the team needed, after a shaky start, and she's really shown how she's become this key cog in this lineup without the captain, Daneka Nickett.
Certainly, and Lerato's going to make way for TT, before T, after T, throughout T, but there is no T at one-day cricket. 198 for 3, last 10 overs, and it's TT and Dave back again. And there was a bit of a stutter there. There was an opportunity for a run-through, but not to be the case. The fine leg up in the ring. So let's give you a bit of a field. We've been remiss. My apologies for that. There's a point, a backward point, a short fine leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, one in the covers, one sweeping in the covers, and one down the third man. That one's full, and that's popped up high into the an opportunity for a catch over the shoulder. It would have been a difficult one, but South Africa will come back for 2. An opportunity there that has gone a begging.
An opportunity indeed. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. Almost came in just so in the air for a long time. You don't see it getting up there that often, but just clearing Captain Stefani Taylor.
This one in again. It's full and slashed away. There's that one's going to go fine on the offside. And Wolfart gets through for a single. Werner is saying on Twitter, what an exceptional century by Laura Wolfart. She really has led well with the bat in the absence of some big names. Such a treat to watch. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR.
Love hearing from you. Lovely hearing from you as well, Werner. And couldn't agree more. What we tend to forget is that big names are missing from the South African team.
Henry in, and this one's slapped through the covers. That was absolutely milked. But not able to pierce the field there was Mignon du Preez.
Mignon du Preez looking very good there. But it's vital that the senior players that are here in the team put their hands up. And we saw that today from Laura Wolfart. We saw it from Captain Sune Loose. And hopefully Mignon du Preez can just continue. Just build a partnership here in the last 10 overs of the game.
This one's full, and it's a copy and paste. She's just slapped that into the cover region. It was 2 well-timed shots. Just not able to pierce the field. Maybe a bit of an open blade, maybe a bit of an earlier shot there will beat the fielder on the left or right hand. But wonderful shot there from du Preez. Unfortunately, not able to squeeze it away.
Oh, she's timing it beautifully. Just keeps finding the fielder there at cover.
Henry in again, and it's similar type delivery, but it's on the pads, and du Preez is able to get this down to long on for just a single. She moves on to 10. South Africa 202 for 3. T, last 9.1 overs. What are you looking for here?
From a South African perspective, you probably wait five more, just maybe 4 points, 1 more overs, around that 45th over, and then you just go hard.
Interesting passage of play there. Laura Wolfart was walking down the wicket as if she was going to kind of attack the bowling there of Henry, but Henry just pulling out of that one and just saying, not so fast.
Very well done to just pull out of the delivery there. Seeing the intention from Laura Wolfart and maybe not having something in the tank for her, but now we'll be prepared for that. So good bowling here.
Oh, stepping out the way, and Laura Wolfart just chips this over the infield. 1 bounce over the boundary. It's 4 runs. What a shot.
Laura launched this right over the end of circle, found the gap there at the cover boundary, and that's exactly what she's looking to do. She's looking to get the ball on the up, get under it very nicely just to clear the inner ring here. And as mentioned earlier, I was expecting these fireworks to only start coming at over number 45, but it looks like Wolfart wants to get the party started right here at over 41. South Africa 206 for 3. Wolfart, as mentioned, 107. And Mignon du Preez on 10.
It's the comfort of wickets in hand, TT. It's one of those where you've got a good platform, you've got wickets in hand, and maybe you're looking to attack the bowler. So long on, mid-off, 2 in the covers, 1 sweeping, 1 out. This one is just chipped by Mignon du Preez straight over the bowler's head, and the fielding is done in the deep, and they just get through for 1. There's a deep cover, backward point, forward square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep fine leg as well.
Keen to see Nisa Mohammed in action. She's been an experienced campaigner here for the West Indies.
Right. It's chipped up high in the air. It's gone over the head of mid-off, and that's gone all the way for 6. What a shot. It didn't look like she timed it, but had the height and the distance as well. What a shot.
Oh, my word. I'm just looking at the fielder there at mid-off. It's Captain Stefani Taylor. And she literally just turned her head back as it went over her. No attempt to field this. No attempt to even catch it. When she saw it, she saw that it was launched right over the boundary. Laura Wolfhard does it again here. Pedal to the metal here, sitting on 113 here for South Africa.
Absolutely. Anisa Mohammed getting a bit of Tom here. She's gone for 1 for 44 in her 7.2 overs. Not to be confused with our very own Anisa Mohammed.
I missed that guy, dude. Anise, we
us,
need you.
Anise.
Tweet us, Anise.
With his SpongeBob and Patrick Twitter handle. If you want to tweet us and you want to know how, you want to be like Anise, tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Change in the field. There's a short third man in place and long on, long off. Cow corner, deep mid wicket. She's going to come around the wicket. Is Anisa Mohammed here to the right hand of Wolfhard. Wolfhard comes down the wicket. She's absolutely bashed that. There's a shot from Anisa Mohammed. She thinks she's got a touch on it. Mignon de Pre is taking a walk. She's absolutely caned that tee. And I think as umpire Jacobs has gone upstairs, I think Wolfhard is going to struggle to get home here.
Mignon Dupree was already halfway through to the boundary. Gloves off, everything, and the umpire had to just stop and be like, hold on, we're still setting this up. But she's pretty convinced that she's out because it really traveled that shot. Laura Wolfhard absolutely spanking it straight back to Anise Mohammed. She got a hand to it. Her hands in pain.
She's done.
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt about it.
Is going to lose another partner here. I was just saying with the Rato team, it's good to see umpire Jacobs and Luba Balaktoma with us once again.
Yay! From the SAA India A series, these guys are legends. As we just see the sides or slide rather go up for Mignon Dupree, and just confirming what she already knew, she has to depart, scoring 11, being run out by Anisa Mohammed. Just looking at that shot again.
Absolutely hammered it. It was a bit of a fingertip there to remove the stump or remove the bail at the non-striker's end, but really unfortunate for Mignon de Pre. There's no way she could have prevented that, and the West Indies.
No, David.
For Columbus. I'm trying to save myself here. 213 for 4. Chloe Tryon walks to the wicket. You talk for a bit.
Yeah, no, Mignon Dupree didn't stand a chance. She was already following through. That's backing up. There it is.
Following up, backing through.
Whatever. Being on the other end of the non-striker's end.
Yeah,
that's out of crease, doing her best just to rotate the strike nicely. But as mentioned, Laura Wolfhard is seeing this ball like a beach ball, absolutely middling it. And unfortunately for her batting partner, middling it straight to the bowler, Anisa Mohammed. And she's done well. Adopted coming from around the wicket here, which she does again.
And just knocks us into the onside, does Wolfhard, and gets through for 1.
Just to mitigate the damage that was being done here by Laura Wolfhard. And we also saw that the fielders on the boundary are all in front of square. So happy to be driven down the ground here is Anisa Mohammed. But runs behind square will probably be difficult to come by.
Yeah, Anisa Mohammed here now to Chloe Tryon.
Coming right arm around the wickets. It's well outside off stump and given as a wide here. So still Tryon yet to face a legitimate delivery.
So the 11th extra we've seen today, 10 wides TT is something that they won't be happy with.
Not at all. This one a little bit straighter as Chloe Tryon drives this down the ground. Mistimed it, got to the ball a little bit early. It was airborne as it went past the woman at cover. Bounced twice before it got to mid-on. For a single, 216 for 4.
Yeah, it's a wonderful performance here by Wolfhard.
Wolfhard coming down the pitch now. Getting to the pitch of the ball and just driving it straight to the field at long on for a single. 217 for 4 after 42 overs. Unfortunately, the loss of Mignon Dupree in that over with some lusty blows from Laura Wolfhard.
Yeah, it's something that South Africa will want as they head towards the final 8 overs of this fixture. South Africa haven't had the best go of things, TT, in this series.
You definitely felt that the batting is what let them down. In the first ODI, just losing wickets in clumps, no one really putting their hand up to make a big score. And in the second one, no one really got a start. There was a decent start from Tasman Brits and Laura Wolfart, but wickets just fell in clumps then. It looked like it was difficult to bat as well for both teams. So South Africans will take a little bit of encouragement here. Players getting runs, Laura Wolfart, Sune Loose in particular, half century and century for the two of them.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 players out in the deep, long on, long off, deep extra cover. They're going to bowl it full, T. I think that's what they're looking for, is to bowl it full, and that's how they're going to put pressure on these two batters.
It is Shakira Salman, right arm over, golf course end, as Laura Wolfart absolutely bludgeons the straight to the fielder at long on. They take 2 runs and they take them quickly. Tryon got to the non-strikers and very quick to secure those 2 runs. Good running between the wickets by the South Africans. 2-1-9 for 4.
Putting pressure on these West Indian fielders. Throw had to be immaculate. It wasn't, and that's where South Africa were able to squeak a second.
Now, just putting pressure on the field with their running, that's always good to see. Quality running between the wickets, as there seems to be a little bit of a conversation here between Laura Wolfart and Chloe Tryon. Wolfart just needs some adjustment with her gloves, it seems. But she'll be back and ready to rumble anytime soon here. She has 2 fields in the ring on the offside behind square, a short third, and also a backward point. Extra cover on the offside as she prepares herself, she sets herself, gives herself some room, doesn't time it at all as it's in the air for a long time before it lands right down the throat of Stefanie Taylor at mid-wicket. And that is the end of the Centurion Laura Wolfart, just 117.
Yeah, she will be happy with that batting performance, but probably in the context of the game, maybe slightly disappointed with herself, T. You know, she would have liked to have gotten South Africa over the line, but an absolutely mammoth performance from her. 117 from 123, 11 fours and just the 1-6. And so she's really done an excellent job. And now we have Nadine de Klerk coming to the wicket.
Nadine de Klerk, the all-rounder. And just commenting on Laura Wolfart's dismissal here. Now that she's out at over number 42, it leaves the batters now with 7.4 overs to sort of negotiate or to sort of get big runs. And you would have felt that you would have wanted Laura Wolfart to be there after over number 45 to really start putting pressure on the West Indian bowlers at that point. But now that she's gone, 2 new batters have to start afresh with 7 overs left. This one, a back of a length delivery on the pads. Tryon runs the first one hard. It's coming in from the fielder at deep square leg, but they make it comfortably in the end. It had to be a brilliant throw out of this world, and it wasn't. So they make it through comfortably in the end, the South Africans. 2 runs, 2-2-1 for 5.
Yeah, it's one that Wolfart just missed timing, not really kind of getting much better at it and top edging it in a simple catch for the Windies captain.
Right arm over Salman, and it's launched through to the onside, backward of square for a maximum. Chloe Tryon isn't here for a long time. She's here for a good time, folks. And she sends that one well over the boundary.
It was an excellent shot there by the South African batter. She's really, we know her prowess with the ball, but certainly she's excelled with the bat with that shot. What a shot, and it sailed over the road.
Now, back of a length delivery that she just got under. It was a hook that she hooked from the hips, just whipping it through to the onside for a boundary. 6 off the over now, dotting it down to the offside. Runs the first one hard as the sweeper at point has to pick that up. And they get 2 again. Chloe Tryon doing very, very well to get 2 runs here. Great running between the wickets, striking the ball nicely. Exactly what South Africa wants in this period.
Absolutely, TT. There's just 1 ball remaining in this over, and South Africa have got to squeeze every single run. We know that Deandra Dotton's been loving life here in South Africa, and so she's probably licking her lips at another opportunity to score some runs for the Windies women.
Last ball of the over, driven on the up. It was a good length delivery outside off stump, and the lady, the woman on the boundary at cover points will do the fielding. 230 for 5 after 43 overs.
TT, it seems like the South Africans have a little bit of quiet confidence.
Mhm.
I get this feeling out of the camp that they've done a lot of hard work since their last international series, and they're definitely making sure that they are setting out their stall here in terms of how they play. They've struggled with results in the first 2 games. I mean, obviously the first one was rained out, but in the second one, to lose it in a super over is such a difficult thing, because you feel like you're there. But I think the South African contingent is certainly feeling like they're not arrogantly confident, not overconfident, but certainly there is positives for them.
Haley Matthews will be taking over from Anissa Mohammed here at the caller drive in, coming right arm over. This one going down the offside left by Chloe Tryon. 230 for 5, a long on, long off. Extra cover mid-wicket. Point, short third, as this one is dragged down to the onside. Chloe Tryon tried to pull this, was in front of squared, was airborne, but bounced once before it got to mid-wicket. No run there, deep mid-wicket, and also a deep point.
I think it popped as opposed to coming onto the bat, and that's why Chloe Tryon was looking for a little bit more from that delivery.
Flighted delivery on the offside, dragged across the line straight to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 231 for 5.
Don't forget, you can come and join us here at the Imperial Wonders. Come and support the Momentum Proteas. If you donate a pair of school shoes for a child between the ages of 8 and 12, you will get a ticket. So you can come watch live international cricket. Tell me where else you can do that in South Africa.
For school shoes. For school shoes. Haley Matthews continuing. This one came in fast. A big, powerful sweep here from Nadine de Klerk. Hit the fielder at mid-wicket. Hit her on the knee as the fielder at deep mid-wicket came in to do the cleaning up. 2-3-2 for 5.
Yeah, it's really a bargain to be able to come and watch international cricket.
Get some quality pep shoes there.
Ooh.
As this one well down the leg side, a bit of a difficult gather for Campbell. She actually just flicks it over her shoulders and it runs all the way to the boundary for 4. So that should be 4 wides.
Yeah, it was 4 wides.
Oof, extras. Read all about it.
Not ideal at all. Not ideal at all, TT. You know, it's one thing when you're under pressure in terms of the back end of an innings, but it's one that it just hurts all that more. It's like salt in the wounds, so to speak. And South Africa will look to capitalize here once again. Long on, low off in place.
Matthews dragging this one down a top edge. The person that short fine leg, tries to run to retrieve it, does well as it was over her head, and Nadine de Klerk will come back for 2 runs after that top edge.
Yeah, it wasn't convincing, but she makes the most of it, and now is on to her single. She's got off the mark.
No, sorry, it was my mistake. It was Chloe Tryon who had
so
the
they
top
ran
edge.
3 for 3.
Yes, that's good running between the wickets. This one dragged down the offside. It's given as a wide. It looked like it's just borderline. But
Jacob's not happy with that one.
Yeah, coming across the right hander. Yeah,
stretching it. That's why it didn't make sense. They just ran multiple runs, and then she had 1 on the scorecard. I was confused there, but it was Chloe Tryon who got the 3.
Getting good runs here. Chloe Tryon, valuable runs. An LBW appeal from a back of a length delivery. Wraps Nadine de Klerk high on the pads. Probably too high to be given LBW. So that ends the 44th over with a dot ball. 2 for 1 for 5. The partnership 21. Chloe Tryon on a quick fire 16. And Nadine de Klerk is off the mark on 1.
Yeah, final 6 overs here for South Africa. And they've got to look to step on the gas. They're batting at 5.5 to the over, but you would think probably they want to be getting from the last 6 overs, 280 would be nice.
280 would be comfortable.
280 would be comfortable indeed. So Chloe Tryon on strike here. 2 batters that are fairly fresh at the wicket, and so they'll want to maybe see things out a little bit. But this is the highest total in women's ODI at the Imperial Wanderers. Previous highest total was versus Bangladesh 2013, 2014, 237 for 4. And we're not even done yet, there's still 6 overs to go.
High scoring game as Henry comes into attack, drags this down on the onside. Chloe Tryon across the line, straight to Kyle corner. 4 runs, baby.
Lovely shot there from Chloe Tryon. She just waited on the back foot and batted it away. What a shot.
Timing immaculate. Placement on point. Get yourself a boundary there, Chloe Tryon. That is classy, and this is exactly what South Africa needs here at the back end of the innings. Runs to come thick and fast. And Chloe Tryon is definitely the woman for the job. Destroyer in chief.
Yeah, long hop just punished and suitably so. 245 for 5, and we've just started the 45th. And so she's on to 20. Her partner at the other end, Nadine de Klerk, just got the 1.
West Indies under some pressure here. Put on them by Chloe Tryon. No field change for the West Indies as Henry continues, and this one is sent for 6 in the same region. Oh my word, what a shot. Chloe Tryon. Whoa.
Bosh. That was an absolute cracker of a shot. Chloe Tryon, a full-length delivery. There's a bit of a shake of a head here, but I don't think she can be too unimpressed with herself here, Henry. She's bowled a foolish length delivery, a bit of a cutter, and Chloe Tryon says, thank you, fetch.
Shoo! What a shot, mates! From the middle of the bat, and you could see as soon as she clapped it, bro, there was only one place it was going to the stands. Boy, already 10 off the first 2 deliveries of this over. A little bit of pressure here for Henry. She's not very happy with herself. She seems a little bit frustrated.
Shrug of the shoulders. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, literally being put under pressure here by the South Africans. So Chloe Tryon doing very well to just put the pressure here on the West Indian bowler. Henry comes in again, right arm over. It's full. It's wide, and it's sliced by Chloe Tryon. She runs the first one hard, decides against the second as the sweeper at deep point does the fielding. 2-5, 2-4-5.
Yeah, this is a good bit of batting intelligence from the South African women. They clearly know this is what they need to do. They're going to run the first one hard so that they can put fielders under pressure there in the deep and hopefully pick up a second. But that fielder down at deep point is not actually on the boundary. She's about 10 meters in from the boundary. And so the opportunity for a second is going to be an interesting one.
Henry right arm over, it's full, it's outside the off stump. Nadine de Klerk on one knee, driving this straight to long off for a single. 2-5, 2-for-3, 2-5, 3-for-5 now.
Here we go.
Got it out in the end.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Right, deep mid-wicket, deep point, long on, long off. Those are the only fielders out at the moment. West Indies not going with anybody fine behind the bat.
Yo, again, through that cow corner region, a short length delivery. Chloe Tryon across the line. Just sends it right over Stefani Taylor at mid-wicket. And looks like Longon is talking to a captain here saying, you need to put someone on the boundary here because she's only hitting to one region. And it looks like captain is going to the bowler now to have a quick conversation. Conversations that the South Africans will be having is business as usual, ladies.
Absolutely. And TT, the thing is that this was all set up by the partnership between Sine Lewis and that wonderful 117 from Laura Volfart. Take nothing away here from Chloe Tryon, but the confidence that she can come to the wicket with 250 odd on the board and absolutely bosh the West Indian bowlers towards the back end here comes from that platform. But she's absolutely taken the ball by the horns here at the bull ring.
Oh, David.
I couldn't help myself. David. I was setting myself up there.
Oh, David. Henry, right arm over. It's outside the off stump. Chloe Tryon trying to send this to the onside once again. This time not timing it so well. So the sweeper at the mid-wicket boundary at the square leg mid-wicket boundary does the fielding. 2-5-8 for 5 after 45 overs.
See Sinala Jafta is warming up there. She's the next batter in. And hopefully South Africa won't need the use of their wicketkeeper. Chanel Henry's bowled her 10 overs, 1 for 64, and she's been put under pressure here by the South Africans. Wonderful performance from the South Africans today. 258 for 5 overs remaining. De Klerk on 2, Tryon on 32, and these two have put on 39 without us even breathing even 2 breaths.
Oh man, I was losing my breath when Chloe Tryon was playing some big shots against the pace bowling of Chanel Henry here. Doing a job here for the South Africans, getting her 32 runs at the back end of this innings. Nadine de Klerk has just been watching very nicely here at the non-strikers end, as this one is short and outside the off stump by Haley Matthews. Chloe Tryon trying to get across and just send us to the square leg boundary, not timing it at all.
Yeah, just hit on the chest there was Chloe Tryon. She was through the shot too early. Another long conversation here with Captain Stefanie Taylor. Is there a bit of dissent, do you think, in the ranks? Could there be a mutiny type? They're not happy with her hands on hips.
They're definitely not happy with something, as this one sent over the boundary again. Cow corner boundary has been seeing balls fly over it off Chloe Tryon's bat all day. Wow.
Shot. Just on one knee and bash this away. What a shot. She's done that already from the other end. She's not afraid, TT, to swing the arms here. Just have a look at that delivery. Float it in, and Chloe Tryon gets well across, and Brian Lara could only dream of a shot like that.
Every single time the West Indian bowlers try to just get it even wider, further away from the middle, Chloe Tryon just gets the pitch of it and sends it through to the onside. Double stepping, missing it completely, but so does Campbell behind the stumps, as this goes for 4 byes, and you can see the pressure that Chloe Tryon has put on the West Indian bowling attack. They look a little frazzled, a little bit of focus lost here, and that's the power of pressure.
Certainly, TT. We can see Captain Stefanie Taylor almost at a loss for words. She just doesn't know what the answer should be. There's been a couple of blunders in the West Indian fielding efforts today, and it just really is just sanitizer in the cuts of the hands of the West Indians.
Oh, sanitizer in the cuts of the hands. That's terrible. A back of a length delivery. A good one here. It's relatively straight. Whipped off the hips by Chloe Tryon just for a single. 2-6-8 for 5 after a little bit of an onslaught here.
Yeah, these two batting really well together. That's the 50 partnership as well, coming off of 22 deliveries. They're in no mood to stick around. They're here to play.
Right arm around the wicket. Late shot by Nadine de Klerk. It gets the top edge and lands right in between the fielders at backward point and short third. Valiant effort to stop the boundary as well, as the South Africans get through for 3 runs here. Good cricket here from both teams.
Jolly good cricket indeed. 269 for 5. Let's checking if all things are as they should be in terms of that not going for a boundary. Wonderful effort, as TT said. It was valiant indeed. 269 for 5, and there's 2 balls remaining.
That's the type of stuff that you definitely want to see as a bowler. After seeing 4 byes go away, you want to see good fielding effort to just get the energy up. Tenacity, yes, love that word. Perfect time for that word. As this one comes in, launched in from Matthews. It rushed Chloe Tryon. She tried to send this over the infield, but just got a leading edge. It was airborne for quite some time, landed safely at a vacant mid-wicket region. 273 for 5 after 46.
Yeah, there's 4 overs remaining here, TT. Tryon has got 40 from 19 deliveries. She's going at well over 200 here. She's loving life and suitably being rewarded here with the performance. It's exactly what you want when you walk in. You know, you've got a platform and you've got to be able to expand upon that. As Shamilia Connell is going to come from the golf course end. She's picked up 2, and 2 of the early wickets were her scalps. That of Tasman Brits gone for 18 and Annika Bosch gone for 5. And so she'll want to, at the back end of this innings, make sure she wraps up this South African innings.
She's definitely been saved up here for the tail. The breakthrough bowler, the strike bowler that Stefanie Taylor can turn to get some wickets. Express pace, got a little bit of nip as well. especially with the new ball, and discipline, line length discipline is what's needed here from the West Indies. There is a third backward point, short fine leg, mid wicket cover, extra cover, mid off, long on, and the fielder on the mid wicket boundary is just going a little bit straight, a little bit around.
That a cow corner region as opposed to a traditional mid wicket
very
region.
close.
It's the favoured area for Chloe Tryon. Oops. Umpire Lubabalo Tuma saying, hold up, slow down.
Hold up.
Not sure why he's hanging on with things.
He's hanging on with things so that we can tell the listeners that there's also a fielder at a deep cover point. There you go.
Thanks, Umpire Tuma.
Look at that, in
What a nice
position,
guy.
just in time.
Jeez.
Team player.
Yeah.
Connell, right arm over from the golf course end. Chloe trying to send this straight over the bowler's head, missing it all, ends up a big whoosh of the bat as South Africa remain on 273 for 5.
You always have to make that sound effect, like superheroes of old, Thwap and Biff and Bosch and
Thonk.
yes.
Quality onomatopoeias there, David.
Absolutely. So Chloe Tryon here is going to have to look to play that shot again.
Right arm over comes Connell. Across the line once again, straight to that cow corner fielder. They got there quickly. They can only take the single, 274 for 5. And they've definitely identified Chloe Tryon's bread and butter area, if there is one in the field. She definitely loves playing across the line, just heaving it over the mid-wicket fielder in the ring.
Good bit of fielding there out there in the Clark on strike.
Connell right arm over. Oh, back of a left delivery, a bottom edge as de Klerk tries to send this across the line, and it just missed the leg stump. And I mean just. Very, very good bowling here from Connell.
Yeah, there's no gap in the glass here in the commentary box. You're not hearing the wind whistle. It's just our exclamation in terms of how they've narrowly missed out on a wicket here in the West Indies.
Oh, Nadine de Klerk sends this in the air. It's in the air for a long time, going towards the long on region, and long off comes in and drops it. She was coming in, sorry, it was long on coming in, and she just drops it. And that's very unfortunate. South Africa get 2 runs. Nadine de Klerk trying to just clear that boundary at long off, and will count self-fortunate.
It was a mistimed shot. De Klerk trying to go over the mid-off region, and it hung in the air for so long. It so nearly could have been taken, and she gets a lifeline.
Gets a lifeline, tries to send this one again. This time flat bats it straight to the fielder at mid-off for a quick single. Shy at the stumps, but in vain. 277 for 5.
Yeah, it was a sharp run there from de Klerk. She could have been dismissed, and I'm sure she'll just want to get to the non-striker's end just to calm her mind. But the technique there left something to be desired. TT, the pinkies are not together, and you would think pointing towards the sky is the way to go.
I didn't quite get under the ball. It looked like she was trying to come side onto it, like with a crocodile catch. So definitely not comfortable. As a wide delivery here from Connell, going down the leg side. Chloe Tryon well down the pitch with that delivery.
Good signaling technique there from umpire Tuma.
You got a little bit.
17 wide so far from the Windies woman.
He's been getting a workout, eh?
I like umpire Tuma.
He's a vibe. He's a nice guy.
Legend.
Connell right arm over. It's well outside off stump. If it was left, it would have been a wide. But try and flat bats this. And the fielder at mid-off does the fielding. 279 for 5 after 47, and after that single.
Yeah, TT. It was a. She's been watching some Australian Open there. It was a bit of a forehand shot there, but it went straight into the strip, and that meant that she was not able to get it away as comfortably as she'd like. These two have put together 60 in record time. Tryons on 42, de Klerk on 8, 3 overs remaining, and long on, long off for back. Let's see whether or not somebody goes out to that Cow Corner region. It does indeed look like that is going to be the case for this first delivery to try. There's just long on, long off. Somebody at Cow and then another one at Deep Extra Cover.
Interesting. It's Anisa Mohammed that's going to be doing the bowling here. Right arm over. It's dragged down and it's played to the long off boundary off the back foot. They sort of look for the second one, but decided against. It's Chloe Tryon now no longer on strike. 280 for 5.
Trying to starve the South Africans of pace here to hit the ball with, if you're bowling spin, you're obviously going to look to float it up a little bit and not give the South Africans anything to work with.
Oh, this one just down the leg side, and all Nadine de Klerk has to do is guide this to a vacant fine leg boundary. She gets 4 free runs, you'd feel here. 284 for 5.
Bit of a gimme there from Anisa Mohammed. She's bowled it straight down the leg side and, like you said, just hit it on the top of its head, did Nadine de Klerk, and she gets 4 for it. She's on 12, and South Africa 284 for 5.
You're talking about pace off the ball and how it's all down to timing. South Africans haven't been timing the best. Nadine de Klerk middles this one straight past the fielder at mid-wicket. There was nothing she could do. It was just going too damn fast, and it went all the way to the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Nadine de Klerk as South Africa stood on 288 for 5.
Yeah, it was an absolutely wonderfully timed shot, TT. You called it. South Africa smashed that one and all too easy for the South Africans to pick up a boundary.
Right arm over. It is a good length delivery, but played off the back foot. Nadine de Klerk across the line. This time a little bit more square and has now gone either side of the fielder at Cow Corner for another boundary. It's back-to-back boundaries now.
Absolutely. It's 444 here for the South Africans. It was a shortish delivery. It just sat up and de Klerk was only too obliged to loaf this one away to the onside. Lovely shot, and she'll pick up forwards 12 runs TT in this over so far. Not palatable
for the West Indies. I'm thinking,
no, certainly not.
I'm thinking that exactly. And if you're the West Indies now, you sort of feel that your bowlers are lacking that rhythm. We saw when Stefanie Taylor came in as well, how difficult it was for her to find those lines and lengths. And here, Anisa Mohammed has found it's a lot fuller on that off stump. They didn't look like playing late, finding an inside edge, but her pads kept that from going to the stumps.
Bit of a turning point, TT, in terms of that Stefanie Taylor over. Things were going somewhat placid. I'll give it to you after this ball.
Flight to delivery. It looked like it was a full toss, whipped off the pads as it's played straight to the fielder at a deep mid-wicket. So it looks like there was a fielding change. The one that was at a conventional mid-wicket went a little bit more square, and that just went to the deep mid-wicket without a fielder there.
But that's Stefanie Taylor over, TT, I think, that's where things kind of went sideways. She really tried to, she was looking for a wicket and thought, if there's anybody that's going to do it, it's me as skipper. But that went sideways very quickly from her tee. And so it changed the nature of South Africa's scoring rate. They were able to accelerate from that. And so really just capitalizing on the opportunities. But it shows, TT, how important one bowling change can be in terms of the flow and the context of the game. South Africa at one point were projected to get 220. And look where they are now, 2 overs to go, and they're 7 away from 300.
Connell coming right arm over to Nadine de Klerk, who sends this to a Cow Corner region. It bounces once before it gets to the fielder that is sweeping in the deep there. So heart and mouth moment.
Possibility of a catch there, team.
No, but you saw what happened to Nation there earlier today when she tried to go for a catch. You don't want to risk it unnecessarily, especially before the World Cup. Just make it a single. You don't have to be a hero here. It's not a World Cup final.
Certainly not. Certainly not.
Right arm over comes Connell. It is full outside the off stump, not timed well enough. It's straight up into the air and straight into the hands of the bowler. They get the big wicket of Chloe Tryon as she is caught and bowled by Connell. And Connell is doing the damage here for the West Indies.
Exactly what her captain would have asked for. A bit of a cutter delivery and not timed as well as Tryon would like, but a good catch in the end. It hung in the air for an eternity, and Connell says, I'll take that. She's gone for 43, is Chloe Tryon, facing just 24 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s. She was clearly in a hurry, striking at nearly 200. So a wonderful bit of a cameo there from her. Sonala Jafta, the South African wicketkeeper, coming to the wicket. She's played 16 matches and has her highest against the against the West Indies in 2021, that of 28.
Nadine de Klerk on strike, a delivery that is a good length outside off stump. De Klerk tried to get to the pitch of it and send it to the leg side, mistimed it, short, fine leg, does the fielding, 294 for 6.
Halfway through the 49th tee, South Africa 300 is lurking here if they can continue to rotate the strike.
This one is full outside the off stump and played straight down the throats of extra cover. And Nadine de Klerk has to go 2 quick wickets in this over. And not even a little bit of a celebration here from the West Indies. They just want to get through these batters quickly. Or you may feel that they're disappointed. South Africa already at 294 for 7. 6 runs away.
I've jinxed it. I'm sorry. I mean, if you're a West Indian fan, I'm not sorry.
No,
if you are
not
a South
sorry at
African
all.
fan, I am. De Klerk gone for 22. It brings Shabnam Ismail to the wicket. She's played 113 games for South Africa, season campaigner, and with a strike rate of 55, she'll take every single run she can get here as South Africa face the final 8 deliveries.
You'd feel that South Africa just need to get themselves over that 300 mark. Just that mental barrier that it sort of creates here. When you're coming into the middle and you already have to go at 6 and over, it really changes the complexity of the game, or the complexion, of the game. That makes it a little bit difficult as well. A high strike rate, a high run rate at the beginning just keeps climbing if you don't maintain it.
Should be Ismail, left-handed, round the wicket now.
Oh, went very, very wide. Oof. That was almost on the second strip. It was on the second strip.
It was in the second strip. Patuma having a look there. I think it was the angle because the bowler with the 18th wide of the game so far. Bowler cutting across him, obviously, as she's come around the wicket is Connell. And so umpire Jacob's just saying, mate, that was properly wide. Proper wide. That was Steve Holmes in the 2006 Ashes.
My word.
Bowler on the second strip.
No.
Slipped out the hand.
Right arm around.
Much better.
Shabnam Ismail, a back of a length delivery that she just blocks to the offside for a single, 295 for 7.
Yeah, Jafta now with the responsibility, you would think, T. She's obviously the senior partner here, but not by much. She's yet to get off the mark and also yet to face a delivery, but certainly batting prowess, you might think that Jafta would probably have to take this game over the line here. 296 for 7 balls remaining in this innings from the South Africans, and mirrored performance is not the case for the South Africans.
Jafta on strike. Oof, squared up with a beautiful delivery from Connell. It was a good length just on that off stump, and Jafta tried to drive at this, but the outside edge was beaten. Picked up by the keeper, 296 for 7. What a delivery.
Shamilia Connell, 10 overs, 4 for 54. She's really ripped through the South Africans today with the early 2 wickets. And then at the back end of her spell, the remaining 2, it's been a wonderful performance from her. But, TT, this is no credit must be taken away from the South Africans with this bowling performance. It is certainly stupendous. This is the highest women's ODI total at the Imperial Wanderers. And the Imperial Wanderers seems to attract large scores. We think of April of 2006, where the South African men chased down 434, but this has been an incredible performance from the South African women. Great performance with the bat.
No, they're doing very well. Are the South Africans? It looks like
Hayley Matthews is going to wrap up the innings. Yeah,
that's interesting. Coming in at the death, the final over, coming right arm over to left-handed Ismail as she tries to send this, launch this over the infield on the onside. Missed it. All ends up as the fielder at short fine leg does the fielding. 1 bye given as now Sonala Jafta is on strike.
The 5th bye for this innings. It was trying to clear that front leg and smash it over the cow corner region. Not not working for Shabnim Ismail. There's a change in the field. The fielder who was down there at a deep cover comes into the ring, and then fine levies in place as well as deep backward square and car corner. So they clearly know where Jafta is going to be looking for her bread and butter.
Right arm over the wicket comes Hayley Matthews. It's a little bit flighted as this is dotted down straight to the fielder behind square on the offside. A shy at the stumps, but the shy was too hard for Campbell to gather and stump. So Ismail makes it comfortably to the strikers in 298 for 7.
Yeah, Jafta just opening the blade there almost could be considered a suicidal run.
Yep.
But it was the throw that saved Shabnim Ismail. She would have been a 50-50 call.
This one is straight, and Shabnim Ismail tries to send this once again to that cow corner region, but it went all the way through her. It's like there's a hole in her bat, the way it looked like she could have connected that, but absolutely missed that. All ends up
taking guard once again. Shabi Ismail is wanting to just connect one delivery here. Just get over the 300 mark, and you'll be comfortable. 3 balls remaining in the final 50th over.
Not going to die wondering here, as of this one. Once again, she attempts to send to the boundary, misses it, all ends up beating that outside edge. Hayley Matthews doing the business, and there's an appeal for stumping here.
I think it was a missed stumping. Yeah, umpire Kuma going upstairs. T. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, please.
Campbell, I think, didn't collect it cleanly, and that's why she doesn't seem confident in it at all. And so we'll be having a look at that from our side, just to make sure that there is an opportunity there for a stumping. The third umpire Steve Harris, is just having a look at it. We're going to have a look here on our own screen and whether or not she's taken that cleanly. Yeah, I'm not so certain that there is a clean take there from the wicketkeeper Campbell. And I think based on the response from Matthews, that she doesn't seem to be too confident in whether or not that
it's given us out. Oh!
Wow, that's impressive. I honestly didn't think that was out. That's a bit of a... I thought she didn't take it cleanly. I mean, we have a look at it here. The side-on view, there's no worry about the no ball there from the striker's end. But just having a look at it, Shabi Ismail coming down the wicket, trying to collect that one to send it over the boundary. But it's deflected off of the gloves of Campbell, and that's why Shabnim Ismail's out. That brings Ayabonga Kaka to the wicket with just 1 ball to face.
So is that a stumping or is it a run out?
Stumping, because it's not attempted the run.
That's true, but I mean, like, it went in her hand, and then it went out of her hand, and then the ball hit the stumps.
Correct, it's a stumping.
Oh, okay. Right arm over, last ball. Hayley Matthews. This one played to the fielder at a short third, and they get a single there to take the score to 299 for 8, which means that the West Indies have a total of 300 to chase.
Yeah, Windies will look at that and be cognizant of how much that is in terms of the mental barrier, like you were talking about with the 300. But a splendid effort here from the South Africans. It was all off the back of the Volfart 117 and that massive partnership as well with Sune Loose. They've done an excellent job. Chloe Tryon, TT, came out and absolutely bashed the ball everywhere. And she scored a 43 off of not very much, but a wonderful batting performance here, T.
A wonderful batting performance indeed. Volfart getting 117, Loose getting 56, and Chloe Tryon a lusty blows for her 43 to take South Africa to 299 for 8 in their 50 overs. But don't go away. We might be gone, but there will be some archives for you to listen to while we have the innings break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You can start.
And welcome back to the third ODI between South Africa and the West Indies. South Africa, a fantastic batting performance, posted 299 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in their 50 overs. Now we have the West Indies coming in. My name is Sean Mayers, and I'm joined by Mpo Mtwane. And coming in and opening the batting for the West Indies, we've got Deandra Dottin and Rashada Williams. And taking the first ball for South Africa, or bowling the first ball for South Africa rather, is Shibnam Ismail. Well, we have another masterclass power hitting display by Deandra Dottin. Only time will tell. But so far, we have seen a fantastic 100 scored by Laura Fulfart from South Africa. She scored 117 before losing her wicket. A fantastic 100 in difficult circumstances at the beginning. And she was joined by Sunelise and scored a fantastic 50 as well.
So we're ready to go. 300, highest score here at the Wanderers in a women's ODI. West Indies have a glimpse because we saw that 150 from Deandra Dottin. She's going to face up to that first ball. Can she repeat the heroics of last week Friday?
It's been a week. We hope that she will still have it in her. It was fantastic to see women clearing the boundary the way she does. That's happening more and more. Now, Shibnam Ismail comes in from the golf course end over the wicket. It's a full ball. It's driven just left of mid on, and that takes the West Indies innings to 1 run. And Deandra Dottin is off the mark. The
bit of a loosener from Shibnam Ismail. It's a little bit too full. It's more of a low full toss, but she got away with that one.
The field state that Shibnam Ismail is bowling to the openers. She's got 2 slips, a point, a cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, a third man on the boundary, and fine leg as well on the boundary. As she comes in, it's back of a length, and Rashada Williams is defending it for no run to mid off.
Yes, Rashada Williams defending that. She'll be looking to continue her form from the past year that got her into that opening spot for the West Indies. And wanting to just cement her place there at the top. She's still pretty new in international cricket, hasn't had the best of series times here in South Africa.
Yes. Shibnam Ismail continuing from the golf course end. It's back of a length on middle and leg. Rashada Williams just defending that one as well.
That was very close to an LBW. She bowled it very straight, looking to hit middle and leg, but Rashada was well in her way, well in line, and got it back down in time.
So some good balance, not always the easiest to do, especially early on in an innings, and she's defending that well. Hopefully will provide some good company and make this an interesting chase for the West Indians as Shibnam Ismail comes in. Another full ball that Rashada Williams just works between mid-on and mid-wicket for a single. She is now off the mark. Score is 2 for no loss.
Score is 2 for no loss. And I think that the way the West Indies are going to try and go about this is to try and blunt the South African attack up front while the field is in. Deandra Dottin did that very well in the last ODI. And then try and, once you've done that, and then just carry yourself through.
It's a full ball on leg and middle, and Deandra Dottin has just lofted this over the inner ring on the leg side towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Deandra Dottin gets 2 runs for that shot. A little bit mistiming there.
That's a mistimed shot there, yeah. Trying to play that through the cover. She would have wanted to play that on the ground, but that went sky high, largely due to that lack of timing. It's still early in the innings. Got to try and find that rhythm.
Ismail coming in from the golf course in another fuller length delivery, gets the inside half of Dottin's bat as she was aiming for the covers, but the ball ends up at mid-on, and that's the end of the first over. The score is 4 for no loss. Dottin is on 3, Williams is on 1, and a good over from Ismail.
Yes, a little bit of mistiming there from Dottin. Some of the South Africans we're hoping continues for just a little bit longer. That keeps them in the game. She's been so dominant, having scored 150 in that first match. that was rained out. And she continued being dominant in the next game, obviously needing 160 with the West Indies. She scored that 37. And she was really important in the middle overs of the partnership with Stefani Taylor and Hayley Matthews. So she is key to the West Indies, and they're a true dark horse in this World Cup that's coming up because of the power hitting and the power batting that they have at the top of this order.
So good to see Aiwanga Kaka coming in from the corner drive end. She's not the usual opener, but it is so good to see her taking the new ball. Usually it's Marizanne Cup to complement Ishmael, and lately Ishmael's partner has been Masabata Class, so it's good to see Aiwanga Kaka from the corner drive end. Back of a length delivery that Deandra Dotton on the back foot just defends to extra cover.
Aya on the money to start off with. Really good to see. Her bowling with the new ball, something that I've always wanted to see from her. But obviously, when you've got Marizanne, it's a little bit easier to have Aya as a change. But it's a bit of a luxury because in some nations, Aya would be opening the bowling.
Aya coming in, another back of a length delivery, and on the money again. Williams just defending that to the covers. Her field set, she has one slip, point, cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, third man, and fine leg on the boundary.
So you can see the field from Rashada Williams kind of letting Aya to bowl in that channel, that corridor of uncertainty.
Aya coming in, back of a length again, and Rashada Williams just defending it on the back foot, but it was a little bit too full to be on the back foot. It would be a little bit more convincing if she went forward.
This is a very interesting situation happening between Chloe Tryon and Shabnam Ishmael. The cooler box for the bowlers is not at fine leg for the right-hander, it's at third man. And so Chloe Tryon's been trying to get a water bottle to Shabnam Ishmael.
And it's a full-length delivery from Aiwanga Kaka outside the off-stump. Rashada Williams going for the drive and is caught at slip. This is the breakthrough South Africa wanted, getting Rashada Williams cheaply. 1 run off 7 balls. And the first wicket for Aiwanga Kaka.
Yes, really good wicket from Aya in that channel outside the off-stump and got the edge, a healthy edge off the bat of Rashada Williams. They are going upstairs to have a view of the catch. So I do think the soft signal is out. And so we just have to wait and see whether the ball was grassed. And we have technology, the use of technology. So why not use it?
Rashada Williams will be very disappointed with this shot, given that it wasn't needed.
So it wasn't a shot that was needed, but sometimes you want to, as you've mentioned, you want to just get off strike, get the rhythm going early on as a batter, and it feels like it's a freebie. But when you are in a little bit of a bare patch like Rashada Williams is in right now, especially on tour of South Africa, you just want to just put pressure on the bowler, try to get on top of them. And that shot was one of those that she felt was a little bit risky, but it would have paid dividends if it worked out. But unlucky for her that she got the edge.
Yes, and that brings in Kasia Knight, 76 matches to her name. She has 150, 1,136 runs with the highest score, 55 against India.
But I can tell you what the problem was with Rashada Williams' wicket. She was trying to play the ball down the leg side. Her bat angle was facing mid-on. And that kind of helped get the edge because obviously if your bat angle's coming through, the ball's going across, easy pickings for the South Africans.
Aiwanga Kaka to Knight, left-handed Knight. She's continuing over the wicket. Knight just leaving that one to go across her for no run. Yes, you are correct. If you are coming across the ball, you are exposing that edge. You are allowing it to you're bringing that outside edge into play, getting that slip into play, and that's what Aiwanga does. She is a containing bowler, but lately has been getting her wickets. And Aiwanga Kaka bowls this one back of a length, and Knight just let that go through. That is the end of the second over. The score is 4-1. Dotton is on 3. Knight yet to get off the mark. But most importantly, the wicket of Williams was taken in that over, caught by Sunay Lees at first slip.
It's really good over for the South Africans. They'll be wanting to get a breakthrough. Obviously, the dangerous Dotton is still at the crease. And now, obviously, Kaisia Knight is coming in, also looking to cement a place at the top of that order. You know, it's a strong batting lineup for the West Indies, but there are parts that are slightly inexperienced. You've got Dotton, Knight, you've got Dotton, Taylor, and Matthews, who are the experienced ones.
Ishmael continuing from the golf course end, and it's back of a length, but very close to that off stump. Deandra Dotton at the last minute, getting her bat out the way, and letting that go through to Jafta for no run.
Yes, it looks like Shabnam is pushing Deandra Dotton back in her crease with that length, that shorter length. She looked to play that off the back foot, but yeah, fended that one, but she pulled the bat away at the right time.
Ishmael continuing from the golf course end, past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery that Dotton plays on the front foot, but just angles the bat and lets it go to the fielder on the third man boundary for 1 run.
Yes, Aya getting in some work there after getting a little bit of water. Now we will let you know that the cooler box is at the right-hand third man still, and Aya's fielding a third man. But now she will be at fine leg for the left-handed Kaisia Knight.
Yes, the field set to Kaisia Knight, 2 slips, backward point. That go through to Jafta. It just shapes in a little. Hopefully, Ishmael looking for that edge to put those 2 slips into play. Backward point. She has a cover, a mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket.
It's a slightly more attacking field for Kaisia Knight. The South Africans looking to, similar to what the West Indies were doing to everyone else that wasn't Laura Belfort.
Yes, back of a length again from Shubnam Ishmael, and Knight trying to defend that, but only manages to get the ball into her pads off her bat.
Yes, another chance for Shubnam Ishmael, an inside edge this time onto the pads. You can feel as though she's about to break through. Really good bowling so far from Shabnam at the top. Yes, she's conceded 5 runs, but she's been very dangerous from that golf course end.
Ishmael coming through past the umpire, back of a length, outside the off stump. Knight having I would say not a convincing play at it, misses it, and the ball goes through to Jafta. Marginally missing that outside edge and not looking too convincing with that shot.
So we've got an update from West Indies cricket around Chidin Nation. Out of the abundance of caution, Chidin Nation was taken to the hospital for medical examination after taking a tumble while fielding. We'll get updates from the West Indies cricket around that probably later on tonight.
Shubnam Ishmael, back of a length again on that off-stump line, and Knight just defending it for no run. Yes, we do hope that Chidin Nation recovers quickly. That wasn't a very pretty fall. It was painful, and wishing her a quick recovery so that hopefully keep her World Cup hopes.
It's very scary now, picking up injuries just a month before the World Cup. World Cup squads are being announced. West Indies and New Zealand announced their World Cup squad earlier today. So it's just very weary as a player because you want to be at the global showpiece. It's a party you want to be at.
Yes, as Ishmael comes in, it's a short leg pitch delivery on off stump, and Knight just pulls this but goes to mid wicket for no run. That's the end of the third over. The score is 6-1. Dotton on 4, and Knight yet to get off the mark. You want to be at that global showcase. There has been so much hype about it. New Zealand is raring to go, ready for the best women's cricketers in the world to
descend on them, even though they've got all these COVID rules and it's players are fighting injury, fighting against COVID, trying to make their way to New Zealand. We are expecting the imminent announcement of the South African squad going to the World Cup. Might be later tonight or even early tomorrow. That's also a very intriguing one because you might get some players who are playing in this series that might not be on the plane to New Zealand, which is pretty tough. But we said at the beginning of this tour, it's an addition to put yourself in the selector's frame of mind.
Ayabonga Kaka will continue from the caller drive end to Deandra Dotton. It's a back of a length delivery on middle and leg, and Deandra Dotton just defending that for no run.
South Africa will know that early on they have to try and get Dotton out. Her timing isn't that great. Once she gets in full rhythm, she is very dangerous. So this is the period where you need to be tight on your line and length. You need to concentrate a lot more and focus on not giving her too many freebies to get that rhythm going too early. And so far they've done well. And that was the first ball to Dotton from Aya, so that was really good.
Aya continuing from the caller drive in. It's a full length delivery in the block hole, and Dotton keeps that one out. Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing Dotton look a little uncomfortable.
It's very uneasy right now at the crease, but she's going through her routine. She's going through her things. She knows that ball's gone. And the next one is the one that she needs to focus on. Hasn't been easy, but she knows that the hopes of her nation getting through this total rest largely on her.
Ayabonga Kaka comes in. It's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump, and Dotton slashing at that and goes towards the wide third man boundary, and she manages to get to 4 despite a dive from Chloe Tryon. That brings the score to 10-1.
Valiant effort in the field, but you're going to bowl it full and wide. Deandra Dotton is going to throw her hands at that, and she did. And a really good boundary for her. First boundary of the day for her. And South Africa Aya needs to come back stronger with this next ball.
Yes. Hopefully, I will bowl a lot straighter as she comes past the umpire. It's a full length delivery on middle and leg, and that is punished between mid on and mid wicket. Diving effort from Raisibe Ntozake, and she unfortunately dives over it, and Dotton manages another 4.
Back-to-back 4s for Deandra Dotton. She's very dangerous when you start giving her free balls. And this time, an overcorrection from Aya. She went wide. This time, she went straight and full. Half volley this time, and it was well dispatched. The fielding effort wasn't great from Raisibe, but that was hit with a little bit more power than she expected.
Yes, Raisibe will be a bit disappointed. She is somebody who prides herself in her fielding, so she'll want to come back strong. Ayabonga Kaka coming in, past the umpire, another full-length delivery, and Dotton trying to flick that ball that was on leg stump over at the leg side, but misses it and hits the pad for no run.
Yeah, all of a sudden, she found timing. Now she doesn't find it. It's just a little bit interesting, but Aya did bowl an effort ball there a lot quicker than the previous ones.
Well, this is a good matchup because Dotton did take Ayabonga's wicket. Ayabonga took Dotton's wicket in the last ODI.
And that's probably one of the reasons why she's bowling now. Like, Sine just wants to see the back of Deandra Dotton.
Ayabonga coming in. It's another full delivery on middle and leg, and it is caught at mid-wicket by Tasman Brits. This is the second wicket for the South Africans. And they will see the back of Dotton, Sune, and Aya probably the happiest on this field. And great call and Paul. Deandra Dotton out for 12 runs off 11 balls.
Big wicket for South Africa. Like you called it, Sean, that Aya took Dotton's wicket in the last game, and she takes it again. She is the leading wicket taker in the series, the spearhead, the co-spearhead of this bowling attack. And she's done an incredible job partnering up with Shabnum Ishmael. Shabnum was tight on the other end, and then Aya came back. She didn't have the greatest of overs, but she finished with aplomb. Really good bowling. She'll be happy with that. That's the wicket you want to get. And it's 14 for 2 with Stefani Taylor coming in and Cassia Knight all have not scored a run.
Oh, this is where South Africa want to be. And if anything, potentially one of the best calls to bat. Everyone was saying South Africa, wide bat, you better at chasing. But, despite the start, they've put on a big total and getting off to a flyer here. That's the end of Ayabonga's over. We will continue with Shabnum Ishmael from the golf course end as she comes in past the umpire to Kaisia Knight. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump, and she drives that between through extra cover for 4.
That was a half volley. She played that on the up. Really great timing from Kaisia Knight. A freebie just over pitched from Shabnam Ishmael bowling to the left-hander, coming across her, and good shot, and rewarded by that.
Yes, these two have to dig in. Knight not getting off to the fly as she would have hoped to in this series, and Shabnam Ishmael comes in. It's a shorter delivery, and Knight just plays that towards the square leg region, and Mignon Dupree running round and throwing that in, but the West Indians managed to scamper through for a single. The score is 19 for 2.
Shabnam Ishmael coming around the wicket for that last one to close in the angle. To the left-handed Knight, she has to come over now to the right-handed Stefani Taylor, 2 slips gully, extra cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and catching on the square. You've got fine leg on the boundary as well as a third man.
Shabnam Ishmael coming in over the wicket to Stefani Taylor, and it's back of a leg. Stefani with no feet movement edges that, and unfortunately, I think it's dropped by Sonalo Jafta.
That's uncharacteristic of Sonalo, who's the best gloveman in the country. Really, really disappointing for her. She'll be disappointed by that. Would have been a spectacular catch as Stefani just fending at that one outside that off stump, and it came in and it popped out of Sonalo's gloves, diving to her right. Really disappointing.
Ishmael coming through, back of a length again. Stefani Taylor with no real foot movement and just prodding at that one. Ishmael will be happy to see Stefani playing like this, not
She's
looking
not going to be happy
comfortable.
about that drop catch, though. It was a tough chance for Sonalo. One you would expect her to take. Mistakes really do happen, even to the best of us.
Yes, Stefani Taylor is a classy player, so you want to get her out early. She can still steer the ship. She is the captain, has a lot of experience, and she knows what she's doing. As Ishmael comes in, it's a full-length delivery on middle and leg, and Stefani just clipping that between mid-wicket and mid-on for another 4. The score is 23 for 2.
Leg stump half volleys, and the great thing about Stefani, unlike her teammate DeAndre Dotson, is that she's got a lot more timing right now, and she found that middle of the bat.
Yes, a little bit of consultation here between Sunelise and, not Sunay, it was Nadine de Klerk and Shabnam. Will it bring a change? Will it be a shorter one? As Shabnam comes into Taylor, it's a fuller length delivery on middle and off, and Taylor just defending that.
Shabnam Ishmael will be disappointed with that. She could have had a wicket to her name in that over, and she let go of a freebie, of 2 freebies actually, 2 fours in that over. So she, being the perfectionist and the deep character that she is, will be wanting to improve on that over.
Yes, these two are bowling well in this partnership. 5 overs gone, 23 for 2. South Africa at this stage with 34 for 1. So I would say the West Indies are big time on the back foot and would want to build from here, need to build from here. Ayabonga Kaka continuing from the corner drive in. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump, and Knight just driving this to extra cover for no run.
It's going to be an intriguing battle here because Knight's going to drive at anything full and slightly outside the off stump. So that's going to bring in that slip fielder in there. That's Sinea. I'm just not sure if they should try to get a second in. Take that extra cover, put it in there.
Kaka in again. It's a full length delivery well outside the off stump. Knight not timing it too well over extra cover, and they only manage 2 runs with Raisibe chasing it down and saving a potential boundary there. Scores 25 for 2.
Ball plugging like a pitching wedge in the middle of the outfield, but playing that on the up. She's driving on the up, so maybe that's why that extra cover fielder is there instead of that slip fielder.
Ayabonga Kaka comes in. It's a full length delivery on off stump. That Knight just defends for no run.
Bit of a slow ball there from Aya, and well identified by Cassia defending that back to the point of no run.
I like the variation in pace that Aya is bringing in. We know that Shibnam brings some real gas, so this variation in pace and her actions staying relatively the same isn't making it any easier for the West Indians, as Aibonga bowls a full half volley to Knight, and she drives it straight to the cover fielder for no run.
That had better timing, but straight to the field. So really disappointing. But I think Cassia would be comfortable knowing that she's regaining her timing a little bit more.
Yes, she'll be hopefully excited. I think this is her highest score in the series, as Iwon Kaka comes back of a length across Knight, who leads it for no run.
Yes. South Africans have bowled really well to start off this series, and Cassia Knight they've been put under pressure by South Africans. So Nelis wanted to see how the team will do bowling under lights, and so it's a really big test for this bowling attack. Cassia Knight's previous high score was 3.
It's a full-length delivery, and Knight also just driving this into the covers for no run. That's the end of the 6th over. The score is 25 for 2. Taylor is on 4, Knight is on 7.
So DeAndre Dotson going out for 12. Before this innings, she had an average of 187 in the series. It's now gone down to 99.5. So it's been hard. She's out for the second time in this series in 3 matches. Really very dominant. Laura Wolfart and Sinead Lisa also centurions in this series in terms of runs scored. 148 runs now in the series by Laura, and Sinead is on 108 in the series. And Tasman Brits and Chloe Tryon. So 4 South Africans are behind DeAndre Dotson. And it kind of gives you a sense of where the West Indian side has struggled.
And Ishmael, it's back of a length and on the back foot to Taylor, just pushing this to mid-off, and they managed to scamper through for a quick single.
Because after DeAndre Dotson, the next batter is Hayley Matthews on 55 runs. Yes, she's yet to bat, but that kind of gives you a sense, because there's like 5 South Africans in between that. So obviously it will change tonight should there be, but the massive disparity between Dotson's red hot form and everybody else is something that the West Indies will be very worried. And they thought in this tour they'd try to get as many batters into form as possible, but that hasn't quite worked out.
Yeah, so you would have expected to Taylor, Knight, and Williams to score a lot more runs in this series. As Ishmael comes in from the golf course end, it's back of a length across left-handed Knight, and it drops. It's outside edge to Sinead but at first slip, but it drops just short.
Yes, a ball that squared Cassia Knight up. Shabnam Ishmael's, I think, bowled 4 wicket-taking deliveries so far in this match, and none of them have either gone to hand or gone through the gate. She's been very good. That one just bouncing just in front of Sinead at slip.
As Ishmael comes through from the golf course end, it's a full-length delivery on middle and off, and it's just defended for no run.
It's just that extra pace that Shibnam is getting that's bothering the West Indian batters today. And they get it, as we spoke about earlier in our stint in the first innings about bowling and partnership. And they get Aya, and they think that they can attack Aya, and then the wickets fall. So she shouldn't be too disappointed, because from a team perspective, they're getting the job done as a partnership.
Ishmael coming through. It's a full-length delivery outside the offside and outside the off stump, and it is driven through the covers between extra cover and mid-off for 4. The score's 30 for 2.
Very good shot. Lots of great timing. She leant into that one and just let the bat do all the talking, and she just presented a straight bat, and the ball with the pace just went off of it like a trace. So bullet 30 for 2. Taylor's on 5. Knight after that 4 is on 11.
It's the most comfortable we've seen Knight play in the series. As Ishmael comes in, it's a short delivery at Knight's hips, and she just pulls that to this backward square boundary and gets a 4. Back-to-back 4s. Shibnam Ishmael must be fuming.
Yes, a little bit of a West Indian one-footed flick off the hips. You can literally take any West Indian batter throughout the ages, men or women. Kaisia Knight is just taking you back down memory lane with that shot. Really beautiful score up to 34.
It looks. She made it look too easy to play that shot. Even I believe I can play it. Shimna Mishmal coming in from the golf course, and it's a back of a leg delivery on off stump, and Knight just defends it for no run.
Shimna Mishmal going for 6 runs and over. At the end of that over, it's 20. Well, no, not 6 runs and over, but 600 over in 4 overs. 4 for 24. With Ayabonga going for 10 runs in her 3 overs for 2 wickets. 34 for 2 right now. These two in the middle similar situation to South Africa, just trying to rebuild when Sine Luce and Laura Wolfhard met in the crease for that very long century stand partnership. And that's what these two need to look to say, no, if they can score a 100-run partnership, we can do that too. And it's about giving yourself time, taking time out the game. You can let some balls go because on the back end you've got some big hitters. We saw the last game, Chidi Nation is a really power hitter.
As Ayabonga Kaka comes in, and it's back of a length delivery that Taylor just guides down to the third man.
Yes. Just easy singles there, and that's what you need to take. Whatever they give you, take what they give you. That's what Laura Wolfhard did, starting off her innings. She was taking those singles that were given. She wasn't forcing the issue, trying to score boundaries or push the ball through the covers. And then as it got easier, around about 34, that's when she started revving it up. And I think that's the plan for these two.
Ayabonga Kaka comes in over the wicket, and it's a full-length delivery that's driven, but straight to extra cover. Straight to the fielder, no run. Knight missing out on a half volley. And what we see here is the South Africans bowling extremely full. They want the West Indians to drive compared to the back of the length delivery that they've been bowling in the first 2 ODIs. Yes, they're bowling back of the length, but they're mixing it up by bowling a lot fuller in this opening spell. Ayabonga Kaka, making sure her field is to her liking, right, as she comes in from the corner drive end, past the umpire, full length delivery outside the off stump, and it is just driven as Knight opens the face to the fielder in the covers. Scores still 35 for 2.
Yes, really good fielding there at the covers. It wasn't a great ball from Aya. And Kaisia Knight's just timing everything off the middle of the bat right now.
Ayabonga Kaka in. It's a fuller leg delivery, but on off stump that Knight just defends.
That's much better. Very tight on that off stump, just forcing that defensive shot out. Anything wide of that, Cassie is playing at that, which is why I take out that extra cover, even though she's timing it well, and put her at slip and try and get her to actively look to score in that region, because you could get that nick off, you could get it up in the end and miss time.
Ayabonga Kaka comes in again, fuller leg delivery on off stump, and Knight defends this again. I do hope that from this, hopefully with a change of pace that Ayabonga is bringing with her slower balls and her variations, her cutters, Knight will maybe miss time one as she tries to go over the top.
Yes, and that's why I'd have number 2 in there just for that one. But let's see. Sune's got a plan, so does I.
And this is back of a length outside the off stump, and Knight just leaves that for no run. The score after 8 overs is 35 for 2. Taylor is on 6, and Knight is on 15.
Yes, bowling a 1 run off that over from Aya, and a really good over from her. But Knight putting pressure back on the South Africans, and we see that Sine Lees is giving Shubnim a break, just letting her cool off a little bit. Bowling Nadine de Klerk, who I always call the Marizon Cup replacement, because she only plays when Cappy is injured. Even though I think she should get a lot more opportunities in the side as her own, and not Ashley Marizon's replacement. But that's how it's been in the side for her for a very long time. So She'll be jumping to take this opportunity, hopefully get herself on that plane to New Zealand with a really fire spell in this game.
De Klerk coming in from the golf course end to Taylor, bowls back of a length on middle and leg, and Taylor just working that to the fine leg boundary. Chloe Tryon doing the fielding. Score is 36 for 2.
The other thing, Sean, is that when you've batted well in the field, when your bowling becomes a little bit better, you've got that extra confidence, you feel like, and she did really well in those final overs in this African innings in a 61 partnership with Chloe Tryon. It was really good to watch them just go about it. Obviously, Chloe had a lot of the balls, but she just kept going and stuck around.
De Klerk coming in, it's back of a length, but well outside the off stump, and Knight just pushing it to the covers, but Tasman Brits going across to her left and saving what could have been at least 2 runs.
A bit of an uncertain shot, one of the first uncertain shots we've seen from Cassia Knight. I'm not sure. She would have faced Nadine de Klerk before. It just bounced a little bit off the turf.
As de Klerk comes in, it's a fuller length delivery, and it's in the air, but it is dropped at extra cover, but maybe didn't carry. Maybe.
I think that was a drop. And Anna Kabosh at extra cover. She knows the truth. She's on her horn. She's knowing what has happened. As you can see, driving on the up straight to that field at extra cover that I wanted out, by the way. So Suneli's really great captaincy there. And it looks like it went in and out.
Disappointment there for de Klerk as she comes in again. Another full length delivery that Knight just defends. I think she's a little bit beaten for pace. There is no pace on the ball. She's not timing it well again, so we're playing a little bit
I think she's struggling with the bounce that Nadine de Klerk is generating. She's more of a similar bowler to Marizanne Cup, probably a few kilometers slower. So she bangs it in, and that's probably causing problems for Kaisia.
As de Klerk comes in, it's ball outside of stump full. That Knight just defends. Thought about the quick single, but thought against it with 3 fielders converging, and one of them, 3 of the best fielders in the South African sector.
Sine, Laura, Tasman, all riding towards the ball.
Right, we see a field change. Sine is now at gully, ready for Knight, who is attacking the ball outside of stump. As de Klerk comes in, it's outside the off stump, and Knight just defends it for no run. That's the end of the 9th over. The score is 36 for 2. Knight on 15, Taylor on 7.
Really good over from Nadine de Klerk, just conceding the 1 run. Really good confidence from. She hasn't played all series. This is the 3rd game of the series. She hasn't played all series, and so it's good to see that she's on the money, hitting her straps, ready whenever a captain calls her. That's all you want as a captain. But the only reason why Nadine bowled that over is because Shubnam realized that, no, I don't like the golf course end, but she's not bowling again. It's Aya who's bowling. I thought there was a change of ends because Shubnam was walking to the bowler's mark, but somehow Aya is bowling. So I thought it was just a change of ends, but it's not. So Aya, normal programming resumes.
We're going from the caller drive end. Sune is now moved from a slip to a gully position for Stefanie Taylor, cutting out that ball to guide to 3rd man as Ayabonga Kaka comes in, back of a length, but this one is a little bit wayward, middle and leg, that Taylor just guides down to 3rd man and for 1 run.
You have that catching gully, that fly gully. You want to bowl it in that channel outside. We saw the tactic with the West Indies with Chanel Henry, just bowling it outside the off stump no matter what, and South Africa just taking the bait and getting edged. So I'm just surprised that I bowled one or a bit of an in-swing in there, but it is a natural shape.
Yes, Ayabonga Kaka is very, very skilled when it comes to keeping things tight. See some field changes, but Ayabonga coming in, back of a length, outside the off stump, and Knight just trying to slash at it, but misses. The field set, we've got a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, 3rd man, and fine leg for Ayabonga Kaka.
I disagree with that because you're now just saying, you're taking the fielder out of slip, you're just saying that she can just rock on the back foot and play the cut shot instead of asking her to come forward. Oh, she does come forward.
This is a full ball from Aibo Kaka. That Knight slaps over extra cover and gets a 4. Right, the score is 41 for 2. And this is the 9th over. Knight is on 19 and Taylor is on 8.
Annika Bosch is not having the greatest of times there catching cover. And that went straight over her. Probably got some fingertips to it, but the ball just seems to be finding her a lot. I still want somebody behind the wicket. I still want a slip in there. I understand you're trying to pack the covers, but you can see she's breaking through.
Aibo Kaka continues from the corner drive in, back of a length, and Knight just on the back foot guides it to third man for no run. That was an incredible jump from Annika Bosch. A little bit too short. They made a change with Tasman Brits coming into covers, into extra cover for that extra height. As athletic as it was, it's disappointing that she couldn't get a hand to it.
We're going to have a commentary change at the end of this over. You'll be hearing the sweet sounds of Tepo Taela with Lerato Malikut.
It's Aibo Kaka coming in. The 5th ball of her over. The field set is the same.
This is a much better field set. Get even a catch gully in there. Just, you don't have to pack the covers all the time. If the ball's going there, that's fine. You just want one that gets the edge. And you've got lots of runs to play with right now, South Africa, knowing the form that some of these West Indian batters are in.
We see something has gone into Stefanie Taylor's eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is in the evening here at the Wanderers. There are a few bugs flying around, so this sometimes does happen.
This is the one stadium in the world where bugs can interrupt cricket.
Yes, we have seen bees interrupt an international match.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is not a surprise, but it is not a pleasant feeling as a batter to have something in your eye, especially if you're facing somebody with the skill that Aibo Kaka has. And I think looking at the change with Nadine de Klerk coming in,
the side feels better balanced.
I like that she's bowling so early. They like to use the West Indians seem very comfortable with the pace of Shibnam. They have her. I would say they have her number. They like the pace on the ball. So I like that Nadine is in. She's handy with the bat and handy with the ball as well.
Yeah, obviously Shibby's gone for 6 runs and over, but she's been very unlucky. She's bowled some really good balls, and obviously 2 drop catches off of her bowling that would probably even frustrate her even more. But yeah, it hasn't been that proper day at the office for her. But she just mustn't lose sight of the greater goal. But I'm sure she knows that she's been playing cricket for this country for many, many times and many, many years. And days like this, you just feel like you're there. You just need something to break your way. And it's going to happen. Annika Bosch, who's been through the wars, getting some quick repairs to her hands after the drop, as well as that finger tickler that flew through extra cover over her head.
Yes, but in all fairness, she got some serious heights with that jump, and goes to show the athleticism of the women on the park. All of them have been extremely athletic and showing their athletic prowess in the field. So very good signs here and good signs for the World Cup. And both these teams will be interesting to see how they go through this tournament. As Aibo Kaka, Taylor seems to be back. Aibo Kaka will be continuing from the corner drive end, coming over the wicket past the umpire. It's a full leg delivery on leg stump, looking for the Yorker, and Taylor just pushes this to mid-wicket for no run.
So it looked a little bit loopy and a little bit slow in the air. But Aya searching for that block hole and not necessarily finding it, but still not getting punished for slightly over pitching it there.
Yes, I don't think Taylor was expecting the little bit of inward movement there. So we've got Aya on the last ball of her over. On the leg stump, Taylor just knocking this towards square leg and managed to scurry through for a single. And that's the end of the 10th over.
Yes. So we're going to have a commentary change. Thank you very much. Sean43 without for 2. On YouTube, Philip Dubois says a good partnership can bring them close. if they can lose only 4 wickets before the 40th over. We're going to welcome Tepo to come through and take you for the next 10 overs with Lerato.
How's it? West Indies sitting on 43 for 2. Captain Stefani Taylor is joined by Kaisia Knight on 8 and 20 respectively. And I'm joined by the legendary Lerato. How are you doing?
Good on you, Tepo. Is it TT? I don't know what your stage name is usually.
I just like Tepo, but some people like TT. It's apparently easier to say.
Oh, goodness. Okay, then I'll go with Tepo.
Thank you. We're going to take you through the next 10 overs here. Nadine de Klerk continuing from the golf course end. She has a slip in. Will make Umpo very happy as we see the indication from Pele that we have the second power play. A slip and a third man on the offside. Right arm over. It wraps Captain Stefani Taylor on the pads. A big appeal from the South Africans, but it looked like it was a bit too high. Back of a length delivery from Nadine de Klerk.
Absolutely, a bit of a half-hearted appeal. Definitely looks high, but I'm very happy to see Captain Suneli sticking with that really attacking field. Only got 2 fielders out and keeping the pressure onto these West Indies batters.
There's also an interesting line being adopted here by the South African bowlers. They've been aiming for that leg stump, and just looking at the dismissal of Deandra Dotson as Nadine de Klerk comes right arm over. It's a good length delivery, just in line with Mill Stump, blocked out to the onside, no run. Just Deandra Dotson's delivery, it was like an in-swinger that an outswinger that was going towards the leg stump and just sort of wrapped her on the pads. That was the same way, or the same delivery got her out in the previous game as well. So,
I was going to say, Ayabonga Kaka knew how to set it up there. It's exactly similar as well. This one.
De Klerk right arm over. This one over pitched. It's full straight and driven down the ground on the onside where the mid-on fielder, Raisibe does the fielding there. Saved a certain boundary. High fives all round. 44 for 2 after that single.
That's definitely the way to back up the bowlers. There's nothing better than the fielding, the fielders being on top of things. We saw the West Indies were quite poor in the field today, and that also just, it becomes a ripple effect on the team's performance and the overall morale and body language on the field. So great start by the Proteas.
I couldn't agree with you more there. The tone is set by the field as Nadine Klerk comes right arm over to left-handed batter here. This one guided straight to Sine loose at gully. Kaisia Knight sitting on 20 there.
It's been interesting to see, the pace bowlers, the out-and-out pace bowlers haven't always gotten the success that you'd expect them to get, but it's your Nadine de Klerk, so your Ayabonga Kakas, who aren't really, the fast-paced bowlers. We've come in and got the success here on this wicket.
Nadine de Klerk with a fuller delivery on the leg stump, blocked out by Kaisia Knight. A grin there from the right-arm fast South African bowler. And I think it's that pace off the ball makes it a little bit more difficult to time. And balls don't travel as easily from the bat when there's not enough pace on the ball. So, just pace off the ball, maybe doing a little bit for the South Africans. De Klerk continuing from the golf course end. Her last delivery is a good length delivery outside off stump as it's left for the keeper. No run there, 44 for 2 after 11. Taylor on 9 and Kaisia Knight on 20.
It's an important partnership for the West Indies women. I think certainly for the coach and the selectors, it's good to see what the rest of the lineup can do without Dotson. You often find, you always feel actually that a lot of pressure is placed on her, but once she's out the innings early on, it's nice to see what the rest can bring up.
The rest do definitely have some batting capabilities. Captain Taylor is not very shy of runs. Matthews also destroyer-in-chief or the partner in crime of Deandra Dotson when she was getting that 150. There was a big partnership that they had. So definitely some batting to come down the line, but you definitely feel that the South Africans will feel that their tails are up. And they got the really big wickets of Deandra Dotson who can do some big damage at the end of the innings. See Raisibe and Ozake coming into the attack here.
It's great to see her back. I'm really looking forward to see what she can do.
No doubt after not being in the side, had to correct her action. She comes right arm over. It's a flight to delivery, right on leg stump. It's very full, driven to Sune Liss at a straight mid wicket. There's a long on, a mid off, a straight extra cover rather, a point, short third man, a deep backward square leg as this one full straight blocked out. And it looked like there was someone at the fine leg boundary, but that's just the boundary rider, someone walking around. Shubnam Ismail is also in the cow corner region, and there's someone sweeping at cover point. Raisibe Dozake floats this one. It's full edge straight, and it's blocked out to the fielder on the onside, no run.
Good start by her. No runs off the 3 balls she's bowled.
Very economical, and she's adopting that full and straight line with this delivery as well. Literally on that leg stump. Doesn't look like the West Indians are looking to score runs square of the wicket on the onside.
You also feel like they want to just see her out and see what she's got.
Now see what she can offer. This one a little bit loose outside off stump, driven to the fielder at the deep cover point region. Chloe Tryon for a single, 45 for 2. As the field changes for the left-handed Kaisia Knight. But a good start here from Raisibe Ntozake.
Absolutely. That will give her a lot of confidence. I can't imagine, what a player goes through when you have to reset something that's been so natural to you, especially on such a big stage.
That bowling action causing her a little bit of trouble coming around the wickets. A flight delivery outside the off-stump driven, square of the wicket to point. A little bit of diving fielding there. Didn't quite gather it smoothly. And a single conceded by Tasman Brits. 46 for 2 are the West Indies after 12 overs. And the DLS par score at the moment is 87. And it's quite far away from that normal score because those 2 wickets that they lost without scoring runs at a prolific rate.
They had a very good start. Although they lost the 2 wickets, they were still getting those boundaries, which up their run rate. But I think this partnership, for the West Indies, they've got a very settled top 6 and experienced as well. But this partnership is key, especially as they chase on that big total, trying to keep those wickets in hand.
Partnership is the key here as Nadine Leclerc comes in right arm over from the golf course end. It's a back of a length delivery. Just got a little bit big there on Kaisia Knight. As she just rides this one, controls it nicely to Sune Liss at gully. She has a third point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Is that a deep mid wicket there? Just doing some stretches? No, that's just someone out. So it's a mid wicket, and then it's a fine leg. Oh, and a deep cover. Nadine Clark right arm over. It's Fuller, still on that off stump line, dotted down for a quick single, a shy from the stumps. From Annika Bosch and stumping there from Sonala Jafta, but probably won't go upstairs. Probably made it comfortably the captain, Stefanie Taylor, 47 for 2.
A bit of hesitation there from Kaisia Knight. I beg your pardon, Stefanie Taylor.
Almost costing her wicket. You really need to be quick between the wickets here if you're going to dot it down for a single. But it's good to see that they're trying to take the pressure off themselves with quick running in between the wickets.
Absolutely. You can't get bogged down. You know how it goes with that pressure that builds. The dot balls really can get a bit much for the batters.
So Loose moving to slip here for Stefanie Taylor's this one. A full pitch delivery on leg stump, whipped off the pads, but straight to mid-wicket there. I believe that's Tasman Brits. Yes, Tasman Brits at mid-wicket, 47 for 2.
It's been great to see Nadine de Klerk back in the side. I feel she does bring a lot, not only with the bat but with the ball, and that was really missed in the previous match. Captain Sune Liss definitely has more options to consider.
Yes, Nadine de Klerk coming right arm over, full straight on that off-stump line, guided to Laura Wolfart at a backward point region, 47 for 2, another dot ball. And I'm not very familiar with women's cricket, but I did watch the Pakistan series where she did star there. And she comes in very nicely as a first change bowler. And she's done it here today. Just 3 runs conceded off 2.4 overs. And she has that very tight line and length outside that off stump. So definitely a nice asset to have as this one driven square of the wicket, beating Laura Wolfart at backward points. The fielder at deep point does the fielding. 2 runs taken off that very well carved out shot, as West Indies now 49 for 2 after 12.5.
That's what you need, don't you? With your first change bowler, somebody coming in to continue with that pressure. If it was a bit of an expensive power play, then you almost get somebody who can bring it back. So she's definitely playing her role here tonight.
No doubt about it. And because of that line and length that she comes in for this last ball, that's full straight. Looks like it's been given as a no ball by umpire Thomas, so she's going to have to bowl that again. That also brings up the 50 for the West Indies and a free hit in the next delivery.
Yeah, disappointing that, just overstepping. It's unlike her. She's been quite disciplined, so she'll be disappointed. But there's a freebie here for Stefanie Taylor.
A very tight call, but a call nonetheless. 50. This 50 coming off 79 deliveries. Coming right arm over for Stefanie Taylor. Oh, it was a bouncer of note. A very short delivery. That's given as a no ball again. I think that the umpire had his hand out, but it looks like the players are coming in. I'm not sure why his arm was out. Oof, wow.
I also thought I saw his arm out.
Yeah, no, it's not a no ball. It was just a very short delivery that smacks Stefanie Taylor right on the grill, getting through a shot a little bit too early, trying to pull that, but mistiming that very badly. And luckily, it was sort of a hop, a long hop, but a very long hop into the face of Stefanie Taylor. 50 for 2 after 13. The target, 250 runs away, with just enough. They have more than enough time to get it. 200 and the scoreboard is broken there, exactly where the balls are. I'll tell you.
Looks like 222.
222.
Could be wrong.
Something like that. There's just a break in play here as they're just checking out Stefanie Taylor's helmet. You need to make sure that that's okay. You don't want to take any risks.
Absolutely. They're very strict. That's almost not a recommendation, but a prerequisite that if there is any contact with the ball on the helmet, that the physio or whomever it is that's responsible for the helmets to come through and make sure that it's still intact and it's still giving the batter enough safety. And it looks like they're going to go for an early drinks break.
Indeed. To keep themselves intact, to keep their throats quenched. And just running through the scorecard again, Deandra Dotson got herself 12 runs before she was dismissed for 12. Rashada Williams, only the 1 run again. That's the third single that she's gotten in a row here before she was also dismissed. The 2 batters at the crease, Stefanie Taylor, and they just changed the scoreboard now. Kasia Knight, yes, there it is.
Yeah, it's a good time for South Africa to just regroup. Often, the game gets away from you very easily. We saw that with the West Indies when South Africa was batting. It became just easy for Sunay Lees and Laura Wolfart to knock the ball around, get those singles, capitalize on the boundaries when they came. So it's important that they keep that pressure on and continue to get the wickets and restrict that run rate.
Now, those singles are the slow killer, some would say. You'd think that they don't really count for much. Obviously, they'd be better than giving away boundaries. But at the same time, if they start building up, especially in the middle overs when games sort of get into a lull, that's when you sort of find yourself under pressure. And it's vital for both teams that they get on top of the other team during these middle overs, make sure that the pressure doesn't build up on their side. And the way the batting team can build pressures with singles, and the way the bowling team does it is with dot balls.
Absolutely. And I think, Stefanie Taylor and Kasia Knight, their partnership now with 36, that's quite stable. They need to keep pushing, but they'll also have one eye on that run rate. As much as, they're building their partnership, they want to make sure that the score remains on par with that of South Africa and the run chase. They also need to be cognizant of that run rate.
They definitely do. That run rate now required at 6.8. It started at 6.0, so scoreboard pressure building here on the West Indies, especially without the big hits of Deandra Dotson at the beginning of the innings. South Africa did very well to keep her quiet, to keep the West Indies quiet, and to get that run rate achieved at just 3.8. And just looking at some of the bowling figures, Ismail was the most expensive in her 4 overs, conceding 24. But Kaka in her 5 overs, figures of 2 for 17. So she's doing very, very well there, not just being economical, but also taking the wickets. And Nadine de Klerk in her 3 overs, just conceding 6 runs. And Ntozake in her 1 over, only 2 runs. The only 2 wickets coming for Ayabonga Kaka. And she's been fantastic for the South Africans, hasn't she?
It's almost like she's come into her own. She's had to step up without a Marizan Cup in that lineup. In the previous match, taking 5 for 26, and in this match, opening the bowling, which was something that you don't really see her. She often comes in at first change, so she's really taken up that leadership position, and it's really great to see her reaping those rewards.
She does look very good with the new ball, getting a little bit of movement. The shape that the ball sort of has as she delivers it, so especially with the Yorkers, the ones that sort of die down, the swing that she generates, that we spoke about the Dotton deliveries that sort of swung away, but coming from that leg stump, very difficult for Dotton to get away in both innings in this game and game number 2. So yeah, she's an interesting bowler. We're seeing Raisibe Ntozake coming into the attack with a full delivery, whipped off the pads by Kaisia Knight to a vacant square leg region. Sanalo Jafta does the fielding, 51 for 2.
Absolutely. No, you could see with her plans that was the key for her bowling to the West Indies bowlers, definitely targeting that leg stump. Very full.
No doubt about it. That was actually given as legs by as the previous delivery. Raisibe bowling this one full outside the off stump, driven by Stefanie Taylor, beating the fielder at cover, fielded in that cover boundary region. They get a single, 52 for 2.
This field just spreading out now for Knight. I don't know if Stefanie Taylor, on her haunches there, it looks like she's struggling a bit.
Yeah,
in the break and play.
Umpire's calling on the physio just to check on her. She doesn't look very comfortable at all.
You remember if it was the first game, she also
she got smacked on the elbow. But she looks like she's going off the field. Looks like she's retiring hurt. Not looking comfortable, but she's not really showing signs of exactly where the pain is. It looks like it's her head, So it must have been the impact that she received from that Nadine de Klerk delivery. And she might just be a little bit shaken. Might probably will be taken in for a concussion test.
It's a big blow for West Indies. They lost Shadeen Nation as well, who, while they were fielding, they fell awkwardly and had to be stretched off. And now their captain, Stefanie Knight. It's a big blow to their run chase, but they have to regroup and refocus and, focus on the job at hand. And, they have a great batter coming in Hayley Matthews.
Hayley Matthews coming in for captain Stefanie Taylor. And that makes them 2 batters short. We're just chatting in the media box. And one of the commentators just mentioned that they're already a batter short without Nation in the lineup. Nation did very well to sort of save them in the last game. Ntozake coming a right arm around the wicket to Kaisia Knight. It's full. It's straight in the block hole, blocked straight back to the bowler, no run. She has a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, and also mid wicket on the onside. Kaisia Knight drops this down, tries to take a quick single, decides against it as it loose from cover, does the fielding. Mid-off points, backward points, and a deep cover. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, interesting field with the short mid-wicket and the short cover.
This one going down the leg side. Not a good delivery here from Ntozake there. No one at the fine leg region. And all that was that Taylor's, that Knight had to do was just sweep this all the way down to that vacant fine leg boundary for 4, 56 for 2.
Absolutely, no, definitely not a great delivery by Ntozake. Definitely straying a little bit towards the leg side. There's no protection there, so that's just easy runs for the West Indies.
She needs to make sure that she keeps bowling to a field, just dragging it a little bit across the line too much. This one, a better delivery on that leg stump in the block hole, dug out by Kaisia Knight, straight to deep mid wickets for a single, 57 for 2 after 14 overs.
It's a tricky period now for the West Indies. You're almost rebuilding again. Knight and Taylor were built a solid partnership, 30 odd, and now you've got your new batter in Haley Matthews, who's joining Knight, chasing this mammoth score of 300. You almost don't have time to get set in. The previous match, they had time because they were chasing a low total, but this is high impact, high pressure. You almost need to get going now.
Literally every single dot ball just adds to that required run rate, and the more you wait, the more it grows, and the faster it grows as well. So economic bowling will do the trick here for the South Africans. Will force the West Indies into false shots as Nadine de Klerk continues from the golf course end, right arm over just outside the off stump of the left-handed Kaisia Knight, guides this to gully, no run, 57 for 2.
Certainly find this is good preparation for both teams. As much as everybody's going for the win, you're almost also taking away game situations that you can replay or work from in a World Cup situation. So you can't take any situation for granted.
Opportunities here as Nadine de Klerk comes right arm over. That's a good length delivery just outside that off stump. She's got a beautiful line and length, does Nadine de Klerk. Very difficult to get away as this went to cover, no run.
I often wonder where she's been. I always felt the Proteas needed that extra batting option, which she provides, but she's been phenomenal here with the ball.
Now, just thinking of or looking back to that warm-up game as another beautiful delivery, a good line, good length, would have clipped the off stump had Kaisia Knight not blocked this out. Just think of her warm-up game as well. She continued with that outside off-stump line that was very difficult to get away, and that's where she basically got the wicket, building the pressure with the dot balls. There was pressure at the other end as well. Not sure which spin it was, but then eventually she came through and got the breakthrough. So going at the same way here, but Kaisia Knight decides, nope, I'm going to be sending you over the long on boundary, maybe not long on, the mid-wicket boundary, taking it across the line and getting 4 runs.
It's that pressure we talk about. She knew she needed to make a play. It's been a brilliant over from de Klerk, and she somehow needed to find that release to ease off that pressure. 4 runs to the West Indies.
A very well played shot as well, recognizing that the line and length will stay consistent on that off stump line. So just play across the line and you could get yourself runs as long as you clear the inner field. Nadine de Klerk a little bit straighter, an appeal here from the bowler, but that was whipped off the pads. It wasn't timed properly. So Kaisia Knight does get a single as it's fielded at mid-wicket for a single.
We were talking about how important those singles are, but even with the left-hand, right-hand combination, it's important that, Nadine, who's been bowling great lines and would be sort of used to having, bowling to that right-hander, left-hander is now bowling to the right-hander, so she needs to change things up.
She does, and we see she has a slipper point, backward point, cover, and a mid-off on the offside, bowling this full and straight on that off-stump peg. Blocked out to the aforementioned cover for no runs, 62 for 2 after 15 overs.
I think the Proteas bowlers just need to keep it like this. I don't think, they're going through the overs. De Klerk is keeping it tight. Ntozake as well on the other end also just needs to be a little bit more disciplined so that pressure is built up from both ends.
Just looking at the comparative scorecard, South Africa were at 66 for 2, West Indies 62 for 2, so they're not far off. And it was that third wicket partnership that did the trick for the South Africans. Ntozake coming right arm over. It's flighted. It's just outside off stump and driven to Sunay loose at a very close, a very straight cover. There's a mid-off point, short third man, and a deep cover. Once again, outside that off stump to mid-off, there's also a long on mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and also a fine leg, sorry.
The score comparison just shows you how difficult it was for South Africa when Loose and Wolfhard came in.
This one flighted outside the off stump, dotted down. Points does the fielding as they zip through for a quick single, 63 for 2. Dealing in singles at the moment, which is good for the West Indies as long as they just continue to keep the pressure off themselves. The South Africans want more and more dot balls.
It's the fielder going out there. Obviously, they changed strikes, so have to move the field around for the
new
batter.
Looks like Matthews doesn't have a deep fine leg. She has a short one, and the fielders on the boundaries are deep mid-wicket, long on, and a deep point cover. Full length delivery. That's also very straight, whipped off the pads to a straight mid-wicket, no run. There's also a deep square leg on the boundary, forgot to mention. So that's the 4 outside. Flight to delivery outside the off stump, driven on the up to the fielder on the offside boundary. A shot at the stumps. It would have been close, but it wasn't gathered by the bowler. Backing up done, as the West Indian at the non-striker's end was very, very far down the pitch, trying to make her ground. 65 for 2. And the DLS pass score is 96, as this is a flight to delivery, whipped on the onside to long on, where Kaka does the fielding. They get a single to the West Indies to end the 16th over. 66 for 2 now. The same score South Africa won at 15 overs, just 1 over earlier. So the game in the balance?
It's in the balance. This partnership now 14 runs, so it's growing steadily, but they do need to sort of bring out the aggression a bit, because that run rate, it's slowly climbing. It's almost at 7 runs and over required. I see Tumisi Kukuna is on the field. I wonder who she's on for. I'm just trying to figure that out. I know you've got your binoculars there.
The Barners, I was going to say Tasman Brits, but I see her there at cover. Where's Raisibe? Raisibe is, she looks like she's fielding at mid-on. Or is that? Yeah, that is Raisibe. I will figure that out for you as Nadine de Klerk continues her fine work at the golf course end, coming right arm over to right-handed Matthews. A beautiful square drive right through the gap between points and backward points and straight to the point boundary. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Brilliant shot by Hayley Matthews. Nadine de Klerk just straying a bit off the offside, giving Hayley Matthews that width, and she just capitalized that. Stunning shot from her.
Sublime timing from the middle order bat here from the West Indies. To find that gap on the offside, the fielders were up in the circle, and now that's a player at point, moving to a deep point. A leading edge from Nadine de Klerk, and it just bounces short of the fielder at backward square leg. Sune loose coming in. She's got her cap over her face. She felt it was close there, felt she could have taken that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was almost in the air for quite a while. I actually thought it would get closer to her than it looked, but just short, and yeah, almost an opportunity.
A leading edge just shows that timing is difficult to execute here, as this one is full straight on that off stump line. A beautiful delivery from Nadine de Klerk. 2 good deliveries in a row, and just thinking of the leading edges that we saw in the South African innings as well. It's looking difficult to time here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think there's an area there that you just need to get that length that that doesn't quite, makes it a little bit uncomfortable for the batter.
I thought the person at square leg had moved out, just hiding behind the umpires. Nadine de Klerk comes with a good length delivery on the leg stump, whipped or glanced rather off the hips of Matthews, straight to square leg, no run. There's a square leg, a mid-wicket, long off. Cover points, deep points, third man, and long leg, so not quite fine, very 45. 70 for 2. As Nadine de Klerk comes right arm over, it's full straight and driven on the up. She ball-boarded the fielder at the covers. The fielder at deep backward points comes in like Supergirl and absolutely stops what would have been a certain boundary. Outstanding fielding in the deep. I believe it is Mignon du Preez. My word, that was valiant.
One of the oldest players in the team and still riding that boundary like she's 16 years old. It's wonderful to see.
Oh, you love to see it. She's even having a look at it on the side screen there. Literally just before it got to the boundary, She saved 2 runs. Beautiful fielding. Nadine de Klerk comes in again. It's full straight, and it's played down to the fielder at deep square leg. So Loose moved herself to the boundary. As that ends the 17th over, 72 for 2. Nadine de Klerk doesn't look too happy with herself, missing her lines a little bit in that over.
A little bit, but I mean, she can still be very happy with her contribution. 5 overs, 17, no wickets. You know, she's really kept it tight, but yeah, this over was a little bit wayward. You know, the batters almost, you know, got it too easy. There weren't really any, you know, deliveries that really tested them.
There was a potential wicket there, but 7 runs off that over of Nadine de Klerk. Rasibo Ntozake is going to be continuing here. She has a job to do here for the South Africans. Just needs to keep that run rate nice and tight and possibly get a wicket, or maybe just build the pressure for Nadine de Klerk to strike on the opposite end, and starts off very well with the full delivery. Dug out by Matthews to long on for a single. 74 for 2.
Mpo and I were talking earlier how we always prefer the leg spin option first. You know, I know Sinelise, the captain, often likes to bring herself on a bit later on in the match.
Flight delivery outside the off stump, driven on the up, straight to the fielder at a deep cover. Shubnam Ismail, as they get a single, 75 for 2.
But she bowled really well in the last match. She got 2 for 23, and you know, you'd think that she'd want to bring herself back on, but in Ntozake, she's got the ball now, and the faith is in her.
Third ball of her over. It's a little bit shorter, punched off the back foot, but to the same region, along on where Kaka does the fielding, 76 for 2.
Do you feel like they're just okay with them getting the singles? You know, they seem to just rotate the strike. South Africa would be happy with that, because it's not really a threat in the bigger scheme of things.
Right arm around the wickets, the left-handed Cassia Knight, driven straight to the fielder at long off. Yes and no, in a way. It's the rate at which they're scoring these singles that would be relatively concerning. You don't just want them rotating the strike on a constant basis. The field keeps changing. It's almost like free runs. And if you just get 4 singles, that's basically a boundary of 4 balls. This one down the leg side, just glanced off the pads by Hayley Matthews, straight to the fielder at a short backward square leg. 77 for 2.
Certainly harder for the spinner to also get her lines when the strike's always changing.
Very true, that. So I'm not really too sure how the South Africans would feel about the singles now, as this one punched down the ground straight to Sune Loose, or maybe not straight to her. She had to do a little bit of fielding, diving to her left. Got a hand to it as it went down to long on. They got a single, 78 for 2 after 18 overs. Matthews on 13. Cassia Knight looking steady on 34.
She's looking very steady. She's almost very relaxed in the way she's going about it. I haven't seen any risky shots played. You know, she's happy to take the singles, rotate the strike, like you said, keep it ticking. But when that bad ball comes, no doubt she'll make good use of it.
And that's the key. You mentioned it, not taking any unnecessary risks here. And she doesn't need to, because of that strike rotation. And that's what the South Africans will not enjoy about the singles. It just lulls the game. It doesn't bring them into the game. What they'd want is dot balls, getting the batters thinking about different ways to manufacture runs. And as soon as you manufacture runs, you're forcing them. And that's when you get the wickets.
Spot on. Shabnam Ismail back on here. Still no captain Sinelise, but maybe she wants that fast bowling option from the other end and the spinner.
Now she does have to sort of wrap up her overs. Only bowled 4 in her first spell and comes out guns blazing with a full length delivery on middle stump, locked out by Matthews, who's on 13.
She was a bit expensive in her opening spell, 24 runs, no wickets, but there were a few chances that went down. And knowing Shibnam, how, you know, the pride she takes in the performance, she knows she needs to strike for her team here.
She really does. She's coming right arm over to Hayley Matthews, the right-hand bat. It's a good length delivery outside off stump and punched right back to the bowler. No run. She has a third backward point, a deep cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets, a deep square leg, and a long leg.
It's been really good to see the other bowling resources that South Africa have in the absence of Cup, Masabata Class, Ayabunka Kaka, Nadine de Klerk today as well.
Right arm over Shubnam Ismail just outside the off stump. It's a late drive here, late square drive opening the face of the bat. Laura Wolfart at backward point does the fielding with a little bit of a dive, gives away a little bit of just a quick single as West Indies 79 for 2.
No doubt Cup is itching to get back. We saw her bowling during the innings break. She's not one who likes to miss matches, very competitive. And I guess the selectors will have a tough time deciding who they leave out from those pace options.
I mean, even with an inflamed arm, I heard she's looking very good. She looked very fierce. So South Africans will feel that they have an ace up their sleeve going into the World Cup. Shubnam Ismail with a beautiful delivery just outside the off stump of the left-handed Kasia Knight. It's back of a length. She tries to play at this with an open bat to guide it down to third, but didn't get any bat on it. Looks squared up as well.
Almost a half-hearted shot, really. She didn't really move her feet at all. Just sort of leaving that bat dangling there, trying to play fishing there. Luckily, nothing but
a nothing shot indeed. Literally just fishing, dangling for the edge there. A little bit of a brain fade. Shubnam Ismail comes in again. The same result. Back of a length delivery, trying to just waft at this. But really isn't offering a shot here. Just hanging her bat out to dry. 2 deliveries in a row.
You get the feeling she's a bit threatened by Ishmael's pace. I mean, that ball was far away from her body, but she was still almost leaning back, trying to evade the ball. So perhaps Ishmael has another bluff up her sleeve.
Now, it seems like she's second guessing her shot. She wants to play a stroke, but doesn't have the conviction to come through with it. As this one, a Yorker length delivery that she just digs out outside that off stump. So brilliant bowling here from South Africa's premier pace bowler Ismail. Good over to leave West Indies on 79 for 2 after 19 overs. And we've been treated to some interesting cricket here in the first 10 overs of this power play.
Very, very interesting. Good over by Ishmael. They just 1 run off it. But, cricket aside, the West Indies, they've lost two important wickets. Obviously, Dotton being the main power up at the top of the order, but also their captain, Stefanie Taylor, who had to walk off injured. We're thinking it might be concussion. She did get hit on the helmet. Those are two key batters in the lineup that they're missing here.
It was a very good bumper from Nadine de Klerk that did the damage. As Ntozake bowls this delivery, it's outside the off stump. It's lofted over the inner ring. Mid-off tried to get there, but wouldn't get there in time. Annika Bosch, unlucky there. Unfortunate not to get under that, but a miscontrolled shot from Hayley Matthews.
Just didn't connect with that. Otherwise, it would have been flying out the stadium.
I see there Ntozake with the delivery outside the off stump for the left-hander Kasia Knight. She plays this a square of the wicket as the fielder Shubnam Ismail coming from deep cover does the fielding. They get 2 runs, 82 for 2 are the West Indies. Yeah. Looking at that required rate all the way up. Well, not all the way up. It's up to 7.1 now. So slowly the game getting away from them as Ntozake bowls this one outside the off stump and just guided to a backward point region, no run.
Absolutely. She needs to keep it tight for that pressure to keep mounting. As we saw from the other end, Ishmael was superb, and it needs to be a partnership.
It's truly a game of pressure here in the middle overs as a flight to delivery driven straight to Sune Liss on the up. There's a full delivery. She's adopting that full length is Ntozake.
She's enticing the drive. She's got her fielders waiting there, so definitely lofting it up.
Right arm around once again on that off stump of Kaisia Knight and did well to get another dot ball there. 1 ball away from the 20th over and also from a commentary change as we say goodbye to Lerato here. It's been a great session here in the middle overs as Ntozake continues this one, a back of a length delivery played late, finds the outside edge and beats the fielder That's a short third, but luckily there was a backward point there to save her, save one run, as she stopped it from getting to the boundary there to end the 20th over. West Indies 85 for 2, Matthews on 15, Knight for 39, and Tsepo is out of the box.
Tsepo indeed is out of the box. Thank you to Tsepo and Lerato as we look at where South Africa was at this period in the innings. 86 for 2 after 20. West Indies are currently 85 for 2 after 20. Remember, Stefani Taylor did go off with a bit of an injury there. 85 for 2. Haley Matthews on 15. Knight on 39. I'm joined by Dave Midgley. It's been a while since Dave and I have shot the breeze together in commentary. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Please do remember you can tweet into us at OneWorldSR or send your comments on YouTube.
Yeah, good evening, Paul. It's an interesting place where the West Indies women find themselves. The run rate that is required is 7.2 while they're going at 4.2 at the over.
Shabnim Ishmael into Kaisia Knight, and she plays this one off the pads, one-legged. It's a shortish ball down to the square leg boundary for a single. 86 for 2. South Africa will be looking to just break through this West Indies resistance. There's a bit of resistance here from the West Indians, and this is where the game is won and lost in the middle over. South Africa made most of the middle overs with that 100-run partnership between Sune Lees and Laura Wolfart. Shabnim Ishmael from the golf course end into Haley Matthews, and this one breaks through her defenses, and Haley Matthews is bold. She doesn't know what went wrong, but the Zinger Bales don't lie. It's another wicket, 86 for 3.
South Africa getting a breakthrough here. That's exactly what Paul was talking about. It's a ball from Shabnim Ismail just coming back into Haley, and that was the end of her time at the wicket.
Yeah, she got a bit of an inside edge there. The ball came through, and it was inside edge onto the stumps, chopping that on. So Haley Matthews disappointed in herself, going for 15 there. And the West Indies are 86 for 3. They need 214 to win, and that required run rate is still at 7.2. But South Africa in the pound seats.
Absolutely, and that'll bring the wicketkeeper Campbell to the wicket. We just, how important is it for a wicket to fall at this juncture in the game? You had two somewhat set batters, and now the West Indies are having to go through a bit of a rebuilding phase with that run rate climbing. It was an absolute peach of delivery, jagged back into the right-handed Matthews, and she could do nothing about it.
Yes, and Shabnim Ishmael's bowled well in that first spell. She's coming back for a second spell, and she's still on the money. It's just obviously in the first spell she was going for runs on balls that were edged or dropped, and so this time I think she's on the money. She is fired up. South Africa's fired up. They see themselves with an opening to tie this series. Shabnim Ishmael with a ball that comes outside the off stump of Shemaine Campbell, who is the new batter in. Just to give you a flavor of Shemaine Campbell, the wicketkeeper batter. She's played 90 games for the West Indies, has scored over 1,000 runs, has a high score of 105 against Sri Lanka in 2013. She's been in the side for that while, but her last game before the series was in England in 2020. This ball coming into Shemaine Campbell, similar one to the one that got Haley Matthews, but this time Shemaine getting enough bat to get an inside edge onto the pad for no run.
Yeah, it was that cutter once again in Port that proved the fruitful delivery. That one just jagged back in. You see, that's the wonderful thing about cutters is that when you bowl them, they either hit the seam and jag back in, or they can hit the side of the ball and skid on. So that's a great use of this ball.
And that one skidded on. A really great use of skill from Shabnim into Shemaine Campbell outside the off stump, a full length ball that's being let go to the offside for no run. The field setting is a fine leg on the boundary. You've got a backward point, as well as extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, as well as a fine leg on the boundary. It's pretty much like a bowl. Oh, you've also got square leg, who is on the boundary for the hook. So 3 fielders outside the off stump as shoved him into Shemaine Campbell. She gets off the mark with a lovely tuck down the leg side for a single. Score goes up to 87. And Shemaine Campbell's off the mark on 1. Kaisia Knight is there on 40. That's the end of the 21st over. 87 for 3.
And if South Africa are going to pick up a win, this is definitely the game to do it in. Paul, they scored 299 in their batting innings, but unfortunately for the West Indies, they're too short essentially in terms of their batting, their batting treasure chest, because we saw Nation, who was attempting to take a catch out in the deep, landing quite awkwardly, and that meant she got a bit of whiplash. So she's out, as well as Stefanie Taylor, who's out now. Change of bowling. Chloe Tryon will come from
the part-time spin, or not so part-time, it's a little bit more regular in the series of Chloe Tryon. It's going to commemorate a 4 slow left armer.
Yeah, she's going to come from
with a backward point, third man in the ring, extra cover catching, mid-on catching.
And it's exactly to that fielder there, Mignon de Pree, in that catching position. So I think they're waiting for maybe a ball that is mistimed or one that just sticks in the wicket.
The first one was a little bit short and wide. There's also a sweeper on the offside. Try on with a short and very wide. And it will be called the wide by the umpire. Leg side field, conventional mid-on. Wideish mid-on catching on the circle. Mid-wicket on the boundary and square leg on the boundary as well. Try on in again to Shemaine Campbell, who plays it back to the bowler. That's a lot fuller this time.
Yeah, a bit of length there from Chloe Tryon. She's trying to force the previous one quicker through to the keeper, Jafta.
Try on into Shemaine Campbell wide, and she plays that one with a horizontal bat down to that sweeper, and it'll be a single.
Dean de Klerk doing the cleanup work there in the deep.
88 for 2. Now we got the left-handed Kaisia Knight. And so from going around the wicket, Chloe Tryon will go over the wicket.
Change in the field here. Deep backward square, as well as a fine leg in place. So that short 45 there for the sweep shot.
Yes, we've got mid-wicket catching in. And this one's outside the off stump. It goes on with the arm, and Kaisia Knight was pushing at that one. No edge ensued, but great glove work from Sanala Jafta. No run there.
Yeah, she's certainly making sure that she's not allowing these West Indian batters to think that they can be comfortable in any way.
Wouldn't you want to have a slip in if it's going to look like this? As this one's a lot straighter on the pads and fuller, and it's played out to the leg side. Sweeper on the leg side is Nadine de Klerk. Single taken.
I would if it were a right-handed batter. I think if it was turning away from the right-handed, then I might throw a slip in place here. Why not? I mean, particularly since Campbell's new to the crease, why not put a bit of pressure on it?
Yes, that is true. Campbell coming in and square leg onto the boundary, long off on the boundary now. Flighting at a full toss, hidden straight to the fielder, Ibonga Kaka at mid-on.
Got lucky there, did Chloe Tryon. It was a gimme, it was a present, but not making the most of it was Campbell. That's the end of the 22nd, 90 for 3.
Snail in her 19th match as a captain, really wanting to start off and get some of the processes for the team that they'll be using in New Zealand going through, especially in these overs. With her bowler, she's got her 2 strike bowlers in Kaka, in Shabnim. She's also got Nadine, who will come in as a reserve here and there, and always does if there was an injury. So she'll be looking to get correct field placings, to get certain things going, so to make sure that when she is at the World Cup, she is not necessarily rusty from a captaincy perspective, because obviously Danae was captain of the side of the past year, and obviously now she's injured, and so Sine will be taking the team to New Zealand. Nadine de Klerk from the golf course end. This ball coming down, slightly down leg side, and Kaisia Knight just picking that off the hips down to fine leg for a single, 91 for 3.
She's also got to remind herself of the fact that there's Commonwealth Games coming up as well. So you don't want to peak. You don't want to peak too early in your preparation.
I'd rather peak at the World Cup.
Certainly, but you don't want to peak before the World Cup.
Yes.
You don't want to feel like, okay, we're playing our best cricket now, so that come World Cup we're struggling.
Nadine into Shemaine Campbell. This one is full and straight on leg stump and played out to the leg side for a single. And the interesting thing,
97 for 3.
And the interesting thing is with this team is without Marzan Cup, it's without Lizelle Lee. So they will obviously come
without
back.
Danae Fanikak.
Yes, but Danae's not going to the World Cup.
Right.
So Lizelle and Marzan come back into the side. Tricia Ketty
Right.
comes back into the side.
Yes.
Makes it a much stronger batting lineup. So they're not necessarily playing the best cricket they've played in the past week. And so they need to find a way to peak at the right time. But this World Cup, you can have a slippy banana peel as the next ball is on the money on that off stump and played out to the leg side for a no run, actually. And the interesting thing about that is obviously everyone else is getting reps, everyone else who's going to be in and around the side, and probably as the reserves are getting some much needed game time. Nadine into Kaisia Knight across the left-hander. She tries to play it off the back foot, but there's a little bit of extra bounce for her. And she looks awkward in triming that ball, but she came too quickly into that and played that out to extra cover no run.
Do you think, Kampor, with the names that you mentioned, Lizelle Lee, Tricia Chetty, and Marazan Cup, particularly going into the World Cup, is there a risk that they may be undercooked? You'll tell us after.
Yes, Nadine into Kaisia Knight, who plays this one on the upper square drive to the fielder, who's the sweeper on the boundary, Annika Bosch, for a single. She's been driving on the up all night. She was dropped by Annika Bosch while she was still in, I think it was on 17. And so it's a very interesting to see how Kaisia just loves driving it on the up. There is a risk that they will come through undercooked to the World Cup, but they're so experienced that they can hit the money, come on and be on point from the word go. At this end, you're over to Shemaine Campbell. She defends that out to the offside for no run. Obviously, with this World Cup having played all the teams, you can't lose matches, and so South Africa going to have to find a way to start the World Cup strong, even with Lizelle Lee not getting a lot of game time and Marizan Cup as well.
Yeah, it's never easy coming into a team, particularly when there is a tournament that is to be played, and so they would want to kick off the tournament with a bit of a bang. South Africa wanting to put in that performance at the World Cup and show the world what they're all about.
Chloe Tryon, left arm over the wicket to the left-hander Kaisia Knight. This one going down the leg side, and it's being tucked very nicely by Kaisia. 2 runs are being taken, and they're running for a third as Shemaine Campbell calling her partner in to say, hey, we can do 3 here, and they've done really well as Rasibu Ntozake went to go and collect that ball. It's 96 for 3. Knight is now on 46. She's coming into the runs here, Dave. She hasn't had the best of tours as she's trying to just give herself an opportunity to stay in this West Indian side. Chloe Tryon over the wicket, around the wicket this time, and this one is in the block hole as a half volley and driven over the head of the fielder at mid-on for a 1 bounce 4. That brings up the West Indies 100. It's 100 for 3.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a chip shot up and over the top there to get it over the head of Ayabongo Kaka at mid-on, and so now there's a bit of a conversation between Sine Luce and Chloe Tryon to see how they can perhaps remedy the situation.
Slightly over pitch there from Chloe Tryon to bowling that ball in the slot as she bowls again to Shemaine Campbell. This one's a lot quick outside the off stump. Shemaine trying to play that off the back foot and late, but it went straight through to Snala Jata for no run. First game for the South Africans is Bangladesh, a prickly pair with a trial by spin. Bangladesh, really good side, having gone through the qualifiers and qualified by virtue of having one of the higher rankings in the tournament, as this one played out to long on. As the one was going down leg, and Shemaine Campbell, an easy single for her. She moves up to 8 with the score 101 for 3.
Yeah, there was obviously a little bit of controversy and pour around those qualifiers there. You were right in the thick of things there in Zim, and we'll chat about it after this delivery.
Sure, Chloe Tryon in. A little bit of a fuller ball on that off stump, just played out to the leg side for a single mid wicket, picking that up.
Yeah,
Easy. Kaisia Knight's on 47.
Yeah, Omicron playing havoc there, and so they had to kind of shift things around in terms of the qualification rulings. But nevertheless, Bangladesh will take
Tryon around the wicket to the right-handed Campbell, who plays that one straight to the fielder at mid-on, no run. Yeah, so they start with Bangladesh. Then the next game is against Pakistan. So trials by spin, starting with something there. That one's at the Bay Oval on the 11th of March. Then South Africa play England on the 14th of March. That's a big one. Followed up by New Zealand on the 17th of March in Hamilton. Then South Africa then play Australia in round 6 in the Basin Reserve on the 22nd of March. They then follow it up with a monster clash of the team they're playing right now, the West Indies, on the 24th of March in Wellington. And they rounded up with India. So the tournament gets progressively harder, and then they get 2 games against teams you would say are in their league that will be fighting for those final semi-final spots. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Hilton Moraine navigates through that World Cup as Nadine de Klerk bowls one outside the off stump for Kaisia Knight. She does not bite because she's on 47. All right.
Absolutely. She'll be mindful of that milestone just hanging over her head, and she'd love to just get those 3 runs.
West Indies, on the other hand, start the World Cup on the 4th of March, a month away from now, against New Zealand. As Nadine de Klerk bowls this ball to Kaisia Knight, and she plays this on the up over the fielder at extra cover. It is a really lovely 4 that reaches the boundary, and also Kaisia Knight gets to her 50. It's her second ODI 50. Really great innings from her. And just to remind everybody that she was dropped on 17.
Yeah, it's always those old adages that ring loudly in your ears from your coaches at school: catches win matches. But Kaisia Knight's really made the most of their opportunity.
And it's been a very classy innings, really lovely, free-flowing shot making. It's been a wonder and a joy to watch her cover drives as Nadine comes into Kaisia. She plays this one off the back foot slightly later and squarer to the fielder at point on the boundary for a single. 107 for 3. West Indies need 193 to win off of 155 balls. So in the World Cup, they open with the West Indies with New Zealand on the first day. Then they play England after that in Dunedin. They then play India, do the West Indies on the 12th of March. Australia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, as Nadine comes into the right-handed Shemaine Campbell. This one's on leg stump, played out quickly. There's a quick single taken, and the fielder's Tasman Bridge. She does not want to go too low to collect it, so she just parries it down to the stumps for a single. 108 for 3. Campbell on 9. Knight on 52. This partnership's on 22. And then just to close out with the West Indies World Cup, they play Pakistan on the 21st, and they play South Africa, and they finish their World Cup with the match against South Africa. So it's going to be really, really important, that game on the 24th of March for both teams. As a lovely use of soft hands from Kaisia Knight, she got to the other end of the wicket, and then we see overthrows, and it will go to the boundary for 4. Really disappointing from Laura Wolfart there, who was taking a shot at the stump. She saw an opening and a chance, but the fielder, being her captain, wasn't backing up, and 4 overthrows ensue. Really lovely use of the hands there from Kaisia Knight, but then the comedy of errors after that.
Yeah, 5 runs for the really expensive stuff there from the South Africans. We saw some blunders in the West Indian innings in terms of fielding, but
de Klerk into Shemaine Campbell. This one hits her on the pad going down leg. They take a quick single off of that. It'll be leg buys. But the West Indians are now trying to start get momentum here, trying to realize that they need to get 186 of 155 balls, 150 balls. So that's where they are right now. Well, halfway through the innings, 114 for 3, Knight on 57, Campbell on 9. If you looked at both teams from a like-for-like perspective, at 25th over, South Africa 107 for 2, The West Indies are 114 for 3. In these next 5 overs, that's where South Africa pushed because they scored 36 runs in the 30 balls. So that's going at above 6 runs and over in this period. So this is where South Africa continued as Chloe Tran continues from the corner drive end. It's outside the off stump, pushed out for no run, straight to the field at backward point.
Importantly for the West Indies, it's this partnership that needs to make sure that it gets them as close as it can to the finish here. Worth 28, but there's not much batting to come because of those injuries. To
try on into Shemaine Campbell, who comes down the wicket, trying to get it past the fielder at mid-on, catching on the square. And Sinead Luce not having the best day in the field today, with a little bit of a misfield, and the single was taken off of that. 115 for 3. Campbell's now on 10.
Isn't that always the case, though? When you're having a rough day in the field, the ball just follows you like a magnet.
That's what Annika Bosch felt early on in the game. This one's a short ball from Chloe Tran. It's pulled square to the fielder backward square leg for a single off the bat of Kaisia Knight. 116 for 3. 184 needed to win off 147.
South Africa in the pound seat at the moment, but the West Indies are certainly trying to wrestle this back.
Chloe Tran around the wicket. Wide ball, but not signal wide. It's just let go by Shemaine Campbell to Sinalo Jafta for no run.
Every single dot ball means that the run rate that is required just ticks up ever so slightly before you realize that the game
now
has changed.
It's at 7.6. Short ball and played out to the offside or the horizontal bat shot on that back foot for a single. That sweeper coming into a lot of work there. The left-handed Kaisia Knight. 3 fields on the leg side on the boundary, backward square, conventional square leg on the boundary, and you've also got long on. Chloe Tryon down the leg side, and it will be bowled, or it'll be a wide, no bat on there. So she has to bowl that again. 118 for 3 as the extras column increases by 1 to 8. Next ball in from a Chloe, last ball of this over. Down the leg side again, this played off the bat of Kaisia Knight. They were looking to get 2, but they did take off very slowly. And it'll be a single to close out that over. 119 for 3. Knight on 59, Campbell on 11. 181 to win of 144.
Yeah, it was just an intelligent bit of cricket there. There's no one in the ring on the leg side, square of the wicket, or even at mid-wicket. And so it's just a bit of a nudge onto the onside for them to get through for the single. 119 for 3, and then only 181 runs left. There's 24 overs left in this game. Partnership now worth 33, but crucially for the West Indies, they've slowly started to push back in terms of run rate, because it's now 4.6 to the over that they have achieved, but they still need 7.5.
Yes, they do need they have a large mountain to climb. But what we saw in the previous ODI, Dave, was that they do have some power hitters. Chidi Nation can bat very well and hit the ball hard. And
is Nation going to be fit?
That's a very.
Remember, she had whiplash,
and we haven't gotten an update from that one, so we assume that she's still recovering from that. So South Africa. There's a bowling change with Ayabonga Kaka from the golf course, and she bowls one back of the length outside the off stump. Knight was looking to cut that to third man, but no need there as she misses it and it goes to Sinalo Jafta no run. Kaisia Knight in this match has now scored a high score in international cricket. The previous one was against India in Mulapadu in 2016. It was 55. Next one, just using those soft hands, jotting it down, playing a bit of a tip and run to the offside, to the fielder at point, and Laura Wolford trouncing around there. 120 for 3 as the West Indian batter makes it safe at the last strike.
Sinead trying to look to her strike bowler here. Ayabonga Kaka has already picked up 2, and how badly would Sinead want to get just one more here? She might feel like she's one away from bowling at the tail. In to Shemaine Campbell. This one's down the leg side. The Sinalo Jafta has taken the catch. She thinks it's an edge and a wicket, and I just went straight back to a mark.
Mignon and Sune were when Mignon de Prayer was certain, and so was Snella Jafta. But
Yeah, Ayabanga Kaka was not really sold on that one. She felt that she was quite certain that Sanala Jafta.
Well, the cutter there at the side of her hand going down the leg side. And obviously the question is, the umpire saying that it's brushed pad on its way to the keeper. So obviously it was not signaled wide. Aya coming into Shemaine Campbell. So one's outside the off stump. She flat bats it and gets an underage out to the fielder. Point, no run. 120 for 3.
Yeah, Campbell on 11 and Knight on 60 with this partnership worth 34. Just having a look at that one again, board looked like it may have taken something on its way through. It did deviate quite a bit. But
umpires say no. Remember, we do have the use of DRS. Aya into Shemaine Campbell down the leg side again. A quick single is going to be taken there. Fielders Raisibin Dozake at fine leg, 121 for 3. 179 needed to win. And the required run rate is 7.7.
yeah, so there is just a reminder that we're on Twitter at OneWorldSON. We're also on the CSA official player at cricket.co.za/live, so you can follow us there as well.
Aya into the left-handed Kaisia Knight. She drives this one on the up, and it hits a high on the bat. Her timing's still there. Straight to the field at extra cover and run.
Yeah, don't forget your tweets will be read out at OneWorldSR. If you want to join in on the conversation, what would your South African ideal 11 look like for that first game against Bangladesh in New Zealand? These women have a bumper year ahead of them, or there's obviously the World Cup and Commonwealth Games, and obviously this series, and there's a possibility of a test match as well against England.
Against England, that's confirmed. South Africa will play the test.
Yes.
In during this year, so that's going to be quite cool. That's very exciting. We need that for our women's cricket.
Yes,
we also need more
well.
money in the game. And if you're listening to this and you're a sponsor and you want to sponsor a team in the country, forget about the men's teams, forget about the Springboks, forget about Bafana, forget about the Proteas. This is the team you need to be sponsoring. But most importantly, you need to be sponsoring us at One World Sports Radio, because we're bringing coverage to South Africa's best cricket team. As Dozake coming in now for a new spell from the caller drive in, first ball, a little bit of flighted on that offside, defended by Shemaine Campbell. She got a little bit of respect by Shemaine Campbell, because I thought she would throw her arms at that one. And Dozake trying to get it as high as possible. Remember, she had to remodel her action. And that one's wide and slapped to the fielder at point on the boundary for a single, 122.
It's good to see Raisibe back in the mix of things. She really blew up on the international stage and then had to, like Mbo said, remodel her action. There was a bit of too much of a bend in her arm, and so having to remodel it. And it's no simple task, I must say.
Yes, she's done the work now. She's back in the Proteas side. It's a lot fuller this time to the left-handed Kaisia Knight. She's coming around the wicket, and she defends the Kaisia defends that out to the offside. Run rate is now at 7.9. That is required. West Indies going 4.4. She flights this one inside out drive from Kaisia Knight. Really well driven, but well saved in the covers by Sune Luce. Just a single resulting from that. It was a bit of a fumble in that save.
Yeah, it was one of those where you get thumbs up from your teammates for stopping it, but thumbs down for missing out on an opportunity.
This one's a lot fuller, driven down the ground by Tremaine Campbell to long on for a single.
124 now for 3. There's just one more remaining in the 28th. And how desperately would the Windies love to get one over the South Africans here from a difficult position.
Chozake, also known as Slice. This one is just flighted down the leg side, and Kaisia just plays that to a vacant third man region in the ring. The wicket keepers now they had to go and fetch that. And that's the end of that over. 125 for 3. Those 2 overs left in Austin, Dave. And the lay of the land is that West Indies need 175 more to win with 22 overs left. We're going to take a bit of a drinks break right now. And it's going to be a time for teams to reassess, for them to get some instructions from the dugout, to kind of, for the West Indies especially, to tell them to push up the run rate, as it's now at a required run rate is now 8 and over, with these 22 overs left. South Africa just really in control of this game, but you want to finish the game off. You don't want to leave it lingering, because the longer it takes, there's still a chance for the West Indies to get back in this game.
Absolutely, and if there's anybody who knows how to come back from an underdog position, it's the West Indies. We just think about since the 2000s, about how they've always been on the ropes, and how they fought back on so many occasions to win a game. This game is evenly poised, 125 for 3. And they require 8 now to the over and four. So they're always gonna feel that pressure on them in terms of scoreboard, just lurking out the corner of their eye.
And that's the nature of limited overs cricket, Dave. That scoreboard adds an additional pressure point, and that's what makes it so intriguing, and how South Africa ramped up their scoring from about 173 for 2 all the way to 299 in those final 20 overs. They really did score freely, and at a high rate. There's a bit of a ball change in the middle of that of that drinks break, and I think that's the reason why we had a stoppage in play.
Yeah, the early drinks break coming, and umpires Tuma and Jacobs just having a look at a box of balls and maybe thinking about whether or not they should have a look at some of the options. But let's take you through the Windies scorecard. Deandra Dotson was caught by Menyon du Preez, bowled Ayabonga Kaka. She was gone for 12, a crucial wicket that in Paul, because we've seen in this series how she's absolutely punished South African bowlers.
Especially with that 150.
Yeah, absolutely. And so South Africa would have been loving the early wicket there. It was actually Rashada Williams who was gone first for the West Indies, caught loose, bowled Kaka. And that's three ones in a row, as far as I understand, in this series from Williams, and so she'll be ruining her missed opportunity. Kasia Knight's not out on 62. Stefani Taylor is retired hurt. She got a knock on the noggin from Nadine de Klerk, and then Hayley Matthews was out bowled from a perfect peach of a delivery that jagged back into the right-hander to dismiss her off bail.
Yes, South Africa in the driving seat here at the Wanderers, looking to equal or level this series, and we are back again, and Chloe Tryon is going to be bowling from the golf course end, so a little bit of a change in ends. Will that bring a change in fortunes? South Africa's main problem right now is Kaisia Knight on 62. They're going to want to see the back of her. As you see the field to the left-handed Kaisia Knight, she's coming left arm over the wicket. You've got backward point. You've also got the sweeper at extra cover. You've got extra cover in catching, and you've got one on the boundary. You've also got mid-on, mid-off. You've also got mid-wicket, fine leg in the ring. Also a deep backward square on the boundary. That's Dumisi Kukune, and square deep mid-wicket, as well as long on the boundary, both of them. And that one's just down the leg side from Chloe, and it's played out to the fielder at mid-wicket, catching no run.
Excitedly, for the next game that the South African and West Indies women will play is the Black ODI, so I'm excited for that one.
Try on. This one's full down the leg side, swept. Tumi's running in to get that one, and just a single for that, 126 for 3. Really good to see Dumi in Protea colours once again as the reserve field. I was hoping she would get some game time in this series. Really worrying because I'm a really big fan of hers. I really want her on that plane to New Zealand, as Chloe coming around the wicket to the right-handed Shemaine Campbell. This one is shortish but straight, played off the back foot by Shemaine down to the fielder at mid-on. No run. Mid-off, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Tumisa Kakune could get an opportunity in the last game of the series. on Sunday, but we won't
Try on into Shemaine Campbell. She tries to play this one down, a little bit of a lusty blow, but she mistimed it, and it went down to the fielder at mid wicket, catching no run. That's Nelly's the captain. Very wide open leg side field with all the fielders on the boundary. This one is edged outside the off stump, and it took a long time to get to Rasiwe Ntozake. It bounced just in front of her, and the West Indians take a single for that.
Just let me look at that delivery once again and pause. It was a slash towards a backward point, but it just kind of hung in the air longer than it would have floated for the South Africans.
Try on in, darting that one in down the leg side. Kaisia and I take an easy single down to the other end, just playing tip and run. That's Kaisia's MO so far. Remember those childhood games where it was tip and run?
Yeah.
She's doing that, and she's doing that very well.
Certainly, she's slightly turning the screw on the South Africans here. Just making sure she's not being complacent and letting things go quiet from her side. Change of bowling now from the, call it drive in.
It
looks
is
like
no change.
Oh, it's no change.
It's Rasibe still.
That's Rasibe
from that call it drive in.
So it was a double change because we saw Chloe try and switch ends.
To left-handed Kaisia. She's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Just getting the field right. Short third man. Point. Sweeper on the boundary on the offside. As this ball comes down the leg side from Rasibe, it beats everybody and will roll all the way to the boundary for 4 wides. And so really disappointing there. Just went on with the arm, and no bat, no glove from the keeper. Nothing could stop that ball on its way. It had a destination, and it willed itself all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, Jafta just standing up straight too early, and so that's why missed her gloves.
Rasibe into the first legitimate ball of her over, and this one's hit down the ground. It will plug as it goes too long on. Dumi makes a little slight fumble of that gather, and the West Indians managed to come through for 2. Score goes up to 135 for 3. Knight on 66, Campbell on 15, Rasibe Ntozake into Knight. She flights this one down the leg side. Kaisia is going to let those go through, and umpire Jacobs signals wide. Rasibe needs to try and bring her line in a little bit more straighter, and there, because those extras could end up. That actually leads to a 50-run partnership between these two. Ntozake in again, struggling with that line down the leg side. Nothing could happen there. No bat. It will be considered wide.
Yeah, it's 2 wides now, and that's not what Sinelo saw one from her right.
37 for 3 now. This one, she floats outside the off stump. Easy, just punch out to cover for a single. Kaisia Knight living in the land of her dreams. I'm sure she's already trying to set herself up, get her closer to the bigger milestone, give the West Indies some sort of a chance. As Ntozake bowls the right-handed Shemaine Campbell, this one's outside the off stump. She cuts a ball out to backward point. No run there.
It's fine, Paul. Just jinx her. That's fine. South African fans will be loving you.
I don't believe in superstition, so you know what? It
should
should be playing on her mind.
Superstitious.
It's very easy batting right now, as this one is outside the off stump, short and wide, and slapped to backward point for no run. Look, she hasn't gotten to a century before. This is probably the easiest batting conditions you'll probably get. Wouldn't you be thinking about trying to get there? Increments of how to get to that 3-figure mark. As this one is swept behind. A little bit of a ball going down the leg side to the right-hander Shemaine Campbell. Straight to Chloe Tryon. No run there. Last ball of the over, and our commentary stint, Dave. So I want to say thank you very much for that. 138 for 3. Ntozake into Shemaine Campbell. She flights it. It's one that's driven straight into her boot of Shemaine Campbell. This one goes out to the leg side for no run. End of that over. 138 for 3. As we welcome Sean Mayers and Lerato Malakutu to take you through the next 10 overs.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, David. And after 30 overs, the score is 138 for 8. At the same stage, South Africa were 143 for 2. But Campbell and Knight going on a very good partnership, building, wanting to get singles. Hello, Loretta, and welcome.
Good evening, Sean. Great to be here.
We have Chloe Tryon coming from the golf course end tonight, and this ball's a full ball, but just worked to the leg side for a single.
These two have worked well here to get that 50-run partnership, really steering that ship after those really 2 quick wickets with Matthews and Taylor, getting out really early.
Yes. Now we've got Chloe Tryon bowling to Campbell, right? A full length delivery, and it is driven right back to Chloe Tryon, who uses that left boot to stop the ball. No run.
Using everything in tow here, Tryon. It's been interesting to see how Sunelise hasn't brought herself in here. Tryon coming in.
Around the wicket, left arm around the wicket to Campbell, and just a full ball that's defended back to Tryon. Yes, it is very surprising that Sune hasn't brought herself in to bowl, considering how well she bowled in the second ODI, as Tryon continues from the golf course in. Another full ball that is driven again, but can't get past Tryon. And she's keeping things very tight, just 1 run off the over so far. She will continue, and there is some protection out there for her with all 4 fielders out. It's a back of a length delivery that Campbell just rocks the back foot, but hits it, drives it straight to the cover region, but Ibonga Point runs around and keeps that down to no run. Tryon continuing, and she will be bowling to Campbell. And last ball of this over, and it's a full length delivery on the off stump, and Campbell defends that for no run. That brings the end to the 31st over. The score is 139 for 3. Knight is on 68, Campbell on 15. The West Indies need 161 runs to win off 19 overs.
That was a much better over from Chloe Tryon. She was definitely more disciplined in her lines. And maybe the reason Lisa's not coming in is to give your Tryons and your Ntozakas, that opportunity, because they both haven't had a lot of game time and overs under the belt. So that could be the strategy from the team.
Yes, it's a good captaincy, allowing the players to get as much game time as you've said. So good captaincy from Lise, looking at the bigger picture and putting the situation in the bigger context, looking at it from that angle. We'd hope that Raisibe, this is her first outing since 2018. So we're very excited to see her back in Proteas colours. She'll be coming from the corner drive end, and facing will be Knight as she comes over to left-handed Knight, who this ball's a full ball, and Knight just defends it with soft hands to point and manages to scamper through for a quick single.
I wonder what these two batters would be thinking, in between overs, how their approaches. That run rate is at 8.5 now, which is really increasing with each over.
As Ntozake comes in, it's a full length that she tosses up, and Campbell just double steps and drives it too long on and gets the easy single. I think they would be saying, stay in, keep the scoreboard ticking. They would want to increase the run rate to 6. It would be ideal to, get the required rate to at least 7, as Ntozake comes in, tosses it up outside off stump, and Knight just drives it to Ibonga Kaka at mid-off.
No, absolutely. I agree with you.
Yes. Raisibe coming in. It's a fuller length delivery, and it hits the pad, but I do have a feeling that was maybe pitching outside the leg stump and going on. But as we know, that there still becomes the decision is not out. So a good shout, a good ball there, and much better returns for Raisibe in this over. She continues, tosses it up outside the off stump. Knight missing out and getting the toe end of the bat, and only manages to get it back to Ntozake, where I think she was targeting at that extra cover boundary. This is the last ball of Tozake's over. To Cassia Knight, she tosses it up outside the off stump, and Knight tries to clear the long on boundary, but only manages to find Tumiseke Kune on the long on boundary and bringing the second wicket for Raisibe Tozake.
Great bowling from Tozake. And, Sean, we've seen how when she builds up the pressure from the end, not straying with the lines, the pressure builds up and the batter is made to make a play. And that night, the informed batter, Cassia Knight, holding out there too long on and really brings an end to a brilliant innings by her career best 69. And it was just a pleasure to watch. But unfortunately for West Indies, it's not looking good at all here.
69 runs off 94 balls, just what the West Indians would have wanted, but they would have wanted to kick on. That brings the score at the end of the 32nd over to 141 for 4. The West Indians still need 159 runs to win off 18 overs. Will be very interesting to see how that also brings Henry to the crease, and it'll be very interesting to see how they go about this innings. Now, Campbell, I would say the last of the batters for the West Indians, but we do know that from here, all the batters can hit a long ball. Hopefully, we will see them, expressing themselves more, really take this game deep.
Absolutely. Henry did show in the last match that she can, hold the bat, and she is very handy. She scored 26 there in that failed chase. But it's important here now for Campbell to really, take that leadership role and really guide this ship. These are the last two recognized batters, as you say. So this partnership is key.
Yes, Chloe Tryon will be continuing from the golf course end. Facing is Henry. The current field set is there is a long on, long off, deep cover, and a deep mid wicket as Chloe Tryon comes round the wicket to right-handed Henry. And this is a full length delivery as Henry just pops it up and balloons towards Chloe Tryon, making good ground to her right. Unfortunately, the ball drops short for 1 run. Good signs for Chloe Tryon.
Very good. I was going to say, you can almost tell her confidence is up. She's looking, more like her body language is positive. It's wonderful to see.
Loving us. And Chloe Tryon comes again. It's back of a length. Henry just rocks onto her back foot and punches this through the covers and manages to get off the mark and brings the West Indian total to 142 for 4. We are enjoying the positivity seen here by Chloe Tryon. For the new batter, she has brought in her long off as she comes in. It's a fuller length delivery, and Henry pops this up towards mid on, but Chloe Tryon, with the confidence she has, diving to her right, pulls off a stunning catch and takes Shemaine Campbell out for 16 runs or 40 balls.
It's almost a replica of the failed attempt in the last ball, but this time she gets her hands on it, and it's a brilliant caught and bowled wicket for her, and just superb. South Africa truly and fully in control now.
Yes, South Africa inching closer to that win, keeping things tight, brought things back after, some wayward bowling, and that is what you want to be seeing at this stage in the game, in the lead up to the fourth ODI, hoping to level the series here, as well as they lead up to the World Cup. With that wicket, it does bring Alia and Ellen into the onto the park. She will be taking the ball. Brings Alia Ellen into the park, and she will be facing the fourth ball from Chloe Tryon's over. We do see a field change. Mid wicket has come a lot straighter into a more catching position. Mid on and mid off are also in the circle. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Chloe Tryon coming around the wicket. It's a full length delivery, and Alia just defends that ball for no run. A score 142 for 5.
That's interesting that Elaine has come in. Would that be the concussion substitute?
Yeah, we see Chloe Tryon coming in. It's a full length delivery that Elaine just defends. I would like to think she is the concussion substitute. I haven't seen too many of those, especially in any cricket. So it's good to see that there's still an opportunity for her to play. Tryon comes in, it's a straight delivery down the leg side, and it has been called wide. That brings South Africa's total of extras to 16. Tryon continuing, it's a full length delivery that Elaine tries to cut, but it's too close to cut, and she misses that ball, and Sonalo Jafta doing the cleaning up. That's the end of the 33rd over. The score is 143 for 5.
Chloe Tryon is just having an absolutely amazing match. She came in with the bat and really just blasted the ball all over the parts of the ground to her 43, and now she's coming in and contributing with the ball. All rounders are gold in ODI cricket. Being able to have that, that player that can give you two options, in a match, and she's really proving and showing her quality after a really tough time, in the last year or two.
Yes, she is showing that she wants this. She wants to take her career to the next level, show what she really can do. And as you say, like any all-rounder in any limited overs cricket, Chloe Tryon is gold for the Proteas. And Rasiba Ntozake is continuing from the corner drive end. It's a full-length delivery that she just defends, and Ntozake very quickly back to her mark. She'll be continuing. And it's a very tight field on the offside as she comes past the umpire. It's a straighter delivery that Henry just knocks over to the leg side, and the two batters scamper through for a quick single.
Those wondering why Alia Elaine is in, obviously West Indies captain Stefanie Taylor got a blow to the head earlier, and she had to get off the field, and we hope she's okay, and she's got a speedy recovery, and I guess that does bring in that concussion substitute.
Ntozake in, it's a full-length delivery, and it is defended. Ntozake doing her own fielding. Yes, it is very unfortunate. We do hope for another speedy recovery for Taylor. Hasn't been the best series for her in terms of these freak injuries. Ntozake in, full-length delivery, tossed up outside the off stump, and Elaine just waiting for it and driving it to the fielder at extra cover for no run. Ntozake comes in again over the wicket. It's tossed up wide outside the off stump. Elaine on the back foot just cuts that, but straight to Laura Wolfhard at point. And that brings, I would say she felt she missed out there. Could have gotten a lot further. Right, it's a full-length delivery, and Elaine just defends that for no run. That brings the end of the 34th over. The score is 144 for 5.
I think it's been a good showing for Ntozake. I mean, it can't be easy. She's bowled 9 overs for 40, just with the 1 wicket, but certainly coming in, after that long layoff, it can't have been easy having to correct her action, and coming in for the left arm. It shows the sort of depth that South Africa has in the spin department. It's really been impressive to see how that's developed over the years.
Yes, it has developed over the years. We see Chloe Tryon continuing from the golf course end. It's tossed up outside the off stump, and Henry thinks about playing it back, moves it back out the way, and lets that go through for no run to Jafta. It's very encouraging to see so many spinners, so many all-rounders that South Africa have in their ranks. Chloe Tryon, a quicker delivery, but drags this one short, and it is cut, but it balloons up, giving Laura Wolfhard some hope, and she's diving to the right, but unfortunately it fades her and races to the point boundary for 4. That puts Henry on 6. The score is 148 for 5. Elaine yet to get off the mark. Right, Chloe Tryon continuing from the golf course end to Henry. It's a full length delivery that Henry just defends. and there's no run there.
And just looking at that run rate, it just keeps going up. Every dot ball, it goes up by 0.1. It's nearly at 10. It's at 9.8 now, and really the pressure is high on the West Indies batters.
The Chloe Tryon continues. It's a full-length delivery that strays down the leg side. Henry tries to flick it, but misses. It hits the pad, and Jafta very quick on it and saves that a quick single, making the batters think twice. Jafta's been very busy. Tryon coming in again, tosses this one up on the offside. Henry driving it, gets a little bit of air on it. Mignon du Preez thinking she's in the money, but a little bit too wide, and they managed to get through for the single. The score, 149 for 5.
See the fielder going out there to the square leg boundary.
Yes, the fielder out to the square leg boundary and long on coming into mid on. They know that Elaine is not scared to sweep the ball. Chloe Tryon, it is back of a length delivery, much quicker than Elaine, just a late cut wide of the fielder at short third man, and this ball races to the boundary, bringing up the West Indies 150, past the 150 mark. The score is 153 for 5. Elaine is on 4. Henry is on 7. They would want, after the 35th over with 5 wickets in hand, they will want to hit out.
Definitely. I think that last ball by Elaine shows her intention. She's not here to just hang around and, try to rotate the strike and see what she can get. She's being positive and wants to really make sure the team gets as close to that target as possible.
Tozake continuing from the corner driver end, and we see Henry on strike. It's a full-length delivery that she just plays with soft hands into the leg side and then managed to steal a single in front of Mignon du Preez. Must say, good calling, good batting from these two. Christine Elise, putting the captain under pressure. She is making decisions, maybe a little bit slow off the mark there. We know what a good fielder she is. As Ntozake comes, it's tossed up, but very straight, and Elaine just sweeps that out to the fielder on the deep square boundary, and they get another single.
It was a very sticky single. There's lots of fielders around that inner ring, so that's the option that they're trying to stop. So very good awareness there by the West Indies batters.
Ntozake continues from the corner drive in. It is tossed up. It's actually a really good ball outside the off stump. Henry just waiting for it, pushing and cutting it. A very late cut pass, backward point towards the boundary. And Laura Fulford chasing it all the way. And the batters managed to get 2 runs.
This partnership now is on 15. Seems like they raced to 15 quite quickly. I feel like Elaine just walked to the crease, not too long ago.
Ntozake past the umpire is a shorter delivery, doesn't bounce much. Henry swings at it and misses. Will feel unlucky there. Hard done by the lack of bounce from that ball because it was so short. Ntozake comes in again, tosses it up, but this time it is wide outside the leg stump, and it is called wide by the umpire.
Far too many extras from South Africa today. Around 17 extras, 11 wides, 2 no balls. It's just not acceptable at this level.
All right, Ntozake comes in. This time it's back of a length and wide outside the off stump, and it is called wide by umpire Jacobs. That brings extras to 18. Very disappointing for the South Africans to bowl this many extras. As Ntozake continues, this one is also Ntozake trying to correct it, but overcorrected, and it goes wide down the leg side, and brings the extras tally to 19. The score is 160 for 5. And Ntozake won't be happy with herself with this bowling and the extras that she has conceded. She comes in. It is wide outside the off stump, and it is called wide, and now the extras tally is up to 20.
You saw Sunoli's coming up to, I wonder what's wrong, because the last few overs, she's really been struggling with her lines.
And Ntozake continues tossed it up, but now it is straighter. It misses the leg stump, and Sinalo Jafta quick with the stumps as Henry loses her balance and potentially is out of her crease. The umpires are sending it to the third TV umpire to make the final decision.
Could she have smuggled the wicket here? Because that's what it would be, another wide delivery. But Jafta is really quick with her hands behind the stumps.
A great take by Jafta and potential smuggled wicket there. Ntozake's figures right now, 9.4 overs, 48 runs and 1 wicket so far. The technology is there. And as you said, if the technology is there, let's use it.
Absolutely. It's not quite fully there though, because we don't have DRS, but certainly with the third umpire being able to give those tight calls is important.
The decision is made. Henry looking confident, hasn't moved. She is currently on 10 with this partnership on 19. Elaine is on 5. So, but looking very confident, but it does seem that the decision has come back as not out. And Ntozake will continue from the corner drive end. This is a back of a leg delivery that Henry has just pushed to the leg side between square leg and deep mid wicket, and the two batters running hard get 2 runs. Score is 164 for 5. And Ntozake on the last ball of her over comes in. Right, it is a full length delivery, but well outside the off stump. It's a very wide delivery there. And that is another extra for Ntozake and the South African tally. Not a good sight here. The last ball of Ntozake is over and spell. It is tossed up on middle stump and Henry just pushing it into the leg side, and that brings the end of the over for 166 for 5. Henry on 13, Elaine on 5.
That's been a tough day for Raisibe Ntozake. That's her 10 overs, 53 runs, just the 1 wicket. Yeah, but just too many wides from her. That's 9 wides in her spells, and it's just not acceptable at this level. South Africa have gone for nearly 22 extras, and I think 18 of those balls are from no balls and wides, and that's 3 extra overs. I don't think at this level you want to be bowling that many extra balls. But again, Ntozake back in the side after a very long break. It will be good to just get this match out the way and to show that you can still belong at this level.
Yes. I'm very glad and happy that Sunay Lees allowed Raisibe to bowl her full allotment of 10 overs, letting her ease back into the setup, ensuring that it's okay to make mistakes. The South Africans are in the driver's seat. The run rate required is 9.6. So they do have some runs to work with, and it also gives an indication of where Raisibe what she needs to work on. Shimnam Ismail comes from the golf course end, replacing Chloe Tryon. She comes in and bangs it in short to Chanel Henry, who pulls this for 6 over the deep mid wicket boundary. And what a hit it is! Just swatted that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like she was just swatting that like a racket.
It looks more tennis shot, like a tennis serve, and that brings the score to 170 for 5. Henry, a very quick 17, and Elaine on 5. We see some changes in the field: a deep mid wicket plus a deep square, as well as a long on. There is a short third leg. Oh, and a deep fine leg. There is a short third man, point, cover point, extra cover, and mid off. Shibnam Ismail comes in and bowls it full and straight, a Yorker in the block hole, and it strikes Chanel Henry on the pads. They go up and it's given out. Chanel Henry is out for 17 of 16 balls.
Quality bowling that by Ismail. The previous ball was the bouncer. She moved the fielders back out into the leg side boundary, intimating that she's going to bowl another one, but she bowled it full straight in the block hole and she got her wicket.
Yes, this is This is fantastic from Shubnam Ismail, putting them under pressure, making sure that the bluffed Henry. Henry didn't see it coming, saw the fielders go out for the short delivery. She's camping on the back foot, strikes her on the pads. That is, I would say, textbook fast bowling at this level.
Absolutely. No, fierce stuff from Ishmael. I think her tactics have been really great. Like we said, she's really come into this match. Although, pace up front was a bit easy for the batters to maneuver and to work around, but she's really always created the wicket-taking options, and I'm happy for her that it's finally paying off.
Right, that brings in the vice-captain of the West Indies side, Anisa Mohammed, coming in a lot sooner than she would have hoped, and she'll be facing Shubnam Ismail from the golf course end. It's a back of a length delivery outside the off stump, and Anisa Mohammed going for the cut shot too close to her, under edges it, and it goes straight onto her off stump. That brings the end to Anisa Mohammed's innings. She goes out for a duck off her first ball.
Wow, the little crowd that has managed to come here at the Wanderers is just yelling in jubilation. That was a beautiful ball by Ismail. Anisa Mohammed had no idea what to do there, and sadly, her stumps got knocked over.
Yes, that is a fantastic wicket for Shubnam Ismail. She didn't get off to the best start to her bowling spell, but that does bring in. But now she has come back, brought the game back, and has taken 2 quick wickets to get South Africa closer to that win. That does bring in Shamilia Connell. She'll be replacing Anisa Mohammed and facing the hat-trick ball from Shubnam Ismail.
What does she do here? My gut is telling me she's going full and straight in the block hole on those toes. What do you think, sir?
I agree with you, coach. I agree with you. Full straight. She will be steaming in. It's full leg delivery outside the off stump. Connell swinging at it, but missing it completely. The ball going through to Jafta.
Wow, that came at pace. There was no foot movement there from Connell. She was really closing her eyes, swiping the bat and hoping for the best. But that goes through to Jafta and no run.
Sometimes closing eyes and swinging the bat, especially as a lower order batter, sometimes works. We see a change in the field. The field is going out. Shubnam Ismail coming in. It's a full leg delivery, and Connell just knocking that to long on for a single and getting her innings going with that run. The score is 171 for 7.
Ismail's tail's really up now. She always fancies herself against the lower order, wants to make that statement. Like you said, it didn't really start well for her at the beginning, but to finish this game off and to wrap up that innings for South Africa will really, really capture a great day out for her.
Right, Shubnam Ismail bowling to a lane. There is a deep square, fine leg, third man, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, extra cover, and backward point. Shubnam Ismail coming in. It's a full leg delivery towards leg stump. It strikes a lane on the pads. It's a half appeal, but obviously not out, probably missing leg stump. And that brings the end to the 37th over. The score 171 for 7.
West Indies, they need 129 runs to win. It's looking like mission impossible. They only do have the one batter left because Nation, I don't think, will bat today. It's looking tough for them. That run rate required 9.9, basically 10 and over. Yeah, it's very difficult to see how they get themselves out of this. I mean, Sean, we were together, in the previous match when we thought that they were high and dry and they were going to get across the line, but South Africa brought it back. But I think today the writing is really on the wall.
Yes, 37 overs. Sine Elise has brought back her strike bowlers. Aibunga Kaka replacing Raisibe Ntozake from the corner drive end. She bowls full and straight on, I would say, off stump. And Connell missing this one. Wraps her on the pads. But a half appeal. Wouldn't say the appeal was very convincing. And no run there. no wicket, no run. It's a dot ball, but the strike bowlers want to finish it off.
Absolutely. And I think, you want to have that clinical finish. You don't want it to meander on.
Yes, we don't want it as Kaka bowls this one full and straight outside the off stump. Connell hitting it into the ground, but going straight back to Kaka for no run.
Yep, signs of a good team is how you close off a match. They're well deep into that lower order now, and I think the South African fast bowlers will be having their tails up, looking to wrap this up quickly.
Ayabonga Kaka coming in. It's a fuller length delivery, but her line straight down the leg side, and it is called a wide by umpire Jacobs. That brings the extras tally to 23 runs.
Yeah, that's just not acceptable. I think, Dylan Dupree, who's the bowling coach, will be shaking his head here.
Ayabonga Kaka coming in. It's another full delivery on off stump that Connell just pushes to Rasibe Ntozake at long on for 1 run. Connell not looking too comfortable while she's running, a little bit of a limp. We did see her struggle in the field earlier today. It has been a hot day, so maybe that a little bit of dehydration, maybe a little tweak. Hopefully it is nothing serious, and we will see her on the field at in the 4th ODI. As Kaka comes back in, it's back of a length, and Elaine just on the back foot, punching it towards the covers and getting no run from it.
We were talking earlier about South Africa's decision to bat first, but perhaps the heat was also a factor. It was really hot and humid, during the day, and the West Indies bowlers struggled. One might argue that they should be used to this weather, but it was a really, really tough day out there.
Ayabonga Kaka, it's another full-length delivery that's driven to the fielder at middle for no run. Yes, the West Indians are used to this kind of heat, but it is a lot drier than we would say the islands and the West Indies. So not the easiest conditions to get used to, and including the altitude here in Johannesburg. We are much higher. As Ayabonga comes back in, back of a length outside the off stump. Elaine looking to cut it, but way too close and just pushes that to the fielders in the covers. That brings the end to the 38th over. The score 173 for 7. Elaine on 5, Connell on 2.
Elaine has really looked to come in, and the cut option seems to be her release shot. Sometimes she's taking really risky options, balls that are really too close to be cutting. But yeah, I think she's playing a dangerous game a bit. I think she might be on a tough surface, but it's been tricky here for them. I'm glad that she's being positive. She isn't just coming in and just knocking the ball around. She is showing intent to score, which is important.
Yes, it is important. You want to almost bat yourself in as Shibnam Ishmael comes from the golf course in. It's a full-length delivery. Connell clearing that front foot, but getting nowhere close to that ball, swinging and missing, and that's another dot ball.
Yep, and Connell is very tall. I don't know if you know, but her nickname is, the Big Bird. She's named similar to Joel Gardner. She's really tall. When she's batting, it almost looks like it takes a lot longer for her to get the bat down. And
that will be a strategy that Shibnam Ishmael will use as she comes in. It's a shorter leg delivery that Connell just plays out to find leg with Chloe Tryon doing the fielding, and the score is 174 for 7. Connell probably a little bit happy to get off strike. She is on 3 with Elaine on 5. Yes, she is. She's tall. She, I would say looks similar to that of Joel Garner. But I would say she's a much better batter. Ishmael coming in from the golf course in, back of a length to Elaine, who just defends that for no run.
Yep, West Indies now needing 126 to win. That required rate is at 11 and over. But I think if you take the whole result situation out the way, it's still important for these batters to, spend time at the crease, work out their game plans. So especially against an Ishmael and Kaka who are really bowling at full steam, it will be very helpful going forward.
Yes, Shibnam Ishmael continuing. Coming in past the umpire, it's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. And this ball is just played to backward points. A little bit of miscommunication between the two batters. Laura Fulford doing the fielding, and she shies at the stumps at the bowler's end, but missing. And Connell maybe just getting there in time, but no run taken there.
That would have been very close. Like we said, she is tall, so it's almost like she's running back in slow motion.
Yes, but she does have reach as Ishmael comes in to back of a late delivery, and Elaine just defends that for no run.
How would you sort of assess South Africa's bowling performance here? I mean, we've spoken about the extras that have been, really poor, but overall, how would you rate it?
The South Africans have bowled well, lots of dot balls, which has been key, especially to that, especially early on to Dotton, Williams, Knight, Stefani Taylor. Ishmael coming in, it's a full-length delivery that Elaine tries to cut again, but plays and misses. The end of the 39th over, the score 174 for 7. The West Indies need 126 runs to win. They bowled very well up front compared to the West Indians. The West Indians gave a lot of loose balls up front, so that was where the South Africans struck, bowled well in partnerships, and they would need to just continue doing that in that first spell. We saw Shibnam Ishmael getting hit for a few runs, but they did well. Good use of the bowling changes from Captain Sine Lees, but I would say in the middle overs when they're getting knocked around, ensure that they don't get greedy and try anything different and stray with their lines. Ivon Kaka coming in from the corner drive end. It's a slower ball back of her length, but this one is called wide by the umpire. Good idea from Ivon Kaka, but poor execution.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely a good idea. We actually haven't seen her using her variations that much. She's very good at those, especially at the death.
Ivon Kaka coming in past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery, but Connell missing the ball and just hitting her on the pads, but missing the leg stump. So no appeal there, no worry to both batter and bowler. Yes, now we do know the talent that Ivon Kaka has in different periods of the game, and exciting to see her with the new ball earlier this evening. Ivon Kaka coming in again. It's a fuller length delivery, and Connell just knocking that one back right to her.
For sure. Her 2 early wickets of Dotton and Williams really rocked the West Indies and really allowed South Africa to cement their mark on their bowling performance. On the chase rather.
Ivon Kaka coming in. It's a full length delivery, a full toss outside the off stump. Connell hitting it very hard, but finding Sine Lees at mid off and doesn't get a run. Missed out there.
No, definitely. That required run rate is a 12. West Indies needing 125 to win.
Yes, Ivon Kaka coming in from the corner drive end. It's another slower ball and outside the off stump. Connell looking to play, but realizing that it could be a wicket-taking ball and just lets that through. Lets that through to go to the keeper. It's knowledge of that.
That was well executed this time by Kaka, just outside that off stump, eluding Connell there.
Ivon Kaka coming in. It's a fuller leg delivery that is defended to the fielder at point. That is Ivon Kaka's 5th ball, and after her over, it will prompt a commentary change. We will have Tsepo Tayela and Mpom Tloane coming in, replacing Lerato and myself. Ivon Kaka coming in. It's a fuller length delivery that Connell just defends straight back to Ivon Kaka. Right, coming in now, we have Tsepo, who will be coming in. The score is 175 after 40 overs. The West Indies still need 125 with 10 overs remaining.
10 overs remaining. ample runs to get a required run rate of 12.5, as the West Indies need 125 of 60 balls. It's a mountain they have to climb with only 3 wickets left. It's going to be suspenseful, and to guide you through it, myself, Tepo Taylor, and Umpo Mutlwane will be right here to the end.
Yes, taking you to the end. South Africa well on their way to leveling the series and creating a decider on Sunday in the Black ODI.
Listen to those hands rubbing. It's been a juicy series. You've seen 150 runs that have not been disallowed, but didn't count because the game didn't end. A super over in game number 2. South Africa looking in control here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are looking control. Just Nadine de Klerk from the golf course end, looking to wrap up the final 2 wickets.
She's been looking good for her. 0 for 31 in 7 overs. A full-length delivery on the off stump, driven to mid-off for no run. There's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, extra cover, point, backward point, and a short third. Oh, no, a normal third man and a short fine leg, rather.
Yes. Alia Elaine getting herself in line with that ball and playing it out. Really good to see.
A concussion substitution for captain Stefanie Taylor. Nadine de Klerk going well down the leg side, given as a wide, so she'll have to bowl that one again. 176 for 7, as we see Chloe Tryon warming up here at short fine leg.
Yes, very good to see. We've got some tweets coming through from Anise. Leah asking Anise about the runs per RPG for the Gorilla SA group. I know what RPG is.
It's full-length delivery driven down the ground by Leah Lane, straight to mid-off. They take a quick single, 177 for 7.
Mm-hmm.
RPG, runs per game, runs per...
I don't know what that is, but please do let us know. As now you can see, got boundary riders now on the leg side, 3 of them.
And Nadine de Klerk right arm over, and she smacks the off stump with a beautiful full delivery to dismiss Connell here. Fantastic. She finally gets herself a wicket, does the lower order bat all-rounder. Nadine de Klerk strikes here with the first wicket of the game.
Yes, if you miss I hit, that's what Nadine asked. She bowled it on the base of the stumps, and Shamilia Connell just missing it. All ends up, and Nadine gets a first wicket of the series.
That's her first wicket here, and she's really deserved it. She's been economical, and as you said, Umpo, you miss I hit. She's constantly been harassing that off stump line and has been keeping it there, and the scoreboard pressure taking its toll here. She had to do something, did Shamilia Connell, and with that run rate of 12.9, you have to do something. And something's got to give, and it was the wickets, not the runs this time around.
That brings in Shakira Salman to the crease. She's played 90 matches for the West Indies with a high score of 22. And an average of 9.3. She got the high score in Kingston in Jamaica in 2013-14. So she'll be hoping to try and increase that batting lineup of the score. Not sure what you would be wanting from a number 11 in the scores needing 12.9 runs and over. But some resistance is going to be something that they would be, the West Indies camp would be expecting from Shakira Salman.
Hoping that her hits don't lie, as Nadine de Klerk comes, it's full of straight on the off stump, a beautiful drive down the onside. Mid-off comes to the onside, does the fielding, 178 for 8 now.
Yes, that was on the money. This time, Shakira is coming forward and playing that full ball out to the off stump. Nadine de Klerk missing a length. Well, we've shortened her length. She missed it slightly, and it was easier to drive. Nadine looking for that.
Big appeal as it wraps the batter on the pad, a full-length delivery Aliyah Lane attempted to sweep this one. The appeal went up. They didn't go for the single. 178 for 8. And South Africans will definitely feel that this game is won already. The required rates on 113.3. And now you could feel that the South Africans really took control of the game with that Laura Wolfhard Sune Loose partnership that we saw in the first innings of the ODI. Last delivery, it's a full toss just under that no ball line. There we just see the umpire just saying it just made it under. 178 for 8 after 41 overs here.
Yes, that is true. 178 for 8 after 41 overs. The West Indies, just getting a little bit of a collapse. It was that Shabnim Ismail middle spell where she bowled 3 overs for 9 runs and took 3 wickets. That opened this game out. She really bowled extremely well after that first spell where she looked a little bit out of sorts, but I thought she bowled some really good wicket-taking balls. It just didn't go to hand, a couple of drops here and there, but she came back with a vengeance, opened this game out for South Africa, and now they are in the driver's seat, just 1 wicket away from leveling the series.
Ayabonga Kaka comes in. That's a full-length delivery on leg stump driven. It was on the up, airborne briefly as it went to straight mid-wickets. There's also a mid-on, a mid-off, cover, extra cover, point, third man, fine leg, and a sweeper at the mid-wicket region.
So sweeper in the mid-wicket region. West Indies went from 4 for 141 to 8 for 177.
A full-length delivery whipped off the pads, just a little bit too straight there from Kaka and dispatched through a vacant square leg region. A little bit too straight, giving the West Indies a boundary here. Shakira Salman with a hit that does fly and a hit that don't lie.
Some respite for the West Indies. It's a really good shot, left stump half volley, played square of the wicket, and Shakira Salman showing that she's got application with the bat as well.
She does, and we just saw Shubnam Ismail come in from that mid-wicket region, a little bit more square in this delivery. Fantastic. Stayed very low as it went down the leg side. Clipped Salman on the pads as it went through to Jafta, so not given as a wide.
Yes, it did clip the pad as it went through to Sonalo. We see Aya going around the wicket this time to the right-handed Shakira Salman.
And Ayabonga Kaka has had a fantastic 2 games here, 2 for 26 in her 8.3, coming right arm around, and this one given as a wide as it goes down that leg side. A little bit of a blemish.
I was expecting a short ball there. I don't know why, because it looked like she would bowl it with the angle and see if Shakira Salman would have to play at that to the fielders behind square at fine leg on the boundary as well as square leg. I just felt like she was going to bowl that type of a ball.
Now she's continuing with that full length. This one full and straight on that middle stump, driven right back to her. 183 for 8.
Yes, just cramping off room, making Shakira play at every ball considered with that angle coming in. She's bowled really well. 8 wickets in this series, Ayabonga.
Haven't seen her really drag a ball back of yet. Says, oh, a beautiful delivery just outside the off stump, getting Salman driving at that, but beating the outside edge. Beautiful delivery from Ayabonga Kaka. And
that was a scrambled seam ball. She rolled her arms around it, and when the ball landed with the angle, it straightened past the batter. Really good exhibition of skill.
Oh, classy bowling here. She continues this one a little bit closer to the pads. A good length delivery in line with leg stump whipped off the pads to a straight mid-wicket. No run there. Brilliant over. 183 for 8. The required rate now shooting up to 14.6. 117 off 48 deliveries.
Yes, really good bowling effort from the South Africans. It is their strong part of their game in this series, with some of the key batters missing in this series. And so for where South Africa was going to win this game, it would be in this half. They wanted to see how they bowled under lights, and if there was a report card for this, I think they would be giving themselves 10 out of 10, because they've been on the mark tonight.
And they've been very tight. A few hits against Ishmael at the beginning of the innings. But as soon as she was taken out the attack and de Klerk was the first change, she kept it very tight, coming right arm over now as we speak. It's a full it straight, and it's driven straight to long on for a casual single for the West Indies, 184 for 8.
Yes, these two just making it very frustrating for the South Africans, who are looking to close out the game and go home, go back to the hotel, and come back on Sunday to play in that decider with the momentum on their side.
A full straight delivery once again. This time, blocked out the block hole by Salman. The fielder at a deep mid-wicket does the fielding. There's deep mid-wicket, a long on that you heard of. Deep square leg, short fine leg, backward point, third man, point, extra cover, and mid-off.
Yes, third man is on the boundary. The 4 boundary riders are allowed in this power play. So the fourth one now going out. We're seeing fine leg go out and a long on come in. So to third man, looking to try and catch a lane on the missed time, but Nadine sends back the third man out to the boundary. So we've got third man and fine leg on the boundary, and you've got deep backward square and mid wicket on the boundary.
I'm just thinking about the West Indies as de Klerk comes, pitches this one in short, a thick top edge going towards third man, but bounces short of Raisibe Ntozake, who fires this in as the West Indies take 2 runs, 188 for 8. And just thinking, where could the West Indies have lost this game? Was it just an insurmountable feat going at 6 and over from the get-go to get 300? It would be difficult, especially with the new ball, but you'd expect a little bit more of a fight.
Not really. I think it's just the form of the other batters that aren't named Deandra Dotson.
True that. A slower ball now from Nadine de Klerk. It's full it straight, driven to mid-off. The non-striker was taking their time to get there, and good shy at the stumps, but it looks like Salman made it safely.
Yes. So this West Indian batting lineup has been largely over the past few years, been reliant on Dotson, Stefanie Taylor, and Hayley Matthews. Stefanie Taylor, for second game in a row, retired hurt. Obviously, this time she was concussed. Deandra Dotson getting out early was one of the things that broke the back of this chase.
This delivery, a good length, but the line going down the leg side. A wide given as West Indies now 190 for 8.
Because she's in a purple patch, and if they ever had a chance, she had to come through. You saw Kaisia Knight stepping up, scoring that half century, but nobody else really supporting her with a 10, a 15, a 16, a 17. And, it hasn't been what the West Indies have wanted, and it's been a struggle for them this year.
A full length delivery, almost a Yorker, but a little bit fuller. It goes past the off stump and towards Sinalo Jafta, still 190 for 8. And now you definitely feel, you could see it in the South Africans as soon as they got Deandra Dotson out, that they felt that the game was basically theirs. The hardest part of the job was already done, and you could see the excitement in their eyes. Nadine de Klerk continuing, comes right arm over, penultimate delivery. It's full, it's on leg stop. It's whipped to the fielder at deep square leg. Ayabonga Kaka does the fielding. They take a single, 191 for 8.
And that's the thing, but you needed Hayley Matthews to step up. You needed Stefanie Taylor, but she did. They both couldn't get there. Some really class bowling from the South Africans, from Aya, from Shubnim, to dismiss them. And it's just now, we just now look forward to Sunday.
Oh, Nadine de Klerk with a full Yorker length delivery, over pitched and driven through the covers, perfectly bisecting the mid-off and the extra cover. A beautiful shot from Aliyah Elaine. West Indies 195 now for 8 after the 43rd over.
That was over pitched. That was over pitched and driven through the covers. Really good shot from Aliyah Elaine. And Nadine wouldn't be happy with that because obviously everyone's now looking to take the last wicket. South Africa, so Nadee's going through her bowlers to find who she can bowl to take this last wicket. 23 dot balls Chloe Tryon's bowled today. Really good bowling spell for her 1 wicket for 32 runs.
I definitely felt that, especially after the first game, where she had a few lofted deliveries that were just going down the leg side. Nothing balls if there was ever one. She needed to come back and just prove what she can offer to the team, and doing well with her left arm spin. She's coming left arm around the wickets. This one, a good length delivery outside the off stump, missed by Salman. Still no run, 195 for 8.
The ball's like really wide outside the off stump and secure Salman, choosing to play that off on the back foot.
I'll probably do better to squared up with a beautiful delivery here. Good length. Seemed to nip away from the right-handed bat. Jafta picked that up, stumped, but she was comfortably in her crease.
Getting a little bit of turn off that last ball, beating the bat. Chloe Tryon knew that she was in the business there. It was one of the few ones that actually did grip a little and just turn. It's like it was in producer's turn, but all you need is
just a little
different deviation.
She had just enough there. She has a mid on, a mid off, a straight cover and mid wicket, point, square leg, a short third man, a sweeper on the mid wicket, and cover point boundary as this delivery is full straight and blocked out for no run, 195 for 8.
Yes, and I think the West Indies. This is obviously an experiencing point for them in terms of the low order batters.
A good length delivery, played off the back foot, turning a little bit away from the right-hander, but she gets behind it. Does Salman no run there?
They don't get an opportunity like this that often with about 7 and a bit overs to see out to bat in a match situation under pressure.
With that said, a big appeal here from Chloe Tryon, wrapping Salman on the pads, but it looked like the impact was probably outside the off stump anyway. So the appeal was muted very shortly after
Salman
that.
Putting in a big stride and coming outside the off stump. It is a nice appeal, but it is outside the line, as you said.
This one a little bit too straight, and all Salman has to do is guide it to the vacant fine leg boundary. No one's going to get that one because there's no one there to get it. 199 now for 8 after a freebie 4 from Chloe Tryon.
Yes, just a little bit loose from Chloe Tryon down the leg side, and that was easily played from Shakira Salman to that boundary. Some freebies here coming in, a lack of discipline from the bowling attack from the South Africans.
A little bit of lack of discipline here, and you definitely, as a South African, want to see this game being closed out. They just need one more wicket, even though the score is 199 for 8. Don't forget, it was Nation that looked like she had a bit of whiplash while she was doing a little bit of fielding, diving, and as she landed, just whiplash in her neck, and she had to be stretched off. So we do hope that she recovers. She comes back strong, especially for the West Indies World Cup campaign. She could definitely offer a little bit of batting at the lower end of the...
She has a month to prepare because the West Indies open up that World Cup in the first game against New Zealand. First game of the ICC Women's World Cup 2022 in New Zealand.
Shabnal Ismail will continue here from the golf course end, right arm over. It is short back of a length just outside the off stump. A very late drive, just beating Laura Wolfhard at backward points and going to the boundary to bring up West Indies 200. And they're 203 for 8 after 285 deliveries, 19 fours, no sixes.
Class shot from Aliyah Elaine. She waited for that one, using the pace off of Shabnim to just guide it past that fielder at backward point. Third man was very fine and couldn't get there.
Fuller delivery on that off stump here from Shabnim Ismail, driven to cover for no run. And as you heard, there's a person at backward points, conventional point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, a fine leg, and a third man.
His fine leg, third man on the boundary, as well as backward square leg.
Ismail coming right arm over to the right-handed Aliyah Lane. This one a square drive, driven straight to the fielder at point. Well fielded, didn't quite gather it, but did enough to stop the boundary. Mignon du Preez. South Africans will be proud of their efforts with the bat, especially today, just getting shy of that 300, 299. And backing it up in the field here, we saw some valiant efforts from du Preez, especially to save a ball that was going towards cover boundary. A full delivery, it's lofted, but hit straight to the fielder at mid-on. And Nadine de Klerk, misjudging it briefly, catches it over her head and lands diving to end the West Indian innings here. What a way to end it. Shubnam Ismail, the bowler that gets that wicket. She gets a forfeit, and that ends the innings. West Indies 203 for 9. I'm not expecting Nation to come out. She wasn't a concussion sub either. So that should be the end of the game. South Africa win by 96 runs. And that's quite a convincing win here from the home side.
Yes, a very convincing win from South Africa. Lovely bounce back from the first game, the game lost earlier in the week, where they lost to the West Indies, and it was a resounding win for the West Indies in that game. They've come back, set 299, and they've defended that in a really lovely win for them. And so Shabnim Ismail coming through with 4 wickets in this bowling spell. Really lovely to see her back in the wickets. Just to go through the West Indies South Africa scorecard. South Africa setting 299 batting first. Laura Wolfos got 117. Sune Lees scored 56. Chloe Trine at the end scoring 43 in a 60-run partnership with Nadine de Klerk, who ended up on 22. The score was 299 for 8. Shamilia Connell took 4 wickets for 54 in that innings. West Indies chasing 300. Opened up with Rashada Williams and DeAndre Dotton. Rashada out for 1 off the bowling of Ayabonga Kaka, caught Sunelise. DeAndre Dotton was out, caught du Preez, bowled Ayabonga Kaka for 12 off 11. Rashada Williams was out for 1. Then the West Indies continued, and the wicket of Stefanie Taylor retired hurt on 13 off 24. And Stefanie Taylor was retired hurt. And then Hayley Matthews was the next wicket out, bowled Shabnim in her second spell, 15 off 19. It was the start of Shabnim's monster spell, where she took 4 wickets in that post that first spell. Chanel Henry was the next player out for 17. LBW bowled Shabnim Ismail. And then Siben Dozaki got her first wicket in 4 years, caught by Dumi Sikukune, and she got Kasia Knight for 69 off 94 balls. Next wicket to fall was Anisa Mohammed. Shabnim Ismail breaking the stumps there, bowling Anisa Mohammed for a duck. Shamilia O'Connell was bowled by Nadine de Klerk, and Aliyah Elaine was out, caught Nadine de Klerk. She was the concussion substitute for Stefanie Taylor, out for 13. That's the end of the match between South Africa and the West Indies. And South Africa have won that match
by 96 runs.
So that is the end of our coverage here on One World Sports Radio. We'll be back on Sunday for the Black ODI. Remember, the Black ODI is an ODI that is in support for causes that support victims of gender-based violence. So we will be there making a stand against gender-based violence on Sunday in all black.
Indeed.
And we'll be back for the series decider. It's 1-1 in the series. We've got 1 match to go. It's been an intriguing series, and thank you for joining us. And all the best. Good night. Goodbye. Good night. And le sale kakahiso.
Life Life is lazy, life is sweet when January